With all that being said, though, sudo apt get install nethack. No, pretty. More children need to be exposed to nethack. Although, I can say this with a pretty high level of certainty. A certain Doom fan game that's also a roguelike, I think, is coming to Steam. So that'll be cool to see proper. Although I think it's obviously got to go through a rebrand because it can't be called Doom the Roguelike or DRL. Thanks, Microsoft. So that was a licensing nightmare. Not if you rip all of the Doom out of it. So I think it's going to be called like Jupiter Hell Classic or something. Because it's kind of what it is. Anyway, could I get a round of YouTubes in chat? Oh yeah, also, I was running Water Lungs the other day. Like, also, guess what? Water Lungs runs at, like, 50 frames a second now. That's all I have to say. It's kind of nuts, actually. Considering, like, the last times I was playing it on stream, that fort was running at, like... Oh, man. 10 frames a second or so. So, chat room, you know how we have this pretty effective defense mechanism in this fort now, right? So you know what's the only logical thing to do when you have an effective defense mechanism? The only logical thing to do. By an effective defense mechanism, I mean something that can easily take out an entire siege without you even needing to fight with one of them. Turn up the tunes. Turn up the volume. Pump up the volume. No, I could turn up the population cap, sure. But thinking about turning up the invader cap. I just need to remind my... Oh, yeah, that's in difficulty. That's not in custom settings. Duh. Invasion. Yeah. There we go. So let's say... So it's 120 to 40. Let's say 500... 100. Let's say 50 on 20. CPU killing invasion? You have a wildly overestimation of how CPU heavy this game is. Nah, it'll be fine. I've had 1,000 units on map before and it's fine. And then let's take the Dwarven population, because we're at 186 right now, and let's crank that up to 250 and 300 and make some more bedrooms. I said 250, not 200. 250. It'll run fine. Like, it'll be above 30. During a siege, it might go down to 20. That's fine. All right, so first thing we do is see who's in the fortress still. We have Oscarde, Aced, and a Devilish Potato, Anaboth and Animal, Baka Glass, and Basement Kel, Ben Syed, and I think I'm saying that correct, right? Tell me if I'm butchering it. Big Sparn, Bioactive, Broken Spacebar, hopefully he gets that fixed at some point, Budgie, Cat Dodger, Celastaris, Chuck Buck, Cinnamon, and Crystallized Castles, Darius Cardin, Darman 96, Deadlies, and Deep Space, Delisle, and Denise, as well as Diamond Destruct and Disco Dwarf Dork, DJ Boom Boom Shrimp and Elfie Beans, as well as Aeronamo, Femjess, and Fire and Ice. To me, Fire and Ice still just looks like Fire and Dice, but you know. Freeways and Freeways, because I fucked up. G-Fin, Gaia1, and Geze OCB, as well as Glass Half Empty, Nullman JP, and Herman Burman. Hiker Jag, I'm Viviotic, Jangles, and Jeeves Bunny, Clander for Pizza, Kriegath, Lanix, Le Musketeer, and Lucky Soft. Lyagushka, Mac Daddy, Manticore Alpha, and Matt Korax. Korax? MB Audio, Mike Dyson, which is a great name, by the way, Mr. Mac, MMO Junkie, Wolfie, and Omnipotent Disappointment. Who's pissed? Living up to his name. Palm Top, Pitbull, Paul, Procrastin Panda, Patolis, Q and Green Tea, Rolf, Saber O or SV or VS7, I can read. Safe Keeps, Schnackenhoff, and Celesty, as well as Space Viking, Stillanitis, Stone aka Seashores, Waltack Real, Technophobic Freak, Telenartho, Terminal Wetness, Tigazar, Tobzen, Vivi, and White Dog, Wiz the Dwarf, and Zayadon Zavito. That's a lot of names. Oh, we made it. Vivi, down in the V section is where Vivi at. Gate Elemental. You have a good time, Kage. We'll see you when we see you. All right, so Fortress stuff. Mostly in the prettying section. Although I want to try something. Because I was screwing around with minecarts, I realized when the minecart hits the lava, mist goes up. Okay, so it's like when the memers invest in the stock, the number go up. But like, what if I just have a minecart track in lava? Will it spray mist upwards? So I want to do a little bit of science. I'm going to set up a sectioned off test room, and I would like to try this. I want to see what happens when I do that. Can I make a mist generator from the floor up with water or lava? I would like to know. What do you think, chat? Would you like to know? Because I think that's the project for today. Because if I can make mist go up, because like I know that like minecart skipping across the top of lava makes mist, right? I know that that works. I know that like minecart going down and in, down and in, down and in, or down and up, down and up, down and up, down like through ramps in lava also works. So I would like to try some science. That's the plan. So I'm thinking we test it like right here, because if it works, I can just throw it into the system. So chat, would you like to know more? You guys are saying it, not me. All right, so this currently is producing not that much extra power, but I don't actually need that much extra power. As far as naming dwarves go, I will name some dwarves when we get a migrant wave, because there's a lot of named dwarves in the fort right now. Realistically, I should test it like right here. I think that's what we'll do. We will test this sucker out right here. So I'm going to make a little thing like this. It's gonna be pretty simple. I'm going to, I guess, channel all this down. Or channel around the edges of it. But let's make a little test room. For science, of course. Although I don't like the way this doorway's looking, and I'm going to need to get rid of this eventually anyway, so might as well make it look nice. We got power there, kind of going over top. I could pull power from, like, over here down into this to test it. So if I'm going to pull power from over here, I would like it to be in line with this. Let's actually move this here. We're pretty close to this, so I can bring lava over from over there. Great for busy corridors as well. Yeah, I'm thinking like a 3-wide hall. So here's what I'm imagining, right? I'm imagining a 3-wide hallway, and then one layer down underneath it is like basically a cart grinder going in a circle. So just like a really fast-moving minecart in a circle under lava. So a powered minecart that's under lava is my thought here. And I figure that if there's something covering it, it would spray lava upwards. That's my theory. I'm not entirely sure it's accurate, but I want to try it. So I'm going to need some way of draining this. Glass grates would work. Glass grates? I mean, yeah, no, stuff can come up and out of grates. I just don't know if it's going to produce enough lava. So that's the main issue, is I don't know if it's going to produce enough. You can't make glass minecarts, I don't think. At least not in vanilla. Yeah, no, you can't make glass minecarts. Also, the reason I've built an extra ramp here is so that they can get out. So I basically need... You can't get out currently. It's like, I should probably give this dwarf a way out, but I guess we'll just do it this way. All is as well as it can be, Embertron. It's been a stressful couple days for me at the very least. Had an appliance fail and spray water all over my floor, which means at some point today I'm going to have to pick up the phone and be like, guys, I'll be back in 5. Talk to the appliance guys, but yeah. Not ecstatic about that, but, you know, worse things have happened, so I will survive. It's just a bit of an annoyance. Little bit of an annoyance more than anything. All right, so we're going to go from down here. Didn't line up as well as I wanted it to, but it'll have to do for our prototype. No, it was in fact coming from my apartment the whole time. We just didn't find it when we were initially looking, right? Because water is fickle and not always the easiest thing to find. I talked about this in the intro portion of the stream, but like, long story short, it was dripping from my washing machine. And it wasn't noticeable because I didn't notice it until Sunday when I was cleaning, and I went to go grab my broom, which is like leaning up at the back of my washing machine, and it was wet. So we did find, the leak was in fact coming from my apartment, and we did eventually find it. It just took too long, was the problem. Just took too long to find it. I think we'll just go underneath this and dig up. It's worse than finding out months later that you've had a big, and you have to tear out and rebuild. Yeah, I think it's been leaking at most for 5-6 days. At most. Like, I think it started the day that they told me initially, because that area was dry a week ago. I'm a very clean person, and that's where I keep all of my cleaning stuff. And by cleaning stuff, I mean like mop, broom, you know, dustpan, paper towel. That's where everything is stored. So it would have been wet last week when I cleaned. But it wasn't. So. All right. We have to build some temporary flooring for this, but make it work. Clear that. We're going to clear that. Going to do a track going in a circle. We're going to fill up from over here. Probably should set this up so that I can drain it, right? Speaking of draining, it can actually get closed. But yeah, after I build this quick prototype, I'm going to need to start working on bedrooms. That I think is like, need more Gabbro. That I think is going to be one of the higher priority things in this fortress today, is just bedrooms. Just bedrooms. That and maybe finding more metal. Dolomite is magma safe, right? Never actually used Dolomite for such things, but seem to recall Dolomite being magma safe. The machine is leaking, so I'm getting... the appliance guys are supposed to call me at some point today to set up a time to replace the whole unit. Which is funny. This is maybe just like a complaint with the current state of manufacturing, but like this is my 4th new washer dryer. 4th. I had a Samsung washing machine until like earlier this year. Crack formed in the back of the Samsung washing machine. No, it is something else. It is like could not be more accurate, Montecore. A crack formed in the back of the washing machine. And then so crack forms in the back of the washing machine. They say they could replace the barrel. Guy comes in, takes a look at it, says it's more expensive to replace that than it is to just buy a new machine. So they buy they buy a new washer dryer unit for the unit. So thanks to my landlord, I guess. The first time they tried to deliver it, it doesn't fit. So they're like, well, we have to bring a new unit. So it takes another week. They bring the new unit. They open the box up in their truck and say, sorry, we can't deliver it. It's broken. It got smashed in transit. Okay, so that's 2 down. Then this one shows up, and I have it for 5 months, and then it springs a leak. Like, it's actually incredible. And there's my parents with this Maytag washing machine that they had for like 35 years or something. All right. Anyway, ranting about that. That's over. Chat, how was your weekend? Did you guys do anything fun? Play any cool video games? I can't do laundry, so life is pain. At least there is actually a like laundromat just up the street. So like if the world goes to hell and I do actually need to do some laundry, I can just go to a laundromat. You unclogged your sink? Yay! Concert Friday was great. What concert did you go to? I remember you saying you were going to a concert. I just can't remember what it was. Also, I need to figure out about where we're going to put more bedrooms. Maybe here. Put some bedrooms right there. Is there space up top still? Yes. Let's work on these. These are probably all empty, right? Yes, these are all empty. And there are some doors that need bedrooms, though, so these will fill up. So let's just get this rolling. This will all be chalk. Oh, forgot to leave continue building up as an option. You played Dot Age? I'm glad that game's doing really well in reviews. That game is a gem. I don't know how much I'll stream of it. It was kind of a tough game to stream. It's a little bit slow and not a very interesting on-screen game, which is why I think games like Vampire Survivors do so well on Twitch, because like they're very interesting on-screen games. Like as like a thing to look at with your eyes, they're very interesting. I had a hard time, I think, making Dot Age interesting to watch. I'm gonna see if it's Genshin without needing to fire bows. I played a little bit of Honkai Star Rail. It's fine. I found it kind of boring, to be honest with you. I played like, I don't know, 15, 20 hours of that thing when it first came out and was like, this... I kept waiting for it to ask me for money and it didn't, which was weird. But like, or it didn't add, so I'm gonna wait. But yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by how dull that game is. Like nothing happens. It's just kind of cringy writing and like nothing happens in it. And then all the characters pretend to be your personal friend, which is like, I get the appeal of this, but it is not for me. Looked like eye candy. It's really pretty. A lot of visual detail in Dot Age. The VOD's up on YouTube. You want to watch it, but also if I sound backed up today, my nose is running pretty bad. I've had a little not quite cold thing for the past couple days, and it's mostly gone, but my nose is still running, which is just unpleasant. It's definitely just a relaxing game. It seems like a lovely second monitor. I'm editing a video game, which is probably what I'm going to end up using it for. I did end up playing more Path of Acra off stream this week, though. The new UI updates for it are pretty great. So, how's the stream going? My nose is running. That's how the stream's going. And it's raining outside, which is lovely. What's up, Neezer? How we all today? Doing all right. Doing all right. I slept okay last night. Yesterday was Thanksgiving here in old Canada land. So did a big turkey dinner with family yesterday, which was nice. Yeah, it was good. I sound a little ill. I prefer to sound a big ill, but you know, we can't all win. God. That's a joke from the Stone Age. Okay, so do I have chains? That's the other question. No, I also need to make iron chains. Let's make 10 of them. One of your very seek niche video game YouTube channels got 2 subscribers over the weekend. Damn! Is this what I know about, or is this a very secret one? I mean, the reality is your nose running? You better go blow it. But that doesn't work in any joke format. But in other news, it only costs 1 penny to get #1 on the Biddies roadmap, or Biddies leaderboard for the week. That's all I'm going to say on that subject. Another grid-based games, which is very fun. It's an interesting little thing, isn't it? I don't know how long I'd stick with it. I don't think I have enough patience for that type of... There you go. You can be #1. Ezrandir, quick. No, nobody top him. That would be mean. Let Ezrandir have the victory for an hour. But, thank you for the penny. But, no, I really like Moonring. I think that's a very interesting little game. Did you just see a dwarf walk across air? No. They're definitely walking on the top of limestone pillars. Because there's limestone walls underneath them, and they look like air almost when they have a construction on top of them. So I guarantee you did not, in fact, see that. Let's do Gabbro mechanisms, and then up here I'll just do chalk mechanisms, because it's not going to go that high, right? Right? And guess I'll just use highwood logs. Right. Right. Let's go back to this, and then next up is limestone. Your dwarf fort is going well, but you've had to nerf animal agitation after getting 15-ish waved of pissed animals. Yeah, I like the agitation mechanic. I think it's an interesting mechanic. I think, like... But I feel the same way about it that I feel about the Cavern Invaders. They're an interesting mechanic that I think is a little bit enthusiastic about how much I'm willing to deal with it. It's like... It's a neat idea, and I like the idea, and I don't want the idea to go away. But I don't want to deal with that idea. If that makes any sense. It's like, I like it as a concept. I like the fact that it's in the game. I like that it's an option, and I like that I can nerf the absolute fucking oblivion out of it. I like that I can nerf it to the point where it's like barely a going concern anymore. And if I couldn't do that, I would like it a lot less. But the fact that I can nerf it makes it totally tolerable. Yeah, no, they just need a better default. That's all that they really need, is a better default. If you can get a better default for those types of things, then yeah, it would be a pretty good... It would be a much better mechanic. But it needs better default levels. So mostly right now, in order to do this experiment, we are waiting on... we are just simply waiting on magma-safe materials, because apparently I ran out of them. Looks like Geizek, OCB, the weaponsmith has been taken by a Feymood, which I would actually like to follow. Pay attention to. Wherever you've zipped off to. Probably down here, I would assume. That or over here. But that's a Feymood, meaning we really want you to succeed with this. Who just felt wonder after performing the rites of the denomination of mountains at a dedicated temple. And was teaching weaponsmithing. Well, good on you. So has claimed a magma forge and is starting off with steel bars. This is a pretty good start. Or dwarf that gets the end bedroom. At least they get a bedroom. A wonderful minecart? Well, you're a weaponsmith. So it would be very unlikely if you'd make a minecart. It would be cool if you did. But you're a weaponsmith. You might get something better than a minecart. Chat, I want to ask for your feedback. So I have like these walkways, right? They're just kind of these open walkways. Should I put glass over top of these? Because I'm thinking it might not be a bad idea to widen them a little bit. I've only had one person drown in them. Should I put glass on top of them? A set of bolts? That would... Can they make artifact bolts? Because if they can, I've never seen that. I know glass grates are an option, yes. But that's not what I need right now. The grates are not the first part of this step. Unless you're talking about this. I don't... yeah, I would use blocks. Grates aren't actually completely clear. As long as it's pretty glass. Is green glass pretty? You ask me nicely. That's about it. Honestly, that is about it in fragrance. So I don't know what Theleries is, but I assume that's like a bear or something. Probably one of the war animals that the elves brought. Seems like the majority of deaths in this fort are drowning. Recently, they've been accidental lava smack. We have definitely had a couple drownings, but it's like several of them were above ground. Why are you crying? Several of them were above ground, and there was only one that was actually in that trench. And it was because a goblin got in and shoved somebody. In fragrance is, in fact, a Gelder, who is Kogan Perringed, and you say, or pair-ringed, not Perringed, whatever that is. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, and often sad and dejected, and has little, desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He is a pessimist and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he can handle stress. He tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others and holds his breath when he's nervous and scratches his nose when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally is somewhat disgusted by eloquent speakers and values artwork and thinks friendship is important. Prefers to consume herring, raspberry wine, alpaca's milk, and can't stand worms. And has no family, just a couple of close friends. Welcome to the fort. If you'd seen how many cats we've gelded in this fort, you won't find it suspicious. There's nothing suspicious. We just have, like, all of these cats are gelded. How's Neezer? Neezer is no longer with us, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. I want to say that you were in one of the crossbow squads, and I want to say you got hit by a stray ball of lava. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I could be wrong. You may have also died to giant flying squirrels. To be fair, the giant flying squirrels are pretty brutal. They will rip you to shreds and crack your skull like a coconut. So, I'm sorry for the delivery of bad news, but... For whatever it's worth, after losing a crossbow dwarf to a random stray ball of lava, I did install an automated sprinkler system. So now if a stray ball of lava goes a little bit to the right and slams into here while my marks dwarves are training, they'll get sprayed with water in a couple seconds and simply have some surprise liposuction lava weight loss. Instead of, you know, bursting into flames and dying and all of their blood melting out of their body. So honestly, it takes an injury for the safety requirements to improve. You know, it's just like real life. You know, everybody just goes, well, this dwarf, this dwarf just surprise died. So I guess it's time to make sure that nobody else surprise dies in the same way. Yeah, exactly. Regulations are built on blood. And Armok is the god of blood. So, wait, does that mean Armok is the god of regulations? Twitch would like me to remind you, chat, because they just sent me a notification. I'm sure they sent all of you this too. TwitchCon Las Vegas meet and greet reservations are now open. Book a spot on the TwitchCon mobile app. It's really cute that Twitch thinks that there's anybody at TwitchCon that's famous that I give enough of a shit about to book a meet and greet with them. Dwarf Orsha would equal heresy? You know, for how dangerous Dwarven forts are, it's a miracle there's as few casualties as there is. Like, if this walkway existed with people, how often do you think people would fall in? No railing, a meter wide walkway, 2-story fall, river. Lots of foot traffic. You know, having never played Starfield, I don't understand these memes. I would just kind of assume that it's like terraformed, but looks like you have bones already. Oh, bars. Okay, what do you need then? Do you really need more bones? I mean, it can make you more bones. Rock, yeah, logs, yeah, okay. Silk cloth, got it. Holy maybe it's tanned hides. A vial dark of forceness has arrived and is parley seeking. So you also need tanned hides. Do I not have tanned hides? I can spell leather. Tanned hides, 292. Okay, where is it though? All right, so tanned hides shouldn't be the issue. Although, I'm still going to jump down to here and add leather into this. But I think he needs more cats slaughtered, so I will do that. I will slaughter the pussy in the name of the artifact. Actually, no, I'm going to slaughter a reindeer, because I don't know why you're here. Maybe a couple horses, too. Speaking of useless things. Giant flying squirrels while we're at it. And a couple kittens. And also, let's gelt the rest of them. As well as the, well, I'm not gonna geld the giant flying squirrel because I actually want that to make babies. All right, sweet. All right, let's see these goblins. Let's see what we're under invasion by. So these are friendly zombies from when the necromancers and the elves attacked me at the exact same time. So this is a actual goblin siege. This is very, 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 very good. You know why this is very good, chat room? You know what we've still had a hard time to get? Iron. They brought us metal. This is like instant delivery of Goblinite. So this is awesome. So who's ready to warm up the machine, I think? Let's just let them sit here for a little bit in confusion going. Wah! Make sure everybody's in the right zone. Thank you very much for the first notification of money today. It's the first one that made a sound, which is why I say that. Thanks for $10. Appreciate you, man. I think you just doubled today's revenue. I'm like, not joking. Actually, hold on. How many resubs have I had? What? Yeah, I think you just doubled today's revenue. Appreciate you. They came offering metal. I mean, we're here for the metal festival, says the Goblin fans. No, it's funny. So, I can't remember where I saw this. It was the other day. Somebody said, like, imagine a mosh pit, but, like, everybody comes clad in full metal armor, and I'm just sitting there going, like, so at a Monomarth show? All right, so Artifact Dwarf is gone, meaning they've either immediately gone insane or are going to go gather items. I'm hoping they've gathered items, because sometimes they go nuts. But, let's see. Nope, you're gathering items. You're definitely grabbing more bones. Yeah, I looked at it and then was like, I don't want to go to that alone. I am going to When We Were Young this year. It's actually very similar to the Sick New World from this, like the one that just happened, because they just did one. Yeah, no, Slipknot and System of a Down headlined last one too. This is the second one of these they've done. It was like it's a very similar lineup to the first one they did. But one of these days, I would love to see System of a Down. Not this year, though. Dwarf just wanted more bone. Oh, no, it's true. All right, so now we get to just chill for a little bit. And deny it. All right, so I did just turn up the population size for enemy sieges. How big do we think the siege is going to be? If this is it, I'm going to be very disappointed. Like, very disappointed. Is this it? Are you for real? Game. Game. Wow. That's all you got? You demanded a parlay with that? What's with the elf zombies? Oh, they're friendly. They're just remnants from the time that the elves attacked at the exact same time as the necromancers attacked. They're fine. They just live there. This is all they can do, yeah. Would I lie to you? Seems like that's it. Well, they better do better on the next one. We'll annihilate this, and we'll move on. I need to make more cages, I think. I'll just simply lock them in the machine and turn it on for a bit. And we'll let them figure themselves out. Oh, no, is tantruming, so nothing new. Hasn't attacked anybody yet, so I guess that's for the best. But Dwarf's having a tough time. I had somebody complaining that Dwarf Fortress was, or I saw somebody complaining that Dwarf Fortress was a broken video game on the Steam forums, and somebody asked them what their problem was. And they said that they had a dwarf that was just repeatedly going through Sing, socialize, and gather equipment. Like, this dwarf's bugged. It's like, does it say they're tantruming? Like, yep. Ah. Definitely not bugged. This, I think, is my first Goblin siege. Like, the first time they've sieged me. So, are there more of them? Yeah, but we'll just let these guys have more than one opportunity to siege me. We'll just do it that way. Where are you going, duder? I mean... maybe it's time to turn around. Just an idea. There you go. Run away in fear. As you should. The way Dwarfs intended. Okay. So we're just gonna wait for them to walk up there. How many more coming from up here? Is it really just that? Is that literally it? Oh my Christ. This is like the smallest this is like the most quaint Goblin siege I've seen in a while. It's so adorable. It's like, oh, look at it. It's tiny. There's like 10 of them. It's so cute. Are you being besieged by Nickelback or something? Right, so I can just pull this lever. Because they're all in here now. This is the entire siege. Got him. I do have iron on the map. It's just all inside of an aquifer. It's a light aquifer, but it's a pain in the ass to get. That's the issue. All right, the thing's closed. So we do have iron on the map. I can get iron, and I've gotten some iron from the map. It's just very slow, very tedious, and unpleasant. That's it. But, you know, as you can see, we're doing just fine. We do have steel. I mean, I've gotten a handful of iron veins. Oh, there you go. There goes one. There goes two, actually. We've got a handful of iron veins that I have used. Whoop, you got smacked pretty good. You got smacked pretty good. More mist came over top. Somebody just fell in. Perfect. They're on fire. This guy got yeeted backwards. Man, this thing is very entertaining. I love how efficient and quick this thing works now. Oh, there goes that one. And what about you? Oh, there goes the last one. And siege is done. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, I can turn this off now. No, it's just the machine for anybody who happens to wander into it. I also made a tutorial on how to actually do that whole setup. Or more specifically, how the filling with liquids part works, which is pretty simple, admittedly, but... I was gonna say, why are you not returning? That's slightly concerning. Oh well, I'll get put back in place. Oh shit. I missed one. Apparently, Strodano has survived, which to me just sounds like Stroganoff, which is probably delicious. Let's open this up. And then I will simply stand my military right next to it and then just clear them out. Out of the lava easily? I have a drain. Yeah. But I'm not going to drain it just yet. Not going to drain it just yet. All right, so you down here. I go tell the military to go stand here. Let's follow this goblin. Strodano, watch torments is going to, yeah, that, is going to no longer exist in a moment. OCB, Gezai, or Gezich. I don't know how to say your name at all. I feel like I make it sound worse every time I mention it, but thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Welcome to the channel proper. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. So I see the little artifact icon down here. Does that mean that you've started? Ah. So, your artifact here, cat leather, surprise. Thalu's bone, cave spider silk cloth, gabbro, oak slogs, Nimil's bone. These are all like animals and livestock that the elves brought. Steel bars and more of the Rari bone. Finally get to catch a stream. Just started playing DF a couple days ago. Sweet. Did you just pick the game up a couple days ago, I guess? Or did you just discover it a couple days ago? Regardless, welcome to the fold, I suppose. All right, let's get all this stuff claimed. We got plenty of stuff that's just like right here, so I can just get all this stuff melted. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. There's plenty of stuff that isn't like, you know, in a bad spot that's easy enough to get to. Picked it up, it was well worth the dollars. Cheers, dude. Akarsis, thank you very much for that Prime subscription as well. Appreciate you. All right, we're gonna go over to, yeah, you know what, I'll just do it this way. Melt metal object. I'll say, dude, we'll move this up to the top first. And we'll say, do 10 when there's at least 10 designated items. You have to set the job, yeah. Otherwise, they don't do it. They do not do that automatically. They will only do that automatically if you set the job. Although, oddly enough, you can't make a stockpile for specifically melt-designated items, which I think is a bit of a shame, but it's also pretty standard Dwarf Fortress stuff, though. And this up here is also going to be set to melt. Is that forge made of platinum? Yep, because I found some native platinum. And also, it's a safe way of storing platinum, because I can deconstruct it to get the platinum back. I'm going to butcher your name again, and I apologize in advance. Giza OCB, the weaponsmith has created Ubulububnus Ozar Arkoth, a steel crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Palmtop Pitbull, a dwarf who's actively alive in this fortress. How are you related to Palmtop? Oh, you've given it to your wife. Well, that's beautiful. So, my default reaction would be, let's give this to one of my military dwarves. But because you and your wife are not in the military, I think I'm going to put it on a pedestal in your bedroom. DF hack is kind of like, it gives you access to basically a command line. So the way I would describe it is, no, I don't recommend DF hack initially. But if you've been playing the game for like a year, or if you have a what I would consider to be enough time to have learned the game, if you're the sort of person that likes having access to a command line for any reason, by that I mean easy access to like skip things or cheat if you need to, or try and fix a bug in real time, that's what it's useful for. There are a lot of evangelists that you will encounter that will be like, if you are not playing with DF hack, you're playing the wrong video game, or you're playing the game badly. Yes, your dwarf is still alive, Matt Korax. I'm not one of those people. I think you should learn the game without DF hack, because DF hack makes it very easy to pick up some really bad habits. because it makes cheating very, very easy. But I use it, but I also, you may notice, I have literally everything turned off except for the starving notifications. None of the features of DF Hack on my computer are actually running right now. And we're out of beers. So that's, I think, like the most notable thing is that, yes, I do have DF Hack running, but literally every single one of its features are disabled. So, let's jump back down to you. I think they just consider spouses to be ancestors in that wording. So this crossbow, Corn Knob, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. This is a steel crossbow. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with horsebone and encircled with bands of steel and rectangular gabbro cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cat leather and menaces with spikes of horsebone and oak. On the item is an image of plank busts, the blockaded roads, a large, intricate searing metal low boot and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of wheel theaters, the laborious orb, a large, sleek, dark metal right mitten in horsebone. Did I have a dwarf in this fort? I think you did, Ordith. I want to say you were one of the original 7. I also want to say you're no longer with us. But I'll do another big naming session when the next migrant wave arrives. Yeah, your dwarf's no longer alive. I think you did have one that was pretty early on, if I'm not completely mistaken. But where's your bedroom, dwarf? Quarters, there you go. Wow, you have such a small bedroom. I feel kind of bad. It's like, you share this with your wife? Oh, man. Yeah, I think this was the fort where you were the expedition leader, because I remember reading something about, like, your dwarf no longer being the expedition leader. But I'm also pretty sure you're no longer with us. Actually, hold on a second. Let me check something. No, you weren't one of the ones that got lost infinitely. These dwarves have been stuck off map. Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't Mac Daddy stuck off the map? Mac Daddy was one of them. Did you come back? Mysteriously recently, Mac Daddy? Huh. All right. You are very stressed. You've been away from family for too long. You've been unable to practice a craft. You probably desperately want some booze. She's grabbing, well, I guess a drink of water right now, but yeah, you're gonna go grab gear. Huh. Mac Daddy returns, apparently. Well, ain't that interesting? I can confirm. I actually have a screenshot. Let me check. Yep, that was one of the dwarves that was stuck off map. Returned to us from the void. Some tight quarters for a couple in Dwarf Fort? Yeah, that's why I'm widening it. I mean, at least this one is a bachelor pad. I'm literally widening this bedroom so that I can fit an artifact in it. Sometimes I'm a good dwarf overseer, okay? Sometimes. No, just Mac Daddy. No Daddy Mac. Although Daddy Mac will make you jump. I am from that time period, sort of. Mostly. Anyway. Does anybody remember Crisscross? All my 2000s kids remember Crisscross. Those little kids that wore the pants backwards with the big pockets that I thought was exceptionally stupid back then, and I still do. Vaguely fond memories, I'll say. Yeah, I'm old. Is that really mid-90s? I don't know. It still existed into the early 2000s. I really wonder what they're doing now. I'm sure I could figure that out with a Google search, but like, man, I do wonder sometimes. Probably, but I don't think I'll stream any more of it, Nicarsis. I think it's a very good video game. I don't think it's a very good video game for streaming. So we just got this Migrant wave arriving. I'm going to do a DF names readout. Just let me finish this bedroom first. Otherwise, I will forget. All right, so got 2 dwarves that have arrived so far. Toasted and Thob. If you would like a dwarf, well, that's sad, MO. Moment of silence for a person I haven't thought about in a decade. If you would like a dwarf, died of an OD in 2013. It's fun as fuck, but it gets about 0 views. I mean, I streamed .age for like 2 hours the day it came out. And, I mean, we had like 150 people watching, but it was pretty quiet. So, it's just, it's not a very visually interesting game outside of like the animations, which makes it a hard game to stream. Because there is not a lot going on screen, even though I think it's a really cool little game. This is, in fact, Sparta. Holy Kai, thanks for the $3. Appreciate you. Were you trying to start a hype train? Because, yes, you did miss it by, like, 10 seconds, if that was the case. All right. You have a bigger room and an artifact. And a wife. Life is good. Yes. Dwarf Fortress life is better than real life in some cases. IR Stupid with the 36th month. Thank you for the 36th month. Would anybody like a dwarf? I think Orange should get a dwarf. Door Hinge is easily moved to mercy and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and often feels lustful. She tends to be passive in discussions. And she's brave in the face of imminent danger. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and occasionally overindulges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. No, you just asked nicely. I've had the channel point redeems disabled for a while, and I have no intention of undisabling them. So if you would like a dwarf, just simply throw your hat in the ring and maybe I'll select you. I do play favorites, and don't get mad at me. I don't care enough to care. That's about it. No, everybody will get a dwarf eventually. Although if we ever get an influx like we did back in December, I will turn the redemption back on. The redemption basically is just so that I'm not naming dwarves the entirety of a stream, essentially. Hopefully, Sentient Potato, you show up again, you know? Hopefully. Hopefully you show up again. That would be lovely. We named it Door Hinge for Orhinge. You wish that you could play with Lava IRL? Well, you can't play with Lava IRL, but you can play with Madness IRL. Sleepy Moon Moth, thanks for the $5, and IR Stupid with the doll hair. I mean, you could still spend it on I Used to Be Rich. You still could. Nimlarked. Nimlarked is a hunter. She rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is slow to trust others, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous, and she scratches her ear when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Playtesting adventure mode is is that what you're suggesting? You're stuck off map because you guys are playtesting adventure mode? Is that the headcanon reason here? You can play with yeah, true. You just can only do it once unless you have very, very, very specialized equipment. Although I guess like you could get into blacksmithing or like metal casting, which is playing with molten metal, which is similar. Also, I would like to just remind everybody that if you're new here and you don't know, this channel, or the audience for this channel has been very generous over this past year. We were able to get Partner Plus, meaning I do get 70% of Twitch subscriptions, unlike most channels, which get 50. So, thumbs up to that. They've escaped. They've gained sentience. They're in the internet. They're reprogramming websites as we speak. They're learning Rust. We're all going to die sentient. Anyway, moving on. This dwarf personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, disdains loyalty, values family, values cunning, and values artwork. I feel like this dwarf would be decent in the military, too. I mean, yeah, I would say this dwarf would be fine in the military. She is thin and her nose is extremely long. Her friends call her Pinocchio. She prefers to consume wheat beer and bumblebee royal jelly and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates snails. Ira Stupid, thanks for the additional $2 and the additional $2. That's a turkey. And that's a siege operator. Anybody like a siege operator, chat? Well, at the very least, they're not learning Python, so they'll be safe to a degree. I saw Korab first, so I'll go with Korab. Dragon Man, I'll give you the next one. She is quite the bold flatterer, extremely friendly, and is just a little bit insufferable. Grounded in reality and dislikes receiving advice and preferring to keep her own counsel. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she sometimes can act with little determination and confidence. She isn't particularly curious about the world and can handle stress. And she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She has a tendency to consider abstractions over practical applications, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally has a deep respect for animals and plants and the natural world, and values good craftsmanship, and values family, and values sacrifice. Needs a little bit more on that hype train to level it up. Otherwise, thank you very much for the hype train. Please, if I may. I will try and get you on Midnight Winter as well. You look forward to dying. Yeah, it'll be more like, oh, look, so-and-so's on fire. Nimlark's on fire. Anyway, moving on. Personally prefers to consume giant giraffes, suited giraffe, and foxtail mullet beer, and absolutely hates bats. Sorry, ghost bats. And you have no friends. Probably because you hate bats. Next year, we have Dragon Man. Dragon Man. You wish people in your life had personalities as interesting as dwarves? I think it's less of a... I think people do have personalities as interesting as dwarves. I think it's just so nicely presented on a piece of paper that it's very easy to imagine a person with dwarves. Whereas with people, you actually need to know them well enough that they trust you to talk to you about their actual personalities. And I don't think most people are capable of doing that because most people look at themselves as imperfect beings and don't want to talk about themselves in that format. You know, I think it's like up until the current, like last maybe 5-10 years or so, at least in the Western world, where people haven't really talked about their flaws. And the reason characters in Dwarf Fortress are interesting is because it shows their flaws. There was actually a really interesting talk that Tarn did a number of years ago for a university. I need to go look it up. It's him and Zach on stage. And they're talking about, like, generating personalities for dwarves. And they said that it was bad. Like, the initial system they had was bad because it only had... like the personality traits, and there's like 140 of them or something. Like they pulled it out of some psychology book, and it's all the positive traits basically. And they basically went in there and like rewrote a bunch of them to be super negative, and overloaded it with negative personality traits, like flaws essentially. It's like when they added flaws, the characters became interesting, which is a really neat concept. She tends to think before acting and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She occasionally overindulges and rarely feels discouraged. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and isn't particularly ambitious and is assertive and has a calm demeanor, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and likes to brawl and handle stress and becomes very rigid when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family. Personally, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and respects the law. Likes tin, gold, opal, and giant snail shell. The color, the shell helms in the words of the silken orbs, and when possible prefers to consume ostrich and finger mullet beer and bladeweed seeds, and can't stand toads. Introspection is hard. Yeah, and most people don't have time or the brain capacity to do it. Not that they're unintelligent or anything, but like, it's something you really need to slow down for a while and do. Midnight Winter forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. And tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes is the one that comes to pass. Is given to flights of fancy and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She likes to brawl and she is pleased by her own appearance and talent. She is quick to form negative views about things. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she has a greedy streak, and when greeting others, she always smiles nervously, and she snaps her fingers when she's greeting somebody. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain. Congratulations, Midnight Winter. You're about to join the military. Everything about this dwarf says military dwarf. You don't need martial training currently, but you are now part of the Paints of Feed, which maybe I need to rename. Dreams of mastering a skill, and hates large roaches, and prefers to consume steelhead trout and gutter cruwer, and blueberries. I agree with two of those things. The blueberries and steelhead are pretty good. Remember the rumored anvil, of course. Miss having the time? Yeah, I think it's the thing that I value most about the job that I have, to be honest with you. Is there anybody else that is dying to have a dwarf right now, or should we just start rolling through the rest of this migrant wave? Because I think I've grabbed everybody who requested a dwarf. Very humble, eh? You're dying? So you'd like a dwarf, Holy Kai? I don't think you've had one in this fort either, but on Major Nerd. Holy Kai, you get to be the second crossbow squad leader. So you're going to be a archer squad leader. You're a talented marksdwarf too, so it works. Holy Kai is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things even if the most futile... With even the most futile action once his mind is made up. Sounds like me. Thanks for the 16 pennies. I appreciate you. He is unbelievable... I will read this again because I kind of bungled it the first time. He's unbelievably stubborn and will stick with even the most futile action once his mind is made up. He is grounded in reality and rarely jealous. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and is a friendly individual, and I'm losing my voice. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he tends to hang under grievances, and he is very humble, and he is trusting, and he can handle stress. He is quite polite, and he likes to brawl, and he is often cheerful and needs alcohol to get through the working day. That sounds like a drill sergeant to me. Personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting and values sacrifice. Personally, prefers to consume magma crab. Can you even butcher magma crabs? Because I didn't think you could. Mackerel and rice beer, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. What's up, Tarna? I try to live and behave properly, he says. 2 seconds. Sorry, I had to clear my nose. Seeing what's going on in DF, we're just naming some dwarves. Non-major nerd, you are a criminal. I would like to inform you of this. You are a horrible criminal. You have a pet KV pup. You are a monster. I will have to geld Toulon as soon as you arrive. Just so that you're aware. Assuming he's geldable. If not geldable, then it'll be left in the basement with the rest of them. Oh, there's plenty of things that cannot be obtained through normal gameplay that are preferences of dwarves. Just like coral. The only way that you can obtain coral is through Forgotten Beasts. And you don't get any coral from dead coral Forgotten Beasts. So, and then if they see the corpse of a dead Forgotten Beast, they go, bah, dead Forgotten Beast. Not, woo, coral. So, some dwarves like coral, but don't actually like coral. I think it's they like the concept of it. You know? It's like some humans like the concepts of things. Almost never feels discouraged. He is a perfectionist, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He emotionally overindulges, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He's often cheerful and doesn't focus on material goods. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and respects power and does not respect the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He prefers to consume one-humped camel cheese and bayberry wine and hates worms. And you have one pet named Toulon who's about to show up. Here's Toulon. She's not geldable, but there you go. Who else do we have? We have you. Oh, it's Jess. Hi, Jess. Welcome back to the fort, Jess. I think I have 2 Jesses now. I think that's everybody. Oh, speaking of Jess, that was in fact the lost one. Looks like I need to make more gear. Gotta say. Because, like, Big Sparn don't quite have enough steel. So I got 47 steel bars right now. Most of them are sitting right there. So just taking a peek at you guys. Alright, so I need more greaves. More gauntlets and some more low boots. And then also I need to remove shoes from the uniform. That's the one thing I need to do. Let me check something. Just let me do this first, before I forget. Alright, you want me to check notable kills, okay? I guess on Mac Daddy. And on Jess. Well, they're pretty stressed, I'll say that. No kills on Jess. I'm assuming they've just been standing there. Okay, she's got 9 kills, but she was also a military dwarf for longer, I think. They're coming back from the void finally? Yeah, no, very slowly. Still was the one who killed the Sasquatch, though, which is still great. We had a Sasquatch on this map, and we killed it. We had an actual living, breathing, moving cryptid, and we killed it. I'm also going to make this bedroom slightly bigger. There you go. And these need chests. Noticing. A lot of these bedrooms, some of these bedrooms ended up without some important furniture. Let's go around with doors, do all that. Also, I think this dwarf at the end gets a slightly extended bedroom size. Slightly extended bedroom size. Because, you know, you have to go all the way to the end here. You might as well, at the very least, get a slightly bigger bedroom, right? I would say that that should be the case. Uh-oh, I need boxes. Green glass boxes, I guess. And then I guess we go back to prototyping that machine. All right, well, let's just wait for these to get done. And then I will assign all these as bedrooms. Yeah, I guess they're just slowly coming back with migrant waves, which is interesting and bizarre. And I'm not sure how I feel about it, but that one got resuspended. All right, so you got done. For reference, they left the map multiple years ago. Reading about your dwarves' personalities is one of your favorite things to do in Dwarf Fortress. You always feel super connected to your starting set of dwarves. It's a very easy way to make your set of main characters, yeah. No, the starting set of dwarves are a very important tool in Dwarf Fortress that I think gets kind of underutilized by newer players in a lot of cases. Because, like, whenever people ask me, they're like, how do you have fun in Dwarf Fort? It's like, just utilize your main character opportunities. Do that. You will enjoy this game. All right, let's check out this prototype. Okay, so we've got plenty of power down in here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go to here, and we're going to go maximum possible speed all the way across. The top. I'm going to use Gabbro, and... why you no make iron rope? Well, these need to be melted down, but why you no make iron rope? I mean, I know I have plenty of iron chain, but, like, am I out of iron bars? All right, I'm not sure why there's a single iron bar wall there. I never noticed that, but, I see. We must be out. This is a slight problem. There's some Kesserite up there. This is all too deep to run around in now, too. I mean, we were able to find more there, but as you can see, it's all too deep. Right. Wasn't I going to make a new drain for this? I seem to recall doing something with that and then never actually getting around to it. Time to grit drain the lava for Goblinite? No. I mean, there's like 2 sets of armor in there. That's not much. That'll get me like... that'll net me a handful of bars. I need to wait for that to grow. That needs to be a progression thing. Let's try this way. No, we'll be much more efficient if I could just simply mine stuff instead of having to go for Goblinite. I need bigger sieges like that than that. That needs to be a siege of a couple hundred for that to be any good. Because you only get a fraction of a bar back per thing that you melt down. So the actual amount of iron I'm going to be getting out of that is very small. Obviously not nothing, but very small. I think that it's generally not the most viable option to go for Goblinite immediately. It's like, especially if you think you have a chance of finding stuff, you're better off trying to find stuff. All right, so this is loamy sand. All right, so let's go 1 layer down then, instead of going 1 layer up. Actually, let's go 2 layers down. Yes, Saber. Okay, well, this is the right material. This is claystone. I'm gonna hit dolomite. There's dolomite. Okay. Also in an ad, so I'm gonna wait for that to end. You're supposed to still be able to. Well, actually, sorry. You're supposed to be able to with other factions, Time Ninja. So basically, it's a trade-off. So when you become the Mountain Home and you get the Monarch, you cease being able to make specific requests from your Mountain Home because you are the Mountain Home. However, then if you're training with the humans, they will send like the Merchants Guild leader or the Royal Treasurer or whoever that particular faction's like head of money is, and they will let you make specific requests. Same with elves and other dwarven factions. So if you're done trading with the Mountain Home, it's time to request a tribute from another faction and start trading with them. Because then if you have the Monarch or a Baron or a Duke, you're able to make specific requests from them. So I would say target that if that is something you would like to do recreationally in Dwarf Fortress. If you would like to request stuff, trade with other factions as well. But I think what generally ends up happening is people are just at war with everybody, so they kind of have a hard time trading with people at that point because they're too busy stabbing everybody to death. I just resubbed for 78 months on Bellinair's stream. Nothing about that aside from I just resubbed for 7 months on Bellinair's stream. Goddamn long time. All right, now I go this way. Yeah, no, you can make specific requests of any faction. So I haven't hit Aquifer yet on this layer. That's pretty cool. Be cool if I could find iron in a non-Aquifer layer. Ooh. Guess what I just found, chat? I just found iron that isn't in an Aquifer. We in business. Oh, yeah. We in business. Well, I've been asking for a very long time. I guess I didn't try digging in this particular layer. But that's because I was under the impression that all of the dolomite was in the Aquifer layer. But, I don't know. That's a cause for celebration. At least for our dwarves. I mean, Space Viking here should be, like, thrilled beyond all reason. Same with Animal. Very, very excited these dwarves should be to take this news back to the rest of the fortress. We found hematite outside of the wet walls of the aquifers. How do you start up a trade request? Yeah, you demand a tribute. So you go find a location, be like, all right, like I did it to these dwarves, this hillocks all the way over here. You click on them, and then you say, demand one-time tribute. And if it succeeds, it won't start a war, and they will bring you tribute. You can also do this to goblins, and they will bring you tribute once or twice, but then they will attack you. So maybe don't do it to goblins unless you want to get attacked by goblins. But Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you very, 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 very much for the Tier 2 subscriptions for a second month. Or, sorry, a 9th month, not a second month. I was reading the 2 again. For the 9th month. Thanks a ton. Cheers, dude. We're just going to keep mining. Praise the Dwarfsis. I'm so happy we found iron that isn't in there. Iron has a bonus gem. Yeah, it's the bonus points for finding the icon. There's more Kesserite, which also, by the way, isn't supposed to be on this map. There wasn't supposed to be any Kesserite, and there also wasn't supposed to be any platinum, and I found both of those things. A lot of claystone that way. I think the hematite's like just in the dolomite here. But we'll see. Easter egg. I mean, aren't the Easter eggs the little things that are like diamonds and such? Well, I think this will do her well enough. Because the water's all up here. So the next level I could try would be down one layer. Should be down here. See, although I still have that set to automatic. Let's try down here, see if we can find even more. All right, there's more Kessa right here, which is good. It's just not the highest priority by any stretch. Nothing wrong with tin. Keep on trucking. Cheers, dude. Sorry about your bank. That's fine. I've definitely I know people in the past who've had like their bank cards locked for Twitch, but Twitch has gotten better about that since got it. Oh, you're the one who fell into the lava. Right, right. I've got a ghostly child who is haunting the fortress right now. But yeah, it was a while ago when Twitch got rid of their old payment processor, that stuff stopped happening, but you don't hear that very often these days. It just refused to auth. Well, that sucks. Happens sometimes. Thanks regardless, though, Tyler. And noted on the Patreon. Which means I get to give you sound commands. So the tier that you're at. I do get 95% on Patreon, so I do actually get a higher cut. There we go. Double check. Yep, you still have your rolls. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know. That sucks that stuff didn't auth. But did this already get done? Did it just cancel? Yeah, it already got done. That was fast. I wasn't looking at the game, so you go over here. Perfect. Although now I get to add you to the credits for the videos because you're on Patreon instead of Twitch. I don't do that with Twitch because it's just too much of a pain in the ass to manage. All right, so my prototype should be pretty much ready to fire, I would think. I just need to put all the stuff into it. Let's try this. This is going to go all the way up to here. Gabbro and iron. All the way down to here. Gabbro and iron. Gabbro and iron. And lastly, Gabbro and iron. So, I need a way of draining this. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this on the side here. You know what? Instead of doing it this way, let's do it this way. So I'm going to dig across here. And I'm going to dig here. I'm going to dig down one. Then I'm going to dig here. Trying to figure out where I want this lava to go. Is that a ghost? That is a ghost. Hey, it's the kid that we're memorializing. Yeah, no, this kid got this. I think I made a short of this for a couple days from now. This kid was running here during a siege and fell into the lava. So it's very unfortunate. I mean, I feel kind of bad when kids like this, when this happens to kids, but rest in peace, you poor child. Anaboth, still around. You still have quite the family, actually. Doran, your older brother, did die, but same with your father. However, your younger brother and younger sister are still alive, as well as your mom. Poor dwarf. Thunder eggs are pretty. Thunder eggs just sound like thunder thighs to me, which is just a funny thing to say. All right, so let's do that. Let's go down to here. Down to here. Down to here. Let's go down to here. And that'll be our drain. We'll just drain it into the caverns. We'll drain it into the caverns. So what I'm going to do, for those of you who missed the whole pitch of this prototype, I want to see if a minecart going at Mach 10 down here underneath lava will make lava mist go up. Because minecart and water make water mist go up. So does minecart and lava make lava mist go up? Because if it make lava mist go up, then I could make a entryway with grates over top of it, or grates on either side of it with lava, that just sprays lava mist and catches everything in the general vicinity on fire. So I'm building a little prototype to see if it works. And if it works, then I will drain the lava out and we'll try and build it at a bigger scale. Because I think that would be a little bit of fun. What do you think, chat? That is the current plan, anyway. So over here, make a bridge this way. Made out of green glass, and a bridge this way. Also going to be made out of green glass. And I will just simply throw 2 levers right here because I can't be asked to put them further away. Yeah, just like a spray of lava to cause everything in the general vicinity to spontaneously combust. But yeah, also for full credit's sake, when it comes to this machine, I am not the first person to build a lava minecart shotgun. Some people are saying that I'm a genius. I am not. I'm simply coming up with my own ways of making old strategies work because I don't like... Something I don't like doing in Dwarf Fortress, I don't like doing this in any game actually, is just looking at like a wiki and then building that exact design. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like doing that. To me, it's just cheap. It's like taking all of the interesting, adventurous design out of a video game and then just replacing it with like following a template. So because I don't do that, I'm just using other people's designs. So just know that I'm using other people's designs. However, I try and rebuild them my own way, so that's more interesting for me. Because if I just use the exact design, where's the fun in that? So I go into an idea with a thing that I generally know works, and I try to do it a way that's different than the wiki would recommend it, because that's no fun to me. So, all right, you're powered, and now we just need this one done. You need to sleep a bit. You don't know if you'll be back later, so just say bye now and Forts and Dwarves. We'll see you later, Sentient Potato. Chat room, can I get a round of goodbyes for Sentient Potato? Also, can we get a round of beers for Shark Jumping Walrus? There was like 4 beers posted. I think we can do a little better than that, because Shark Jumping Walrus has been subscribed to Tier 2 for 9 months. A long goddamn time. All right, so all of these are spinning now. Perfect. Perfect. You're suspended for some reason. All right, let's see if we've found any more iron. Well, this layer's sinking a little bit. I haven't found more Kesserite, but no more hematite. No more hematite on this layer either. Let's go a little bit this way, a little bit this way, this way, a little bit this way. This way, a little bit this way, and a little bit this way. Rollers on the right side are going the wrong way, you think? That's possible. Let's take a closer look. Because this was going down, right? Let's deconstruct it and take a look. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to show up. I really, really wish that there was a little bit more... I mean, I've always wished this about rollers, actually, even in older versions of the game. I always wish that there was more visual indication of what direction they're going. Okay, that should use the chain, right? Yeah, okay. It's gonna use chains. Yeah, track stops too. Yeah, the only way to test a track stop is to literally run something over it. All right, Odom, you are a liability. You have no family in this fortress. I'm going to ask you to leave. When you're done tantruming, can you leave, please? Goodbye, you naked crazy dwarf. Somebody's gonna die at some point because of you, and I don't need that in my fort. All right, Holy Kai, I need you to... training. And Holy Kai, you are going to start training right here. The full roofs. Okay, let's see. Pull you, and pull you when you're done. All right. I mean, I could also just, like, put a minecart on this and test it. Which probably is actually the most effective way of doing this. Yeah, that looks right now. Let's see. We're just going to put this iron minecart here. And I'm going to remove all of this. And also I'm going to jump up here and go to mechanisms. And I'm going to hope, fingers crossed here, truly, that this dwarf finishes hooking up this lever. Oh, they did. Sweet. I was going to say that this dwarf finishes hooking up this lever before the minecart ends up down there, because once this minecart ends up down here, it's going to suddenly become quite dangerous. All right, let's forbid these. And these. Okay, those are both done. Sweet. So I can now go over to this, and I can dig this down right here. All right, moment of truth. Well, not quite. I still need the minecart to be there. Question is, where minecart? I don't see anybody moving really slowly with a minecart. So what do you think, Chad? Do you think this is going to work? Do you think this is going to actually send mist flying upwards? Because that's the hope. The hope is that it fires mist up. You guys think it's going to work? I need a dwarf to come over here and place a track on the minecart. Stop. New. New for us, maybe. Here you come. Basement Kel is placing it. All right, let's see. All right, well, that part works. I have no way of stopping this thing once it's going. So there is that. So I need to open this up now. Aside from literally deconstructing the top bit. That's the only way I currently have of stopping it. Okay, so we now just wait for a dwarf to come over here and pull this lever, and then we'll find out if it works. I should probably forbid this. Well, I guess that's that. So, two interesting things. Interesting thing number one, it's not actually filling up with lava. I wonder why that is. Think it's going too fast, maybe? Okay, here's an idea. I put track stops all the way along the left side with no brakes. So it's dumping lava? Maybe it fills when it submerges? It's submerged right now, though. That's the problem. Maybe it's going because it's going too fast? All right, well, the science must continue. The science must continue. I believe that the science must continue. Let's burn some caverns while we're at it. Because, like, I feel like in order for this to work, it needs to be filling up and draining. No, it fills when it drops down into the lava initially. Very much. Uh-oh. So, this thing is fully pressurized right now with lava. And this is just sitting here pumping. How much lava do you think I just ejected into the caverns? Oh, boy. Oops. That's a not trivial amount of lava. Well, I mean, that's one way to clean the caves up. Just a sudden gusher of surprise hot stuff. Also, so I swear I thought that I was dumping this outside of my fenced off area. Apparently I didn't. Whoops. Fortunately, it is slowing down quite quick. Let's build across here. And up to here. It should stop pretty quick, too. Optimally. I mean, it should have stopped flowing already, right? Right? Anybody? Okay, sweet. We have pulled this lever. So, like I said, it has already stopped flowing. In other news, where's the minecart? That could have gone a lot worse. That could have gone a lot worse. Regardless, I have to unfortunately say that test number 1 of this idea is a bust. Pretty horrible bust, in fact. It did not, in fact, work. And now I need to redirect my drainage. I mean, that was definitely an oops moment. I can agree with this. I think I should move my drainage to over here, where it's not going to set my stuff on fire as much. Maybe not even there. Let's go a little further this way. Like over to there or something. But first, you know, got to go around this and then put a floor piece there. So, you know, one thing at a time. That was slightly awkward. Project failed successfully. Definitely. Now, where the hell did that minecart end up? Well, it's not on the track anymore. Well, it's full of lava and it's somewhere. Okay, well, it's not you. It's one of the ones without a sprite. How did that happen? Well then. All right, I guess I do need to drain this. I was like, I don't want to drain that until I need to. Well, I guess I need to drain it now. I need to. I have to get my minecart out. I have no idea how that ended up in there. It worked just fine during my other testing, but on the bright side, I could start glassing this up. Now we realize there's more minecarts missing. I mean, I make imperfect art pieces, okay? I'll have you know. How doeth I'eth improveth on this bullshitteth? Maybe it'll just work when it's full of lava. Imperfections make the art. Thank you! See? Somebody agrees with me. Are you a naked bard? Do you have... Ah, right, yes. Okay, so I have several dwarves with, like, grasping damage. And this one can't grasp. So their clothing is just slowly rotting off their body. Fortunately, dwelling upon suffering a major injury and mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his values and changed his intellectual tendencies, which he learned to value peace and became more prone to stress, which is good but not good. It's your Fortress Oz by chance. No, that's the viewing platform of the murder room. It's where you get to witness the glorious murder of the bads. Or the melt the baddies room, whatever you want to call it, really. Not to be confused with the are we the baddies room? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, hot damn. Found more iron. Today is good. Today is good. Sort of. Has its moments. Every home needs a melt the baddies room. Yeah, naturally. How can you truly have a housewarming party unless you can literally have a housewarming party? A party that literally warms your house up by turning your enemies into flaming red mist. I mean, who doesn't want to make your dislikable neighbor spontaneously combust? I mean, chat, how many of you have ever had a neighbor before that you just wished they would just shut up and combust? You know? It's like, shut up and burst into flames, person. I'm tired of... Actually, my neighbors above me aren't that bad anymore, but... The neighbors above me were only bad when they, during, like, peak pandemic, because they have a bunch of kids. And I feel real bad for any parent who was trying to raise kids in lockdowns. But I think at some point they bought a trampoline for them. So there was a trampoline on the floor above me in an apartment building, which still better than the neighbors I had before. They just abused a dog, which was much worse to listen to. But it was like ba-doing, 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 just nonstop. Like trampoline sounds, like mini trampoline sounds. Just all day, every day, ad nauseum. Ad infinitum. It was... I tried not to complain about it on streams much, and I didn't. But I could hear it every day. Every single day. I never complained. But boy, that one was rough. More platinum! We'll get Bayonetta at this rate. There's 3 dogs. At least dog barking is like, you know, it's for me, dog barking is kind of like a baby crying. It's like, well, what are you really going to do about it? Like, a dog's going to, as long as the dog doesn't sound like it's in distress, as long as it's just dogs barking at each other, dog barking doesn't bother me. It only bothers me if it sounds like they're actively in distress. Like, if it's like a sad or lonely or depressed or scared dog, then yeah, that's annoying to listen to, but we're in ads, so I can't do much. The building next to mine has a dog that whines, screams in a stressed manner out their sliding glass doors, specifically at night. And it's pretty hard to listen to, but fortunately it's far enough away that I can just kind of tune it out. But when you're outside at night, it's not pleasant to listen to. Crystallized Castles, thank you very much for gifting a sub to C. Selly, who now has ad-free viewing and can refresh the stream. You're not enough of a Zen master to be bothered by it anyway. I mean, usually I just have headphones in, so it's like if I hear a sound in my apartment that I don't like, I just put my headphones in or I turn my music on. So I'm either listening to a podcast or I'm like, you know, I just put something in my ears and it's generally fine. Generally. I mean, I've absolutely had sounds in my building that I've had to complain about before. Like, there was a couple that me and one of my neighbors refer to as the porno couple because the first time I heard them arguing, it was over porn. Very loudly by their window. But they will just like randomly start screaming at each other at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I feel really bad for 2 other people I know who live in this building because they live right above them. And it's like brutal to listen to. To the point where like I literally went out there and complained once when they were outside talking late at night and the guy got all weird about me giving them a noise complaint. I was like, y'all are noisy and I don't like listening to you fight. And he's like, well, it's none of your fucking business. It's like, yeah, that's how noise complaints work, I suppose. You live near a few bars, headphones are vital. I used to live near a few. Let me try that sentence again. I used to live near a few bars, then they all closed. So they are gone, which sucks because I actually kind of miss them now. It's like back in the day they were real bloody annoying, and now it's like, man, I wish those were still there. They were nice hangout spots, even though they were annoying as shit on the weekends. But it is if it's disturbing the peace. Oh yeah, no, and I had other neighbors asking me if they were hurting each other. Because like I'm up late and I guess I'm nosy. So like I'll stare out my window if I hear people fighting and try and figure out what unit it's in. Yeah, no, it was they were getting to the point for a bit there this past summer. They've quieted down these days, but apparently they were fighting the other day. But they've quieted down a bunch because I haven't heard them in a while. Yeah, no, I had some people, one of my other neighbors saying that he almost called the non-emergency number on them once. New one is quiet. That's good. Does smell of smoke now. Well, that's why he's quiet. Honestly, I would rather a neighbor that I can smell than a neighbor that I can hear. But it's just me. I also don't mind the smell of weed, so. Cigarettes, I would mind. Same as cigars. They shop porn regularly? So an Airbnb? There was an Airbnb in this building for a while like that. But fortunately, they've clamped down on the rules for Airbnb quite a bit. I'm almost tempted to just, like, clear cut this entire layer. I'll bet you there's more metal in here. This layer we didn't have too much luck, but I will do another cross dig. That. Zulban has been taken by a Fey mood. And I'm going to need more housing pretty soon. It's 2 days. Your last downstairs neighbors were some of the loudest crashes and smashes you've ever heard in your life. Probably moving furniture. Moving furniture can be very loud. Generally, in my experience, if a neighbor is being super loud and it's a lot of crashing, it's generally they're moving something heavy. But maybe that's me just giving too much of the benefit of the doubt to people. Ah. Smashing of glass, eh? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I moved out of an apartment once by literally cutting a sofa in half and throwing it off the 3rd floor, so in pieces. I cut it into 5 pieces with like a bow saw and then threw it off the patio. So, you know, maybe they moved some furniture with excessive force. I mean, come on, you've never lived unless you've destroyed an appliance with the sledgehammer. And also, generally, you're back in the process. We've got a dwarf that's claimed a carpenter's workshop, and they've grabbed 3 kinds of wood. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Check in on it periodically. All right, let's see how many more dwarves still need bedrooms. Looks like everybody has quarters currently. I used to have a baby crying night long downstairs, and the parents drowned it out by turning up the TV. Oh, that's really sad. Questionably. You're so happy to live in your house, in a house of your own. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever own a house. There's always that fleeting fantasy that shows up sometimes of just like, man, it would be cool to own my own place, but then I look at the market around here and I'm like, I also don't really want to move away from here, so the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't think this is I don't think that's ever going to happen, unfortunately. As nice as it would be, I don't see it happening. It would be really nice, though. When you were moving out of your last place, you broke the toilet completely by dropping a heavy glass aftershave bottle in. Oh, boy. So I may have found the minecart. We have 2 dead dwarves here. I'm assuming it's still spinning. Yep. There goes another dwarf. Yep, there goes another one. And another one. And another one. Zuntir's on the pile. I'm going to forbid everything down here. Yep, see, we found it. There you is. The invisible circle of flying death. Well, it's stopped it's slowing down now. So hopefully the casualties will get slower in numbers. So Korab, L, and Gaowan are dead. Who else did we lose? Animal? The miner has been found dead. The fuck's going on here? The minecart's still moving, is what was going on there. But it's stopped moving now. So, Fortress Killer? You think me losing like 5 dwarves is a Fortress Killer? That's an exaggeration. Well, that sucks. Anyway, I think it's time to make some coffins. Probably. Unless they're putting dwarves in tombs already, which I hope they are. Why is the minecart invisible? Because there's a bug. If a minecart is full of liquids, they become invisible. I thought it had been washed off because I didn't see it when I was looking for it. Like washed down into the caverns, but clearly it wasn't, and I should have checked before draining it. I should have sealed the area off, but I didn't. So still unfortunate, but certainly no Fortress Killer. Yeah, it's definitely inconvenient, and I feel kind of bad that I just named 2 of those dwarves. Or not 2 of them, but I just named one of them, which is Korab. Guile once had a dwarf for a while. Animals also had a dwarf for a while. I mean, I don't feel even remotely bad about Animal. I would never feel any bad about anything I ever did to Animal ever, which is why I definitely slaughtered Animal a while ago. Animal's one of my mods, for a little bit of clarity there. Now I just need to see, are these bodies getting hauled out? There's definitely a pile of them. They died for science? They died because of my oopsie. But I need to deconstruct this. Don't worry about it, Salty. Just don't worry. Nothing abnormal has happened in the last 10 minutes. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Clean up on aisle 3. I mean, sometimes I just eat a grape and I need to clean up on aisle 3. Man, the internet was different back in the day. I think probably The Lonely Island is the SNL sketch that I am the most familiar with. All right. Sure was. I mean, that era of YouTube was like kind of full of SNL sketches to the point where like I feel like I don't see them that often anymore. That or they just stopped being funny, so everybody stopped caring. Let's do all that. And oh, I had those set as bedrooms, didn't I? Didn't I? Silly me. There we go. Getting those dwarves dealt with. Zulbon's still at the workshop. And still getting something somewhere. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along this side and I'm going to make a bunch of track stops tipping right. So the idea is that it'll be dumping lava constantly as it's going by and refilling. No idea who that is. And I've never heard of that artist ever before in my entire life, so. All right, I'm going to go to track stop, no brakes, tip this way. Actually, let's do backwards. No brakes. Materials am I using? Let's just use green glass. So this will constantly be emptying and filling the minecart. The problem is I need to fill the minecart initially, which it didn't seem to do. But we'll find out. All right. Now we just wait for these all to get built. Hook the thing back up. Try it again. Also, I'm going to forbid this minecart so I can, at the very least, see it. Let's also go over here. I will do that. I may or may not listen to it later. Depends on if I remember. Got some copper pickaxe and some pigtail socks. How's our iron bar supply doing? 99. That's what I'm talking about. Nice increase of iron bars. We're still melting metal objects. I think we're steel. All right, I got a few more to do going north. So let's do this. Here. Glass. And then you, and then here. And green glass. I hope I hit the number, the right buttons, but time for science sacrifices. Hopefully no more science sacrifices, but we'll see. Go. You get done, and you get done. All right. Now, I pull this lever. Then we pull the other lever. All right, chat. So attempt 2. test 2 of the pathway lava spray device thingy. Although I should make this like 24 times safer, shouldn't I? I really should do that. I'm gonna put a door here and a door here. Just so that I can stop things from walking in here if I need to. Because sometimes I think it's important and smart to make sure dwarves don't end up in places where they fucking shouldn't. Right, so you're shut, right? The way is shut. It was made by those who are dwarfs. The way is shut. And I pull this lever. Chat, do I need to physically ask for a round of beers? You guys are very lurky today. Sleepy Tuesday, seems like. That or you guys are just getting bored of this fort. One of these is the case. Copper pick is melting, that's fine. All right. You come over here and we will build this. It's gonna start this sucker up again. This here can be pulled. So this may be very dangerous, actually, because the dwarf's going to have to come in here and plug this back in. So if this dwarf doesn't spontaneously combust, they're kind of lucky. As if this works, this dwarf probably won't make it out. So hopefully it's not... Okay, it's Delisle SDF. Will you make it out? Is the question. Yes, you did. So I did, in fact, put brakes on it. I thought I didn't put brakes on this one, but apparently I did put brakes on it. On the bright side, it is working. My theory is working. It is dumping lava this way. The problem is this one clearly has brakes. All right, well, time to drain this side then. And I guess I will actually put another lever in here to make this safer, because I can. So might as well. Just to make sure the brakes work? I mean, we're draining it just to make sure the brakes work. I'm also going to attach a safety lever so that I know that next time will be safer. But yeah, no, I should turn the thing on with no lava in it to make sure the brakes don't do anything this next time. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you get a little bit enthusiastic about a construction, and then it doesn't work, you know? It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right, let's remove this track stop. And this one. And then we'll test this sucker and see if she works. I also really hope we get some proper large sieges today. I'm gonna tell these guys to stop training so that this dwarf here, Holy Kai, can go train. How did I end up clicking on a kitten? Okay, so I need more quivers. I'm seeing dwarves running around without quivers. Let's just make 20 quivers. What is this current contraption? The idea is I'm trying to see if I can make lava mist shoot upwards. The first setup was a failure, and the second setup had an unfortunate malfunction whoopsie in it. The first setup also had an unfortunate malfunction whoopsie, which ended with a bunch of dwarves turning into no longer alive dwarves, which is just, you know, very, very sad and unfortunate. But, you know, you can't win it all. Like, sometimes some of them will die, and that's just all there is to it. Did I get that minecart back to where it's supposed to be? Yeah. Did I melt down the minecart? There it is. Okay, so you no longer are getting melted down. You're still invisible, but that's fine. This can also get closed. It's a lot of lava. Don't worry about it. It's exactly where it's supposed to be right now. It's only a problem if it's not where it's supposed to be. Unfortunately, I accidentally shot a bunch of it where it wasn't supposed to be. This dwarf just made a really big artifact, I think. A lot of boulders. Zulban Likotrab, the woodworker, has created Langgood Rethal, a bayberry wood chest, and offers it to the Mark of War. I think this is going to go into the tavern, unless you have a better place for it, chat. What do you think? This is an expensive as fudge wooden chest. It is a bayberry wood chest. Actually, maybe I should put it into the Woodworkers Guild, which is this guild. This is a bayberry wood chest. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of bayberry, wooden, chestnut, and iron, and rectangular gabbro cabochons, baguette cut clear glass gems, baguette cut red flash opals, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of rock salt, menaces with spikes of claystone. On the item is an image of square brilliant cut gem, bayberry wood. On the item is an image of King the Space Disco Fox. Fountain practices the dwarf, and dwarves in iron. King is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf king to the position of king in the Rumored Anvil in 81. Until he later died to fighting off a horde of demons. I think I'm going to put it in the Woodworkers Guild, unless there's some major objections. Because this is the Woodworkers Guild, right here. If it's not dangerous, does it really work? True. I mean, like, I could also just build cart grinders. But, like, where's the fun on that? All right, so we are making steel bars currently. If you look at this, look at that glorious, glorious, glorious steel is being produced. It's exactly what you want. Although most of the dwarves are just melting metal objects and smelting hematite, but this one spot right here is in fact making steel. I do in fact have a dwarf that is making steel for us. We also have a lot of glass and stuff being made. And you down here, I think I'm actually going to deconstruct one of these and make ourselves another smelter. Because I need another smelter. King the Space Disco Fox, yes. King the Space Disco Fox is one of my mods. Been a mod of this channel for a very long time. As in, like, he drove me around at TwitchCon in 2017. Jeez. And also, I guess I can just put a lot more gypsum plaster in the hospital. Apparently, I got tons of spare. Tons to spare. We have all of the casts we could ever need. I should probably expand this hospital, too. Double it up, make it over here as well. Yeah, 61 powder for casts now. Sure, more will come in. Yeah, when you have gypsum on a map, it's like, cool, I've got infinite casts, basically. To cast some away? Oh, probably. The actual issue with casts is that you need bags for them. Although that might actually be all of it. Just all this stuff is going now. Funny, there isn't even jobs to haul most of this stuff. Means I may just have more. All of this is gypsum plaster too. This was supposed to be for sand. But how much gypsum do I have?
Infinite cats?
172, apparently. Seems like you're for it. I don't have infinite cats. Most of them are gelded. Which is why chat keeps commenting on the fact that I have, like, you know, dozens of dwarves that have skill in gelding. Turns out. It's because I have a lot of cats. Also, chat room. You have one job. Clino, thank you very much for the 34th month. I wonder if Fortress Mode will ever have a lightning system. Oh, a lighting system. Not lightning system. I doubt it. Dwarves in Dwarf Fortress have it that explained away with, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Dark vision. If you play Adventure Mode, it does have, like, a day-night cycle, and you lose vision at night. But it's pretty minimal, the amount of vision you lose at night. What happened to the rock? Oh, I moved it. I mean, it's still alive, but visitors kept attacking it, so I put it in a cage, and then I think I was going to put it in the tavern and forgot. So I will put it in the tavern. It's in a cage, though. At least it was in a cage. Assuming I can relocate it. There it is. Yeah, I had to put it back into a cage because random visitors kept attacking it. So every single trade caravan would attack it and whatnot. I said dark vision, but you can correct me all you want with weird, like, semantics, but it doesn't really change the point that they just can see in the dark. Great horned owls? I have a couple, yeah. Because that's what happens when you trade an animal. So technically, in Dwarf Fortress, to prevent the buggy sale of slaves, you cannot trade creatures. However, a tame creature is considered part of a cage. So, if vast majority, like, I don't want this to be a discussion or a joke because I don't think it's even remotely funny, Absorber. Vast majority of things on this planet have better vision than me. Okay. But anyway, when you sell a animal, you're not technically selling the animal, you're selling the cage. So if it's a tame animal, it'll stay in the cage when it's sold. If it's not a tame or a trained animal, or if it's an animal that isn't tame or trained, and they are trained but they lose their training, it's released from the cage. So because you technically don't sell animals, you sell cages. They have to be either tamed or trained, and if they lose that their training, then they will attack whatever they're sold to. Yeah, but that's probably why I use that term, dark vision. But I think in DF's code it's called infravision or some bullshit. Also, somebody toppled one of my... Do not have a... I do have a captain of the guard with an office assigned. Well, somebody toppled this. Why didn't they report it? Dwarves are supposed to report crimes. The way this works. Yeah, because you can't sell slaves, right? It's like, it's specifically the game is designed to prevent you from doing that. Because it doesn't fall within the dwarves' ethics. If you go to my favorite page on the wiki, slavery, okay, for dwarves equals capital punishment. So unless for some reason you want most of your dwarves to suddenly run around and execute all of your dwarves, you don't even want to mod that into the game. Because selling a sentient creature is capital punishment, right? Whereas for elves, it's just simply exile. The humans seem to like it, though. So, I mean, theoretically, if you were humans, humans are bad people, basically, which is why we're human. And then for goblins, it's a personal thing. And kobolds don't know what a slave is. It's unthinkable. Inconceivable! Dwarves have low light vision 10,000? Sure. What, that page makes the game unplayable? Because you can't sell slaves? Is that the thing Mr. Gibberish name is jumping to? Not really. They just have tyrannical leaders. They're certainly victims. I'll put it that way. That's weird. I guess the Overseer wants us to let loose all of the Goblin captives. Seems like a bad idea, but here goes. Let loose the Goblin captives in the trading depot, you say? Sup, Fire and Ice. They don't even bother bringing them because they know that the dwarves wouldn't care. You can see air quotes slaves sometimes when you're walking around in adventure mode. All of the goblins in your treasure room. I don't understand the implications here. So, I don't know. What if you release them in the treasure room? What then? All right. I've got a little stack of Kessa right here, and I'm too lazy to make it a repeating job, so let's do that. Let them melt some of that stuff down. This is taking a while to dry. I'm going to get the dwarves to grab a bucket and dump some water right there so we can get this done. Not unless you start deconstructing them, Lanix. What job will he pick? Woodcutter looks like. That or blacksmith. Maybe you'll end up going into surgery because you are a dabbling surgeon. You really need a new loincloth. Make 200 of those. I don't know about depth specifics on obsidian because sometimes it... So, like, I've seen water where it's only 1 deep just evaporate instead of becoming obsidian. I don't think it is the amount of lava necessarily. Generally, if I'm making obsidian, I just fill it 7 of 7, because if I already have lava up there, it doesn't usually take too much longer to just fill it all the way. So, like, literally every time I've ever made obsidian, it's been 7 of 7 water onto 7 of 7 lava. Because, like, why bother not doing that, basically? All right, well, that's done now. Well, now this can go back into place. We're no longer lava there. No, there isn't a way to resize the combat log. It's basically full screen on or off are your options. I'm going to deconstruct these two. We'll see if I've screwed up or if none of these have breaks. Watching all those dwarves herding cats in the tavern made you laugh? Yeah. Yeah. I should really just slaughter them all, shouldn't I? These stupid cavies. Let's go back over to here. You replace that. Then you go pick that up. All right, so let's lock these doors. Lock you and flip this. See if it goes in a circle. Which it should. Now I have a safety door. Ain't this great? All right, so now it works. All right. Well, let's slow her down to nothing. It's going to take a little bit to slow down, but I could also literally just put like a brick there so like, you know, it stops properly, but this is just the prototype. All right, so now that that's done, I'm going to go to track stop. We're going to do this, no brakes, thunk, thunk, this, no brakes, thunk, thunk, this, no brakes. Got to unlock the doors. And this, no brakes, up that way. All right, let's try this. So we got to get this minecart back into place. It might actually just end up where it's supposed to be. Nope. Okay. Almost. Close enough. So then we just wait for a dwarf to come over here and build this last one. And of course, they're leaving their loincloth in the lava thing. What a way to go. You know, honestly, I think these dwarves are admitting something. They're leaving their loincloths right where it's about to get covered with lava. You know, frankly, if I had a loincloth that I've been wearing for multiple years, I would do the exact same thing. Can't even blame them. You down here?
31.
31.
Hype, hey, crypt beer.
Thanks for the 31st month, Digital Dingo. That is a very, very, very long time. Chat room, can I get a really big round of beers? For the 31st month? Speaking of King the Space Disco Fox, we were talking about you earlier. What's up, man? All right. Well, that filled up. What? Okay, so I'm going to remove the stops from the corners because clearly this isn't working. Like, clearly this is not working. It's not in here much like it used to be, but I deserve it. Well, thank you. Fortunately, this thing drains pretty quickly. You forgot to use your Prime sub, apparently. It happens. But thank you very much for re-upping that Prime subscription. Jumping us back up to 1,020 subscriptions. Okay, this I can get rid of. We the reason we were talking about you is because we had an artifact that had your dwarf on it. The other important question is, chat, do you know the Hamlet? Because if you don't, this is an essay entitled "Do You Know the Hamlet?" authored by Kesetheshidi Berthadabai. It concerns the settling of the human Keshedi Swim Wasp Richard in Dabbletire in 43. The prose is not awful, but also not very good either. But if you don't know the Hamlet, you can learn that from this. Very, very useful text. Very important. Take notes. Shakespeare? I mean, I Shakespeare in their general direction almost every day. Speaking of Shakespeare, why you no work? I'm sitting here going like, okay, why haven't these dwarves drained this yet? Or like gone down into here and like started clearing this out? It's because I blocked the stairway. You ever just suddenly feel really smart, chat? It's like I'm sitting here going like, why this not done? Why this not happen? Like, why Dwarf not get stuff out this now? Well, it's because I was a smart guy and did a thing and then forgot about it. You know, as you do. I did that so that it would be less likely that Titans would fly in that way, but like, yeah. But anyway, Dwarf Shakespeare at Goblin all the time, so it's definitely a good use of your time. Although these could just be somebody else's equipment. Definitely a smart feller. Thief, protect the horde from skulking filth. Where's this so-called filth? Ah, there you is. We must have a really large local kobold group because Fligiplimus, Figliplimus is swayed by emotions but has poor focus. I feel that. Large bronze dagger? What was that? Large copper dagger. Not novice trapper. Definitely a pretty shitty thief though. Running away in absolute terror currently. Covered in sweat. And is from Thofojamer. Also, I'm really confused. Were you intentionally trying to add Elfie Bean with that statement? Because I don't think Elfie Bean said anything. And then you just randomly at Elfie Bean. Shut up, Meg. I mean, I get what you're referencing, but was that a typo? You at the wrong person. Also, hi, Elfie Bean. Congratulations, you're now officially Meg. You have a lot of very funny pout emotes. Why do you have so many pout emotes? All right. Got a bunch of demonstrations happening. Artists are grumpy a lot. I think you misspelled depressed, but Snatchers, think of the children. It's fine. I'm thinking of them currently. And you know what? That's fine. I don't mind. Forgotten Beast Leather Quiver. Fancy. All right. So up here, we're going to do the thing again. So this is a pit pond. Water in it. Being hungry makes you grumpy. True, and most artists are in fact starving, so. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, actually. Also, I have a well here. An elven caravan has arrived. Well, that's lovely. We'll need to trade with them, see what wares they brought for us this year. You got flagged for trying to friend you on Discord. This is true. Yes, this did happen. Unfortunately, like randomly friending people is so closely connected with Man, RNG just sent me this screenshot. He's just like, man, ever since you talked about this, I'm starting to think these developers are just fucking with you, man. Anyway, yeah, apparently adding people to a friends list is so heavily associated with people that are just spamming people that like, and then immediate DM that says, hi, I'm a GFX artist. I can do branding for your channel. Why is there a, oh, Telling Arthos being kidnapped. I should lock the door, shouldn't I? Stop! Thief! You vile scum! I've never actually seen them get away with anybody in this fort yet. So, shoutouts to Aspagus. Also, this child must be really heavy, because this goblin is moving really slow. Look how slowly this goblin is moving. Like, there's no way in hell you're making it out. You are not making it out alive. Not with that child. Now, we are going to stab your face until it bleeds, and then stab it some more. I was thinking of them, but that's about where the thoughts ended. Anyway, Goblin's still moving really slowly. There we go. You found a Chromebook looking for socks? Now, when you say that, do you mean like in a store or like in your house? Anyway, apologies for this. You are afraid after experiencing trauma, but you don't feel anything after seeing the goblin die. And you are relieved after being released from confinement, but still miserable after being confined. So, you're drowsy. I think it's bedtime. Yeah. Imagine just like grabbing an 18-year-old teenager and shoving them in a bag and trying to run away, because that's what that goblin just attempted. This is another list for the reasons as to why I'm really happy that like dwarves don't age up to adulthood until 18. It's like they're a lot bigger by that point, so they're much more effective in the military at 18 anyway. But also, that's really funny, trying to see a goblin run away with an 18-year-old dwarf. Traders see a goblin kidnapping a kid. Kidnapping a dwarf? Fine. That's probably what they actually were thinking. Elves, most definitely. All right. Oh, kidnapping a dwarf? Well, carry on then. Not in this fort. I've definitely seen them do that in previous forts. They've never made it far enough in. They always get caught in my cage traps. Why would you want a dwarf? Yeah, exactly. That's actually probably it. I think you just hit the nail on the head. Why would you kidnap that? You could do better. Meh. Better. Hey, you deserved it. You know? They're just like sitting there victim blaming. They're just like, well, I mean, he is a dwarf, so, you know, he had it coming. Better. Oh, look, I guess that dwarf would much rather live with the goblins. I could see them doing that. You know, just victim blaming. My phone just vibrated, which means, nope, it's my mom. So, just a FYI, chat. A couple days ago, my Oma, my mom's mom, fell and broke her hip. She went through surgery, and she did all right, which we had the news of like 3 days ago. She's been on painkillers since, and yesterday they were giving her a bunch of tests. Apparently, they think she had a heart attack, which is what caused her fall initially. And now she has a lung infection. So that's cool. I'm just waiting for my mom to respond with this text to figure out what I need to do. As if I need to get up and leave and go visit my Oma, I need to do that. I don't really have an option. So I'm just waiting for this text to come through. But, yeah, so that's what's going on. That's why I'm staring at my phone. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Why am I putting a wall there? I wanted the floor tool. I want the floors to be the same color. It's the little things, you know? She's in her 90s, so we'll see. Lifelong chain smoker. She's also got dementia, so. No, I've just received the last text. My mom's saying you should go visit her on Friday or something, so it's not super urgent. But boy, I don't expect we'll get either of those things, Gold Poke. But thank you for your kind words. Apparently I need more doors. But, you know, is what it is. I'm oddly quick to accept things like death. It doesn't bother me that much. Which is a benefit in life because it makes certain points in life easier, but is a detractor in life because people in your family think you're insane. But, you know, what can you do? All right, so I did manage to make a piece of obsidian down here unintentionally because I didn't get rid of this quick enough. But, hey, it's gone now. So let's dig through this because I think there's a minecart stuck in that. But that's been deconstructed, and this one on the bottom needs to be deconstructed next. Nope, there was not, in fact, a minecart there. So where's the minecart then? Oh, it's right there. Well, that makes sense. Let's see. Can I go through here? Yes, I can. I mean, she's probably still coked out on painkillers right now, so I'm not sure that a visit currently would be valuable in the slightest. I mean, I was already talking about going to go visit her on Friday, so. Repair the OSHA violation machine? As I remind everybody, OSHA has no jurisdiction here. So how can we violate something that doesn't exist? Let's dump a bucket of water over here to the left. Well, it's not that I don't care. It's I'm quick to accept it, I guess. I think there's a difference between not caring and being accepting. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, what would concern me is if somebody was like, not indifferent, but like making fun of or mocking somebody going to the grave. But I accept it faster than a lot of people, I think. As somebody who knows almost nothing about Doctor Who, I don't know how that would be even remotely relevant to Doctor Who in any way, shape, or form. But I suppose. I was more of a fan of Dr. Dolittle growing up. Not the remake, the original. That was my favorite Doctor growing up. Okay, that's done. We just need some water up there, but this is taking a bit to get done. Okay, you're done, you're done. Now I just need this gone. Why is this one taking so long to disappear? Maybe I could take the minecart and move it, which is an option. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to delete stop 1, and I'm going to add a new stop, which is going to be right here. I'm going to remove all these, and I'm going to say, put the invisible iron minecart right in this spot right here. How do I... Okay, so okay. Forgotten Beast Osmat has come. The Wizard of Osmat. An enormous one-eyed Dimetrodon. It has 3 stubby horns and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous gases. She is a one-eyed. It's called Murky Muck. Where's Murk Dominlith when I need him? And he's colliding with the current champion, who currently, of course, is Hate Echoes the Cavernous, who hates echoes because they're cavernous. Hate Echoes the Cavernous has killed Soda, the Filth of Mining, the Forgotten Beast. Also killed Noskosep, the Cremated, the Forgotten Beast. And also the Occult Spikes, the Forgotten Beast. As well as Katga, the Lobster of Beaching, Forgotten Beast. So it is, of course, a pretty strong critter. Quadruped composed of clear glass with a long spiral horn that squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous gas. That creature is fighting with Osmat, who's already bleeding, who is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy and has an enormous one-eyed Dimitrodon. I think the fact that it is made of flesh means it is guaranteed to lose. That's my personal opinion, and I was wrong. In fact, it won by kicking the champion beast in the head. And the ancient part is torn apart. Only on pay-per-view. Next time on WWB Worldwide Beasts, you will see our next heavyweight championship. We have a new champ. That's kind of surprising. I kind of thought this one would hold it for longer. If I knew more about WWE, I could maybe even actually parody it, but I can't do that because I know like nothing about it. Which frankly is for the best, I think. Maybe the old champ was just way hurt. Was pretty cracked, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna wait until this minecart gets moved. So most of this stuff is emptied. Got a couple more items that need to get melted. And then I can just fill this sucker back up. Minecart is where it's supposed to be, which is good. And it's the new heavyweight champion of the caverns! Or whatever. No, that's the Are We Ready to Rumble? Yeah, I never got into WWE. I never watched it when it was on. I remember like seeing chunks of it and going, this seems strange. Never fully getting it, I guess. I just know, are we ready to rumble? And that's about it. That and like, apparently the guy that owns the thing is a piece of shit. That's like all of the knowledge I really have about WWE. Watching roided, sweaty guys yell at each other for an hour plus. I mean, there's worse things you could get. Last time you saw WWE, it was still WWF. Fair. I'm so confused. Why does it get stuck here now? I guess it doesn't like going through these break sections. All right. Well, let's try something slightly different then. Let's try something slightly different, because clearly this isn't working. Saturday morning cartoon. Huh. Some migrants have arrived, so if you would like a dwarf chat room, raise your hand. Would you like a dwarf? If you currently don't have a dwarf. Gold Poke doesn't have a dwarf. Now I'm stuck in an ad, and my neighbor is texting me. I think I may just... I'm just going to wait until the ads are done. About a minute, and we'll name some dwarves. So I have increased the population limit, and our missing soldiers have been slowly coming back. Slowly. So hopefully we can get like Snowy Imp or Phineas back. Be real good. After a very long adventure around the world, I suppose. So hopefully they come back at some point. Maybe in a group that's bigger than 1. It'd just be nice to have them back. I can't decide if it's too cold in here or if it's like the perfect temperature. It's probably about 10 degrees Celsius in here right now. But my computer is gushing hot air at my leg, which is nice. It's the first time this year it's really been appreciated instead of just being kind of annoying. This graphics card is chunky, and this CPU that's in there is even chunkier. So, Army Dwarves are finally making a comeback. They're coming back like one at a time per migrant wave, which is weird. And then it takes a few attempts to make them equip armor. But yeah, no, they are slowly coming back. I mean, Jess came back, Mac Daddy came back, so we've got those two back. So it's Sentient Potato, Snowy Imp, and Dr. Phineas that need to come back. All right, Gold Poke. Is confident under pressure and likes to take it easy, prefers to present herself modestly, and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and often acts with compassion, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She tries to return favors, and she likes to keep her things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. I need to lean forward. And she does not often feel lustful. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally strongly values tranquility and quiet and cunning and values loyalty and doesn't care about art one way or another. And a cow shows up. Watch it just be one dwarf. And a water buffalo shows up. And a dwarf shows up. This is Sentient Potato. Welcome back. Although, this is interesting. It says that you have no squad assigned. Which is not true. You do, in fact, have a squad assigned. Well, forest fire upset elves. Are you chopping down the tree? Because if you are not chopping down the tree, the answer is no. It will not upset the elves. All right, so another military dwarf has returned. Arab is here. Arab, shall we say, who's going to be... I'm going to skip you, Arcmaster, because you've had a bunch of dwarves recently. So let's go with Moon Moth. This is Moon Moth. Moon Moth is sleepy and tends to consider what others think of him. He likes to brawl and he is quite ambitious. He has little interest in joking around and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He's quick to form negative views about things and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Tends to reveal personal information and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something, and when he's greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that the freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable, would fight to defend them, sees war as a useful means to an end, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes pig iron and lace agate, as well as ibex hoof and the color red-purple, greaves and guinea fowls and for their social nature, and bonobos for their antics, and the words of the mirthful abbey and the sound of the vermilion tress, and when possible prefers to consume sea nettle and jellyfish. And I have forgotten that I'm trading with elves currently. We're still there. I'm just going to bring some pigtail clothing and some spider silk and some hemp. Yeah. And that's leather, that's leather, that's leather, that's leather. That's a silk dress. That's sheep's wool. That's cave spider silk. That's muskox. That's rope reed and pigtail. And also that hemp dress. Let's go. I'm sure that they would very much appreciate, just a bunch of thongs. So I'm going to bring them the pigtail loincloths. They'll love that. The rope reed loincloth, naff, cotton, hemp, jute, pigtail trousers, wolfman leather trousers. Goblins are weird. And that'll be it. No, Sentient Potato is one of my military dwarves that got lost. So Sentient Potato was a member of this squad right here and left the map to go on a mission, which I had to cancel because we got attacked by elves in a huge ambush out of nowhere. And my options were either let half my squad die or cancel the mission. So I canceled the mission, which caused 5 of my dwarves to get stuck off map for a good chunk of time. So, also to more clearly answer that question, Zawak, forest fires do not upset elves. What upsets elves is chopping down trees. Forest fires don't chop down trees, right? So burning down a forest doesn't upset elves. Destroying trees upsets elves. Forest fires in Dwarf Fortress do not totally destroy trees, so they do not upset elves. However, shooting trees down with catapults or ballistas does upset elves. Although, do you get logs from chopping down trees with ballistas? I don't think you do. Anyway, this dwarf right here, this one, is going to be Sinov. Is as he presupposes success in any adventure requiring his skills. With what could be considered blind overconfidence, can handle stress, and is quite polite, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. Is often moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual to live differently from himself, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to think before acting, and he has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and prefers to present himself modestly, and doesn't focus on material goods. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, would have the world operate as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit, and values eloquence and values loyalty. I'm going down the list. What do you want about? Snowy Imp has also returned, who technically is not in the military, even though he's killed 2 zombie giant magpies. So, the real question I have about these dwarves is they've left the map, yep, and are now coming back onto the map, yep. They had full steel gear when they left. Do you guys fuck off and sell your gear? This is kind of sus. That's all I have to say. Is that's kind of sus. They brewed their armor into booze. Yeah, that's my next theory. Or they use their armor to make a brewing station to brew booze off-site. This next dwarf is Drakensoul. Drakensoul. Todd Coward, is that you? I don't think animals can migrate. I wonder if they migrate with pets. I've never noticed that if they do. Anyway, Drakensoul relies on the advice of others during decision-making, very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He's troubled by this since he holds romance in a low regard. He finds a chaotic mess boredom to a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He is slow to trust others, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He doesn't often feel envious of others. He lives a fast-paced life, and he generally finds others to be quite hopeful about the future. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He occasionally overindulges, and he is quite polite. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Hello, Space Potato. What's up, Space Potatoes Unite? How's things? He dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals as the lowest esteem. Treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life. Word! And is somewhat disgusted by romance and thinks that introspection is valueless. And those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools and values honesty. I think that's everybody. You value honesty, so saying it's blessed is honest. All right, so they're gonna go grab gear, I assume. I'm gonna go pick up equipment. Get back to being a spear dwarf. What's up, Basterfold? Dodging around all the dwarves that are bringing items up here to trade. We don't have a ton of time, but The basement Kel will trade in a moment. So I thought I just saw Kel, but very similar looking dwarf, I think. It's funny when somebody just asked me, it's like, is there any reason to choose between grates, bars, and fortifications for flinging objects through them? I'm pretty sure this isn't a super biased opinion that fortifications being untoppable is a important and valuable point there, right? Also, look who just brought us a grizzly bear. Lovely. And this is why trading with elves is good. Let's see, did I accidentally give them anything that they'll get mad about? Nope. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. Enjoy the new underwear. Elves. A lot of it's high quality underwear, too. Look at this. We're selling them underwear that's like a value of 135. That's like some pretty nice underwear. Pile of underwear in exchange for a grizzly bear. Never change, Dwarford. I like that, Diamond, you're late, yet you are the first person to welcome people to the stream. So congratulations. Thank you for being such a welcoming, wonderful individual. I think I should throw that tick woman into the volcano. I'm gonna wait here until a bear show up. Everybody greet Diamond Destruct. Everybody's favorite religious figure of the gremlin god. Self-described leader of the whole religion. All hail the holy gremlin and vote gremlin for mayor. Also, we have a travesty in our midst.
Cheers to being a great welcomer, LMAO.
The great welcomer and gremlin religious leader has investing been off all day? I don't know. It's not something that's turned on. People have to do it first, so just got to try it. See if it's up. I honestly never pay attention. Diamond Destruct needs a subscription. The elves have embarked on their journey. Goodbye, elves. Here comes the bear. Barely acceptable. Speaking of things that are acceptable and barely acceptable, I need to pasture an animal up here. I'm thinking we pasture a monkey. I won't feel that bad if it horribly dies. I'm gonna put a monkey up here on this chain, and it's going to be our radar detection unit. Monkey alert system. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that ham radio or the bacon detection system is more amusing, but this is pretty close. This is a pretty close second. Okay, so I'm also going to try digging on this layer. We'll find out in a minute. More limestone over there. Haven't found any more metal. Whoop, that's not true. Found some more cassiterite. Okay, then we're going to do some normal digging. For normal dwarf activity. Trying to find more iron. Well, that's going to get dug into. We're going to find out if this is also an aquifer layer. Fortunately, all of the dwarves running up and down here get to run past a lovely big old waterfall. Tin swords? Gosh. I certainly hope not. Well, did I run out of miners or something? Yeah, kind of. Kind of quite literally out of miners. Also, we probably need more picks. So I'm going to check steel. How much steel do we have? 36. All right, let's make 10 steel picks. Steel pick. We'll make 10 of them. The miners get an upgrade, it seems. Chat, what's your favorite animal to use as a defensive system and make a punny name out of? I think ham radio is probably my favorite. Big fan of the ham radio alert system. Quackdar is also up there. Elephants? Just to detect things, or are you saying like as defense? There we go. There's more. That's what I'm looking for. That's the good stuff. To find out if this is all aquifer. CAT scan. That's pretty good, actually. A+ on CAT scan. This is what I'm talking about. More of this. Things have been all right, Electroman, and yourself? The Whale of Jordan? Chad, has anybody here ever seen a whale or caught a whale in Dwarf Fortress? Because I've never seen a whale. I've seen a Mako shark before. That arena mode doesn't count. That doesn't count. I mean, like in Fortress mode. 60F is cold for biking. What's that in Fahrenheit? Or what's that in like normal units? 60F to C. 15 degrees? That's warm. It's like t-shirt weather. What is it outside right now? It is currently 51 degrees Fahrenheit. 10 degrees Celsius outside. My door's open all the way, too. I think that's more platinum. I was tabbed out. Fisher Dwarf withdraws from societies. We will keep an eye on that dwarf. I think that's more platinum. That is, in fact, more platinum. We hath discovered more platinum. We wit. And also more hematite, which is also good. No, yeah, no, so there's two types of creatures, right? There's vermin, and then there's creatures. Vermin don't really exist. They're the ones that pop up and disappear, whereas creatures are like these agitated giant roaches that walk across the map, right? These are actual creatures. So fishermen only go after vermin, the ones that don't technically exist, and not the like actual physics objects creatures. I found more platinum. It's very rare that you run into actual native platinum. How much native platinum do I have? I got 13 platinum nuggets, turns out. 6 bars. Let's just say 25, because by the time I finish mining out the rest of this, we'll probably get more. Still keeps going. Gotta love it. So the dwarf just claimed a magma forge. They've grabbed tin. Great. Our strange mood here is a adequate weaponsmith, so tin wood hammer incoming. Tin Woodhammer? Tin Warhammer. What do you need? Skeletons? Okay. Skeletons. I had to bet it's probably skeletons. I do have this habit of just slaughtering everything. And then throwing away the bones. I hear fighting. What is going on? A giant roach is fighting with a Rheus macaque. Well. Oh, no, definitely. I'm not saying it's not cold. On a bicycle, that is cold weather. It's chilly. But that's what better biking gear is for, right? Also, how's things, Clino? I was quite surprised with how quickly the Future of the Fortress post came out this month, after last month. I'm also, like, really curious about something. I did pester Kit Fox about this, and they're doubtful, but I'm really curious to see if we're going to get a more frequent set of updates regarding adventure mode now that things are, like, underway, and we have that roadmap. Because the last time we got a roadmap, updates became very consistent and wordy all of a sudden. So I'm really curious to see if that's going to start happening again. I'm not super hopeful, but is gypsum that useful? Gypsum can be used for a couple of things, but my favorite use is for making them into plaster. And then you put the plaster into hospitals in bags, and then it's made into casts. So instead of needing splints for broken limbs, they can use casts. Casts are exactly the same. They're just an alternative. So they're not like it's a better or worse thing. It's just, it's an alternative. I may also put this project on pause for a little bit. Do you hope it's done next year? It'll be done next year. I'm not worried about it not getting done next year. Okay, so it's probably not a kitten then. Bigger animal. Rough gems, you already got that. Skeletons, yep. Square blocks, yeah, we have tons of those. Shining bars of metal, we got plenty of those. Rough gems. Do you want a second rough gem? Is that the problem? Whoa!
I just had 2 separate military dwarves take crossbow bolts to the knee in their first ever Goblin siege.
Ah!
I'm naming them Todd and Howard. This is a very good game. Laughing face.
What's the other guy who works at Bethesda who's at all of their events? It's not Todd Howard. It's like the other guy. It's the other guy that's always on stage with Todd. There's other people besides Todd at Bethesda. And trust me, they're not just clones of Todd. Pete Hines. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Hold on. Why is he listed as a radio personality on Google? Okay. But, like, I mean... Uncle Pete, head of publishing at Bethesda. This is who I was thinking of. This guy. Pete Hines. So maybe, like, you should name them Todd Howard and Pete? Pete Hines? Todd and Pete. There you go. Which means, wait, now you know what? I really wonder. Do you think, like, I wonder if Pete Hines was working at Bethesda when clearly their biggest hit franchise ever was released, which I'm sure all of you remember, Wet. I wonder if, like, genuinely wonder if, I literally gave you $20 like a month ago, Wikipedia. I wonder. Do you remember Wet? I remember playing Wet at a friend's house and being like, this game is really fun. Like, genuinely, that was a fun game. Not in a it's a good game kind of way, but it was a fun game in a it's a bad game kind of way. You know what I mean? Action gameplay with gore? Oh, no, it was very gory. But it was like a weird third-person parkour game. With like weird... It was like playing Tomb Raider if the gameplay centered around doing backflips. Instead of like fighting dinosaurs. All right, so our duder here ran off again. Ah, I see. We got giant flying squirrel bone. That's what you needed. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as Rogue Warrior, which was another game that they... Uh-oh, did I just slaughter my monkey that I put in the top? Well, chat, my monkey was found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, so what else can I put up here then? How about a kitten? Except this time I will wait here and then lock the door. That was fast. It's like we installed a so we went from a monkey, so the chimp defense system. This is going to be the impervious detection system? Trying too hard? Moonring is a Steam game, yeah. Moonring is in fact on Steam, yes. Cat Scanner's pretty good. But, like, Impervious is also pretty good. Cat monitoring system? A cat monitoring system. Or are we talking about, like... Okay. I mean, maybe. I still think one of my favorite, hold on, this game. This video game that nobody plays anymore, 8-bit MMO, its settings are pretty great. It requires a broadband internet connection. Its graphics card is integrated graphics is fine, or really any wire and tinfoil you can cobble together that looks like a GPU. And additional notes, you can probably get this to run on a potato, or on a toaster, sorry. And sound card, if you don't have one, just make beep boop sounds with your mouth when appropriate. I really like developers that just take the piss to stuff like that. Very fun. The Fisher Dwarf has created Soberkish Kelguthor, a tin short sword, and claims it as a personal treasure. They're having a spooky fort contest? Are they taking my fort contest ideas and running away with it? Man, are they actually? I know that they were doing a could you blink anything related to that, Gleno? I know that they'd announced a Caves of Cud modding contest, but tin short swords, yep. I shall call it Tintin. Okay, so, cat scanner. We'll go with that. It's a stray cat scanner. $193 more artifact swords. Also, we'll jump down to here, and then once the ads are done, we will read the description. For those aggressive fish. Or the sibling you're tired of dealing with. Just bonk. Yourist hit me. I mean, okay, so a block of tin is still gonna hurt if you get hit by it. Just saying. What was that other game that had incredible... I was playing another game not too long ago that also had a goofy as fuck set of requirements. The Skull. Right, yeah, the Skull Lemmings game. Yes. That was it. Yeah, I know what that game is. Hold on, let me get that. It's Unearth. Yeah, Unearth graphics, potato. Yeah. That one's also pretty good. Apparently this game sold, like, less than 20 copies in its first week for sale. Which is, like, a travesty as far as I'm concerned. It's because that artwork is worth the price of admission. But I get it that for most people don't buy games for the reason I buy games. I buy games because they're weird art. But I do hope that this game that he's working on does better, though. All of his games are very tiny, short, small games, so, you know. But he's making a little, like, 4X in this style, which I would like to see. All right, so let's take a peek at this artifact. It's worth 10,700 Dwarf bucks, and this is a tin short sword. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with red flash opal cabochons and studded with tin and encircled with bands of giant flying squirrel bone. This object menaces with spikes of gabbro. Xenocide is the name of that game that he's working on. It's not out yet, though. Although knowing him, like, he puts games out pretty frequently. I think this can go in the tavern. I'm also going to remove most of this table from the tavern, and I'm going to add in a dining hall. And I'm going to link this dining hall to the lower tavern, which is the Lime of Tongs, which I think I should actually give a different name. Chat, this is a tavern that is overlooking the lava machine. What do we call this tavern? The something of something. The mine of fire? The Watch of Carnage? That's pretty good. Cup of Magma? Cup of the Magma, Tia. Can I call it the Cup of Magma? Okay, well, Cup of Maggots. No. They do have the word... I could call it the Cup of Fire. But then people would think I'm calling it the Goblet of Fire, which also... Okay, that's not an option. Deep Space, what up? Trying to name a tavern something better. Lava a word? That's a good question. No. I do kind of like the Cup of Death, though. It wouldn't be Harry if he did anymore. He'd be more like Bernie. It's magma word. No. Drunken... Ooh. Oh, you know what? The drums of fire. That's it. That's the name. Ship it. The drums of fire is my tavern. And I think... This is where my soldiers are training currently. I think we need to work on this area a little bit. It's a little bit too simplistic for me. So another thing I'm going to do down here is I'm going to set up a bunch of training spots. That's under here, and archery targets. I'm going to build a bunch of archery targets down here. Just make them out of green glass. And I'm going to get my bigger squad training down here, because there isn't enough space for the smaller one. And this is going to be an archery range. Actually, you know what? Let's cancel a good chunk of this. And I'm going to make this a combo area. This is going to be an archery range slash mental scarring room because of the Titan up there. But I'm also going to make it into a Rangers Guild Hall, which are actually a pretty useful guild hall to have. The reason they're pretty useful to have is they train ambushing, which is a pretty valuable skill for the military. What are you down? Oh, you're down here to collect webs. Got it. I'm gonna chuck these. I just want them out of here. Just get rid of them, please. And then I need to refill this with fire. Yes, it's a Titan's body on a pedestal. All this stuff can go. Also, I don't think they get spooked by it because it is on a pedestal. Should be safe. Gonna get this stuff broken down. Then I just need to turn on the gushers a little bit. And by that, I mean... up to here. This one on the end here that you need to open up briefly. Just so that I can release the pressure from this. There's going to be quite a bit there. And also, seriously, Jeeves, thanks for the $14, by the way. It's $14.73. Thank you much. All right, consider the pressure released. Oh, I see the problem here. I need to also open this up. This is actually going to release a lot of pressure. This is where it's going to get boosted a little bit. Once this opens, this should fill up pretty quick, I would assume. There it goes. All right, so all of that is out and done. Now that that's been done, I can open up this. And let's just hope that there's minimal dwarves down in here. MB audio, you may want to get out. Because here comes the lava. I am receiving a phone call, chat, so I'm going to answer that, and I will be right back. Appliance people. They're coming to look at the washing machine between 1 and 4 tomorrow. Awesome. I really wish that they were capable of, like, you know, showing up on a Friday when it actually works for me. I'm getting real tired of having, like, random, like, repairmen and shit come by. I kind of wish they just left me with the broken old washer. Which, you know, admittedly was getting annoying because it was starting to shred clothes. But, like... Anyway. You have a good Belgian friend whose father was friends with the Tintin guy, and they had a big stack of the original art, including some crazy artful. That's. I would die inside if I saw that. Like that shit was my. I didn't have cartoons growing up. I read Asterix and Tintin. You know, like most kids had TV. I didn't have TV. I had Asterix and Tintin. Those were the two things I had. That was my entertainment as a child. What's the green bird? It's a kakapo. Flightless parrot that attacked us. It was agitated. Now it's trained. And it's patient. And then there's the giant great horned owl that just glares at chat. Very much a party parrot, yeah. Wait, are party parrots actually... Is a kakapo actually what the party parrot emote is? Well, that's funny, if that's the case. I think we're going to close this and then just test fire the machine a couple times. I want to know why that one derailed. And I'm a little bit unnerved by it. We're going to follow this one, which is the one that derailed. Why did you derail? Well, you seem to work now. And you dropped just fine. And you made it back up just fine. And second shot also went off just fine. All right. Sirocco was a kakapo. I love that, like, when you look up these emotes of, like, these meme animals, when you actually look them up, they were always, like, in a zoo or, like, somebody's pet or, you know. They're always, like, a known creature in existence. Yep. A friend of mine, Deep Space, who lives in New Zealand, Arch plays stuff on Twitch. Okay, where did the other four go? I'm slightly concerned on, like, the inconsistency of this battery. Like, this one seems to be working, but like, why do these? Maybe it's because I need to lock this door. I am super concerned about this. Anyway, a friend of mine who's from New Zealand, he was playing Dwarf Fortress on launch week and was super disturbed by the fact that he kept getting attacked by kakapo. And how his dwarves were brutally murdering all the kakapo. Because he's like, I love kakapo. I was like, well, I hate to break it to you, but in your particular Dwarf Fortress world, they are horrible murderers that want all of your dwarves dead. The exact number that exists. Yeah, so he went on a mission to save every single kakapo on his map, even though they were all trying to horribly murder him. Unlike Kia. Nobody likes Kias. Kias are awful. There's somebody who watches this channel sometimes who lives on a tropical island and just complains that the parrots are too loud all the time. Like, I guess... you wouldn't really think about the... you know... annoyances about living in the tropics unless you actually have to live there. More like squawk, not nuts. I feel like squirrels would be more nuts. Parrots can be really loud. Oh yeah, no, my neighbors growing up their house was about 1 kilometer away from ours, but I could hear their parrot when they had it on the patio. Just quack! Really loud. What the fuck? You went to Hawaii once and it wasn't the birds that were annoying, it was the frogs? I like the sound of frogs, though. Although I grew up somewhere where, like, you would have to shout over the frogs in the springtime. My favorite videos on the internet are just videos of Kias ripping apart police cars. There's this one that I haven't been able to find again of a Kia, or it's like 4 Kias and they're just like chipping away at the door of this police car and then the door falls off. It's like, oh my god. Like that's just impressive, actually. It's like, I don't think I could get the door off of a police car with my hands, yet they're just like pecking at it, working on it slowly. Eventually it'll fall apart. They're like cats. Like cats don't realize that they can knock things over, so when they bump into something and it moves, they're just surprised that it's moving, which is why they keep bumping it. And then there's Kias where it's like they know. True. I mean, I like the smell of weed because it smells like home. I told my my counselor that, and she looked at me funny. I'm like, I don't mind the smell of weed because it just smells like home to me. Well, hopefully all the minecarts make it back to where they're supposed to be. I guess I just need to lock this door while it's running. Imagine a million frogs on one tiny island croaking. Yeah, I love that. But, you know, I also grew up in an area where I could hear trains whizzing by every 15 minutes. And it's funny because my entire time growing up, I loved the trains. I just remember loving the trains and like listening to them and going to sleep to the sound of the trains. And now as an adult, I had this discussion with my mother earlier this year where apparently my mom loved that house, hated the trains. She says that the worst thing about that house was the trains. She's like, I could never get a good night's sleep. It's like, couldn't function, couldn't like think to myself because all I could hear was meh all the time. And I'm sitting there going like, you know, like I hear you, but I couldn't disagree more. Like I would like to live somewhere again where I could hear trains. You don't even hear them? Yeah. I believe it. It's just like the line from the Blues Brothers. It's like, how often do the trains go by? So often you won't even hear them. All right. We'll give us some more housing space when we need it. Feels up there with dinosaurs? Okay, I have a question. Why? Why does it have to be a... Like, I still like trains as an adult. Why does it have to be a kid thing? Kids like things that are cool, right? So, if you grew up in the last 100 years... What are the biggest, coolest thing that's zipping around all the time? You probably liked trains. You know, like if you grew up 1,000 years ago, you probably liked big, sharp sticks and swords. I'm sure there's other examples that are better, but like very much a, you know, planes. Yeah, horses, exactly. True story. I was at a bar I go to sometimes over the weekend. Ran into one of the regulars there who bought me a drink, so shout outs to Minesh. While I was there was just random like choral singing. And after about 20 minutes of us being there, or me being there, and then other regulars wandering in, one of the regulars asked, they're like, what's with the random like choir? Apparently, like, you just reminded me of this because you said horses, chat. Apparently it was a equestrian training course for girls, and their evening activity was to sing Bible verses in the meeting room. And so I sat in this like hotel bar until like 10 o'clock at night, which is when they did last call because it was a Sunday, getting serenaded by Bible verses. Just needed to share that because that was a weird experience. It's just a very weird place to be hearing, like, you know,
Crypt beer.
church music. Narvicius, thank you very much for the 28th month. Oh, no, certainly. There's worse things. No catch up after from the Extras channel. Well, hi, good Charles. I mean, sometimes you have to catch up. Sometimes it's not so important, though. So I found quite a bit of iron on layer 26. Quite happy about. Could have been an open mic night. I mean, at the very least, then I could make fun of them loudly. I don't really go to bars that do things like open mic nights, though. Here's some more down here, which is also good. All right, well, it's nice to finally have a good, consistent supply of steel. Got 28 steel bars. I think saying it's childish devalues it, though. It's like saying it's childish to like good food. Why would you devalue an interest to just being childish? But, I mean, that is the way you said it initially, though, so. Anyways. Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. How much platinum do I have? 54 platinum nuggets. Chat, what do I do with these 54 platinum nuggets? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I totally missed the follow-up comment then. I mean, I saw the one you just wrote, but... $54 platinum flasks? I mean, I could. You know, if I were to build cart grinders, we could do platinum carts. Should I make some platinum cart grinders, chat? I could do that. That's where you kill things with minecarts. That's what a cart grinder is. They're generally not recommended as a form of defense because they can get stopped by things like bears or horses, large animals. They hit them, they will stopped. Certainly is a way to go, yeah. Platinum is very heavy, yeah, which is why platinum mine carts probably would work quite well as cart grinders. Sounds like it'd be fun to watch. The problem is I already have a very fun to watch defensive system. Also, we haven't been attacked in a while. Oh, shit! Oh, never mind. I thought the whole squad had returned. I'm going to send the Disdained Chambers out to go attack something else. See if we can do this a little bit more efficiently. We're going to go attack the Dwarven Tower of Robust Glove. We're going to aim to pillage the Dwarven Tower of Robust Glove. And I'm going to send my better squad. We are also, at the exact same time as this, we're already at war with the elves. We are going to... We're going to go attack the Dwarven Tower of Angel Glaze after that, I think. because we have a very, very, very good defense system, and it's only getting better. So might as well make the things attacking us more interesting. We're also in early summer, meaning the humans may combine trade. And also, the dwarf who's naked and incapable of using his arms. I'm very happy when you see, like, a super disabled dwarf like this able to live a fulfilling life. This dwarf has no usage of his arms, so he can't wear clothes. So he's literally got socks that are rotting off his body. That's it. But he's teaching weaponsmithing. Look at this, competent weaponsmith. He's becoming a teacher. Even dwarves that are incapable of physical movement can have a career path. Look at this. It's glorious. What's your competent teacher? He's also a proficient comedian. He was once a skilled intimidator. Now he's very rusty. He hasn't intimidated anybody in a while. Wants to acquire an object to be with family real bad. But, you know, does get to exist. Will he gain enough social skills to be elected? Theoretically? That would be hysterical if we had, like, dwarf with no arms or no ability to equip clothing being, like, a political leader. That would actually be very funny. All right, Lanix, the militia captain, on his way out. What is your ambushing skill, actually, Lanix? Dabbling kicker, dabbling biter. I'm a dabbling biter as well, myself. I bite food from time to time. Accomplished fighter, not great. Okay. He's a dabbling reader. Humans are here to trade, which is good. We can get rid of all kinds of stuff. Ads are about to run, but it's just going to be me bringing clothes for the sale.
Crypt happy.
Attacking sharks, some people's worst nightmare. Thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Let's do handwear. Let's do, not headwear, legwear. Like these corkscrews. Some tables, tons of splints. I could probably actually sell all these splints too, because I've got so much gypsum. Don't really need the splints. I'm convinced that I do not have enough quivers. I think that's the case, yeah. I'm also pretty sure I don't have enough bolts. Really? Yep, we are currently out of bone bolts. I need to butcher a bunch of things to make more bolts. I could start making metal bolts, but I don't really want to do that. I mean, this is what I want to get rid of, is just all bones. Just don't throw bones in there, so I can still make bone bolts. And slaughter some things we don't need. You. Cat scanner we keep, obviously. I got some stuff I could train. This squirrel. Or this cockroach. cow can be slaughtered. Water buffalo can be slaughtered. Got a bunch of trained giant flying squirrels, two of which I will slaughter. I'll let them do that. Almost to 14 hours of working now and you're exhausted? Are you at least done with work now, or are you still at work? That's pretty brutal for a work day. Like, geez. All right, let's see. They've all left the map. Awesome. Hopefully they're successful. And there is a part of me that is trying to turn this fortress into a necromancer fort. But I will say, it is October, which means it's the best month of the year, and obviously the month of the best holiday of the year. A holiday that, for some reason, most of the planet just doesn't seem to think is a valid or important holiday, but I'll have you know that Halloween is the most important holiday of the year. Because it's the one time of year that I feel truly fulfilled as a human being. Oktoberfest is a fun bonus, but any month is Oktoberfest if you're dedicated enough to the cause. Unlike Halloween, where people will get mad at you if you put a giant 14-foot skeleton on your front patio any other time of the year. So, I will be doing some sort of Halloween-themed fort. Someone at one point suggested, what if we made a fort where, like, or we were talking about this the other day, and so the topic came up. What if I made a fort where, like, we didn't memorial any of the dead? Or memorialize any of the dead? That might be a fun theme. Just ghost fort, basically. And then try and get necromancy and whatnot up and running quickly. Pumpkin minecart shotgun? That would be very ineffective. Food stuff, very light. Maybe I would put them in lead pots. Eat this pumpkin! I could make statues of pumpkins and shoot those at things. As long as you put a different costume on it. No, it's a cultural object. Yeah. It's illegal for them to complain about it. You also need a front lawn. I think my neighbors above me in this apartment building would be quite upset if they couldn't see out of their patio because all I could see is the back of Scully McSkullface's head. I have a feeling they wouldn't appreciate that too much. A giant magpie is fighting with a wood burner. No migrants this season. And the wood burner is dead. Well, Kogan has died to the giant magpie corpse. I will send 3 of my squads up here and see if we can kill the giant magpie corpse. And or corpses, shall I say? There is a scary magpie zombie. We must hide our shiny objects. It is coming for us. It is terrifying. It is right here. It is currently dueling with I'm Viviotic, who is now bleeding and flying to pieces as Catan the child runs by, seeming like, oh, he's blissful. He doesn't mind. He's completely unaware of the fact that there is a dwarf being ripped to pieces and is now dead, right in front of him. Good on you there, Catan. I'm sure that all of the dwarves will very much understand your behavior. Votak over here, the leather worker, is also getting shredded by the giant magpie as Stukos wanders by. Now, Stukos begins dueling with it, equally surprised at the existence of the magpie, and begins punching and then runs off. Now, Patolis, one of my military dwarves, have arrived. Same with Aiden. Now, apparently they're all out of bolts. Well, fortunately, this is going to create bones, which is going to create more bolts, which is fine. They can just start dueling with the thing regardless and dodging out of its way. More of them show up, and so we now have 3 dwarves in the general vicinity dueling with the giant creature. However, Tolis is already bleeding, so things are off to a great start. Anyway, regardless, we got more crossbow dwarves running up the way, and then behind them is Mad Korax, who is coming around the corner, followed by the other dwarves that are all dying. Kimul over here, the engraver, has also been found dead, so that's a casualties of 3. If nothing else, this maybe end up being a legendary kill. My spear dwarves dive into the fray, and the creature is dead almost immediately. It's amazing how quickly that happens when the people who actually have weapons show up. Anyway, now they ran outside. Now we stand here and wait. Whoop. It appears that Baka Glass is living up to their name. Flagwinds, the barricaded Phantom of Praise, is running this way real quick for no real discernible reason. And here I was thinking maybe you would stab something to death. Hey, look. Frog. Oh, no, it's a toad. Chat, you see this toad? See, it's a toad that's upset at its life. No, not migrants. My squad coming back. All right. Speaking of, they're going to go back to training. And we're going to see what they grabbed. Or however it went. So they run off to the nearest tower. They attack it. The rumored anvil and the alliances of painting attacked the allegiances of painting of an unknown civilization at Robust Glove. The dwarf Atlanix led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Shortest Sever Pages. And the defenders were led by them. In the early summer, Lanix outmatched. Lanix's tactical planning was superior to the dwarf necromancer, and but neither side had a particular advantage. They began fighting. The Disdain Chambers, led by Lanix, clashed with Hounds of Geshud in Robust Glove, slaying 8. And the dwarf Mac Daddy clashed with Tun Urist Gooks, slaying 1. Then they clashed with 10 monsters. Shang Chmeng's monsters in Robust Glove, slaying 7. So we're slaughtering necromancer creatures. Chat investments are open if people care. We slayed 7. We slayed more. We're continuing to clash. As long as the text isn't purple or red, we're good. Things are still pretty even here, although we're getting some splits here. What are you? The dwarf necromancer attacked the dwarf Moma as the Icy Bravery. What a name. The necromancer Nil's first finger was smashed. He was pointing to try and raise somebody from the dead, and they smashed his finger in the midst of the fighting. More duels with the Icy Bravery. One of my dwarves. They clashed with 10 Knights Catastrophes, slaying 5. Bunch of Lost Ghouls fighting with the dwarves. A bunch more creatures. They have... Hold on. I need to pause this. Justice Chambers, led by the dwarf Lanix, clashed with 3 Avos Beasts, slaying them. They clashed with 9 Avos Beasts, slaying 5. Mac Daddy clashed with 9 Urist Kuko's Mistakes, slaying 1. Mac Daddy clashed with 9 Dogs of Robust Gloves, slaying 1. Mac Daddy clashed with Avos Dogs of Robust Gloves, slaying 1. Wow. Lots of creatures. A long fight. Keeps going. Keeps going. Sometimes it just keeps going. Slaying 5. Slaying 1. Slaying 1. Slaying them. Slaying 1. Slaying 5. Slaying 1. We didn't actually steal anything, but we were able to get out. So that's good. Let's see if they attack us now. Although, I'm going to do something else first. We're also going to go attack these ones. Sending the same squad. And we are going to pillage once again. I'm going to leave the squads right here. It makes the enemies come and attack you. Basically, I'm tempting them and saying, hey, hit me. You wouldn't dare. But certainly, anything can be profitable. There's also a couple of dwarves' bodies in here. I feel like I should redirect this creek. Because it wouldn't be that hard to do. Yeah, maybe this is a little mini project we do. Yeah, we're going to do this. Little bit of this way thing. I could just, like, pump it down into the caverns, but, eh. Sometimes you gotta be happy and satisfied with the small victories, you know? Like making $1, as an example. Although in this instance, I think you made a ticket, not $1. Which, obviously, is worth less than the initial investment. Like any good ticket redemption system. So the whole point of this is I'm going to start pumping the water up onto this layer, but I gotta get my soldiers over here first. Get over there, dwarves. There we go. I just saved this dwarf, Zan. The idea here is to redirect this long enough so that I can wall it off. That or... could just use lava buckets. You know what? Yeah, let's use lava buckets. Let's just lava bucket this. Let's use buckets. Let's use buckets. That's, I think, what we're going to do. Should really make a bucket filling station. But I do have one lava bucket, which is down here. It is currently in the lava, so I'm going to connect a mechanism to this to get it out of the lava. But this one down here, this is kind of my bucket, the one that I use. Which will take a little bit, but I can use that to seal this off pretty quickly. Dumps this way. Dumps this way. Dumps this way.
Is this where I make some sort of joke about, what do we name our dwarf?
Oh, because 9 months unemployed? I was like, what are we on about? I mean, if you want, I can't stop you. Last I checked, you're, I think, allowed to have a sense of humor if you so decide. Okay, so the minecart that we're going to bring is this one. That is not currently assigned to anything. And Zolan Halb, hello. It's good to see you as well. But yeah, no, you don't attack locations in Dwarf Fortress to make profit. The economy in Dwarf Fortress kind of doesn't really exist either, so it's not the most important mechanic in the game by any stretch. If anything, I would say it's probably one of the least important mechanics in the game. So, playing Dwarf Fortress is more just about creating interesting situations to mess around with. Not so much about, you know, making a profit per se. Just seeing if anybody's making bone bolts. Doesn't look like it. That job get canceled or something. Bone bolts. It's queued up apparently. So somebody should be. Did I accidentally forbid all of them? Oh no, we're making bone bolts. There we go. Okay. Didn't see anybody doing the actual job. So look for place. Place. So Deep Space here is doing Armlock's work and carrying a very heavy minecart up a lot of Z levels. So you guys can watch this dwarf here do some strength training, and I'm going to go take a piss break. I will be back in...
You fucking donkey!
Over here, he has a sword!
All right. I return. Well, I made it from layer 70 to layer 5, so we're making progress. Is the bot no working? Or did those sound commands all finish before I got back? 'Cause I didn't hear any of those. I feel like I should have heard those. All right. They just finished before I got back. So the rare goods are more expensive. It would make a big time difference. I mean, I know that like there's a bunch of updates planned, but I don't know when I don't know when anybody in chat started playing, so but for whatever it's worth, trading is significantly more important in this version than it's been in any other version previously, because like values actually change. But that's how you end up with like the meme of like the mug economy, where it's like all Quill 18 sells is mugs. It's like mugs on paper are actually like maybe the worst, one of the worst things you could sell, period. Just as a trade good, because they lose their value so quickly. All right, I think what I might do is I might change that science zone that we were trying science in into just a bucket filling spot where dwarves just fill buckets. Where it like fires it down and then out the other side. We can fill like 10 minecarts real quick. Use that for transporting lava like this. Because this is gonna just take way too long. You know, it's a funny line to say. I'm just going to deconstruct this for a second. I love the thing, so no complaints. You know, I'm sure most people in life have things that they love, but they can complain about. You know, I had cats previously, and I loved them. But man, did I ever complain about them a lot. Merchants have embarked on their journey. Well, fudge. Also, my squatties are back. How did this pillaging attempt go? Pretty good. Tinsel tits. The lost dwarves are coming back. We attacked an unknown civilization. The defenders were led by the dwarf necromancer Eustace. Lanix outmatched the dwarf necromancer with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Let's see how this particular fight goes. I like the line the necromancer clashes with omnipotent disappointment. The dwarf necromancer was struck down. Good. In the fortunate check of sculpting an angel gaze by omnipotent disappointment struck him down. So he stole a bunch of books. A nuanced civilization was looted. The master of the people was looted. Merge Tarnished was looted. Insights and the Bloody Cloaks was looted. Offering to Rebirth was looted, as well as Rebirth, a new approach. So I'm gonna screenshot these. And we are going to go through and see if any of these are in Necronomicon. Let's find out. Codex. Okay. Let's see what we got here. These may just be scrolls. That one with the economy. Okay, scrolls they are then. Insights and the Bloody Cloaks. Right now, the item is a short story entitled Insights and the Bloody Cloaks, authored by Ucell. The work has no particular subject. It is very rigid and concise. Overall, it's amateurish at best. How many kills do you have, Snowy Imp? Not bad. Not bad. You're in a tree, sentient. What do you has? You've got Reflections on Dying. Reflections on Dying. Written on the item is a manual entitled Reflections on Dying, authored by Eustace. It concerns the secrets of life and death. Found one. All right, so that's the first one. What else do we have? You have Master of the People. Written on the item is a chronicle entitled Master of the People. It concerns the standard of speechlessness. Overall, this is a terrible compilation of information. The work has 4 chapters. The first chapter covers a foot race held by the standard of speechlessness in Paint Snarled as part of the Bronze Festival in the early autumn of 12. The second chapter covers the spear throwing competition held by the standard of speechlessness as part of the Bronze Festival in the year 55. The third chapter is the story of the killing of the Goblin Stozu by the dwarf Alath. Done in Dungeon Basement, that's a good name, in the Stops of Melting in the summer of 41, held by, also Orb Jumped is a good name too. Ponder the Orb, Jump the Orb. The summer of 41, the standard of speechlessness as part of these, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's about a bunch of festivals and it's terrible. Master of the People, not a very good book. What else do we have? We have you. You are you've got Rebirth, a new approach. It's a giant kiwi parchment scroll. Right now, the item is an image, or is an essay entitled Rebirth, a new approach, authored by Eustace. It concerns the return of the dwarf corrupted slayer Ficod, lashed wet from the dead, blah, as a corrupted slayer in Tone Inks in the early summer of 121. The writing is very rigid, and it is somewhat self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. So this is great. We have a Necronomicon. And now we just need some dead things to turn into not dead things. Isn't that great? You know what's even better? Is I could station my Necromancer once we get one. Not Insights of the Bloody Cloaks. It was you that had it. Which you're probably still carrying, actually. No, that's Master of the People. You had Insights and Bloody Cloaks. You have Reflections on Dying. Okay, so this is the one I need to pay attention to. So this book is a Necronomicon. Any dwarf that reads this book becomes a Necromancer. Also, gold book, giving a night's sleep. God, talking for hours on end is very difficult when your nose is consistently plugged. That's kind of the worst. Not gonna lie. All right, so you dropped it on the ground. Perfect. So what do we do with this book? Chat. What do you think? What do we do with this book? Do we let it loose into the library and just let anybody read it? Do we be selective? Do we lock certain dwarves in this space with it? Do we maybe make that armless dwarf who's a decent teacher? Is it edible? It's a book. I think we take that armless dwarf and turn him... Or actually, I think what I do is I make a tiny... We forbid it and then seal it off somewhere in the fort. Yeah, but we have to let some dwarves read it. True, actually, can they read a book? You make a very valid point. I doubt it. I bet, because like if they can't pick it up and put it on a table, yeah, I bet you they can read a book.
3 moths.
Arkshroom! Thanks for the 3rd moth. Appreciate you. Today's been very quiet, though. Keeping chat moving today has been difficult. Everybody's busy today, I suppose. At least in Canada, this past weekend was Thanksgiving, so it was busy for that reason. Where do I put it? Make copies if possible? I mean, that's always possible, but why would I want to make copies? Why would I want my enemies to become stronger? Kind of counterproductive, you ask me. So this is the library. What is the scroll about? Do you know what a Necronomicon is? Because it's that. It's got the secrets of life and death. Trying to just decide where to put it is the current problem. If he can't read with his feet? Well, he can't pick stuff up. He has no ability to grasp, so I would assume having no ability to grasp would mean you can't read in Dwarfort. Well, immortality is the bonus, not the secret. The secret is the secret of life and death. The immortality is just a unfortunate side effect that's forced upon you when you learn the secrets of life and death. Semi-immortality? What do you mean by semi? They do live forever and don't die of natural causes, which I'm pretty sure is what immortality is. Of course, not to be confused with the hit video game, Immortality. Which I don't actually think was a hit video game, but I digress. It was a video game, and it won a bunch of awards. I have a tutorial on making glass. I don't have a short on making glass. Why would I make a short on making glass? I'm mostly certain I have a tutorial. Hold on. No, actually, I don't have a tutorial on making glass. Although it's very simple. You just make a sand collection zone, make a bunch of bags, make an infinite sand collection job, and then you need charcoal. Maybe make one dwarf into a necromancer and then cast it into obsidian? Is something we could do? Let you guys go back to training. What are you doing with DF hack that would break it? I mean, you just need a lot of empty bags, sandbags, or fill the bags with... You use a sand collection zone, collect sand jobs to fill stuff with sand, and then you just need charcoal. It's like a two-step system. Glass is pretty simple in comparison to a lot of things in Dwarfort. Technically speaking. My keyboard is like a centimeter to the left because I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Yeah, did you make a sand collection zone? That's the question. It's probably the most pertinent thing to ask. And if the answer is yes, do you have enough sandbags? Or enough bags, I guess, empty bags. The other thing I would say is just hover over this. It'll tell you what it needs. So you might need charcoal, bags, sand collection. You had a necromancer come into your fort when you were playing on Sunday. She was a legendary doctor. Cool. I don't know. I think people, like, the unfortunate reality is when I started playing Dwarf Fortress and discovered that necromancy existed, it was something that I hadn't seen in game. And when I finally saw my first necromancer, it was absolutely terrifying because, like, you never saw them. Like, they didn't come to your fort at all. And now, I'm not entirely sure what caused this change, but it was somewhere in version 47. Necromancers just became super commonplace all the time. And, like, will be part of factions and will just wander into your fort and, like, migrate to your fort and show up as visitors. They never did that before. And I kind of miss those days where they didn't do that before because it made them seem like a big bad, kind of, instead of just like, oh, yeah, that's just Urist. He's got weird hobbies. And now we're kind of at the point where it's like, oh, yeah, that's just Urist or whatever. And I think that kind of sucks. Exhausted, need some sleep. Do what you gotta do, dude. I'll be around. Dreams are never far away. Trying to pretty up this area just a bit. You can't hang on evil biomes? Evil biomes are just a tense of your own tolerance for annoyance. I don't think evil biomes are particularly fun. But I'm also aware that that is not the most popular take. Not everybody feels that way. Those got stuck because... water above it. Not because it's actually an aquifer. If you don't want necromancy, you can just disable it. Probably a mod to disable it, or you can disable it at the world gen level. But I don't know. I don't mind necromancy all that much. Yes, that will disable necromancers. Well, I guess what I need is we need to decide what dwarf we want to make into the necromancer, and I need to make a secret library. So, strange. We suddenly started getting requests from the mayor, who of course is still Cat Dodger, and the captain of the guard, Denise, that we needed to construct a thing above the tavern, the glass tavern, up in the ceiling. A small little area over here to the right. Ooh, actually, I got an even better location for this. A little small area connected to This little walkway here. Especially if you put them in the military. Oh, yeah. I like your definition of heaps of fun. You're a lot more open to the concept of fun than a lot of Dwarf Fortress players. Like, even myself. Like, I enjoy getting up to all kinds of shenanigans, but I will be honest, a lot of the time, the fun ends up being quite frustrating if I can't control it. Whereas you're just like, that's fun. Can you ask if you're still alive? I don't know. Are you? I don't think so. Let me double check, though. Nope, you are still alive. I am incorrect. You are a Marks Dwarf. Currently going and picking up equipment. You've got giant flying squirrel and giant magpie bone bolts. You have a chestnut crossbow. You really need some new gloves. Like, desperately. I'm actually just going to take a real quick screenshot of this dwarf's inventory, and let's make some new clothes. Mitten, cloth sock. Let's do silk hood. Silk sock. Silk loincloth, we'll give them an upgrade. Cloth. Dress. Cloth. Leggings. Trousers it is then. Oh, I see, that's dingo leather leggings. And robes. All right, let's just do 110 of all these. Except for the low boots, those can be 30. 30. 110. 110. 110. 110. 110, 110, 110. Oh, these are chains. These are prison cells. I need to actually pretty up this prison a little bit. Maybe put like a statue in each one of these or something. Statue, tables, chairs, all that kind of thing. Let's make some green glass statues, actually. Make 80 of those. Make some platinum jewelry or something. Uncontained werebeast epidemic. You want to get rid of were creatures real easy, go to difficulty, go to custom, and then just disable them. Set them so that they can't attack. I haven't seen a single one in this particular map. You can also set it so that wilderness creatures don't cause trouble. This is the agitation stuff. So, yeah, if you don't like were creatures, you can completely just disable them in the difficulty settings. Although I think you can still get them as visitors, but fortunately, those are pretty infrequent. What's up, Zero? What does that affect if you put it value? Do prisons get happier if there's furniture there? So I guess it depends on your goal of the prison, right? You kind of have two options in Dwarf Fortress with your prisons. You can make it so that they are as effective as possible at like destroying your dwarves' mental stability and happiness. That's option A. Or B, you can try and recover dwarves. And if you want to try and recover dwarves, the best way to do that is by making their prisons as nice as possible so that they get flooded with happy thoughts, and by the time they come out of prison, they're in a better mental state than they were when they went in. Which is very much possible. And certain dwarven personality types will get the thought repentant while they're in prison, which makes them repent. And if they're repentant, then they gain this massive flush of positive mood thoughts. So when they get out of prison, they usually will lose most of their haggardness or stress. So the nicer you make prisons, the happier dwarves will be. The dwarf Bomrek mob theater became the king of the rumored anvil in year 1. That's the story that they're telling. I'm sure that's a fascinating one. See what you think about it. Diamond is telling the story, of course. Diamond, the exalted iron religious character of the faction, of course, worshipper of the denomination of mountains. Ironically, not the gremlin deity, which is a shame, frankly. And also, your lover is alive. She's alive and well. However, your only son is dead. So rest in peace to your son. But your lover is alive and well. And she's quite happy. Or happy enough, anyway. Doing dwarf things. Needs a new shirt. All right. Got this down here. Mining all this stuff out. This really is taking forever. Place track vehicle. Wiz the Dwarf is at it now. I think I should put this closer. Kid died? Wait, what? This is a ridiculous amount of time that it takes to haul this. Also, hello, Lenarno. How is things? I guess I could, using some tricky shenanigans, I could use a wheelbarrow to do this. Also, chat. The chat room's been weirdly quiet today. I guess everybody's busy at work, but anything that you can do to keep the chat moving is greatly appreciated. You know, then Dwarf gives up, runs away. Throw it in the trash or trade it to people. That's the advice generally. Do I have a stockpile somewhere? Minecarts. That is the question. It's probably. Wearable just killed the humans you traded with? That seems bad. So I'm going to go and adjust this down here. This. Lava transports. Gonna just have 2 stops. Well, I don't know if I want to fuck with it too much. Yeah, I'm just okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm going to get rid of this bottom thing down here. Just gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna go back up to here and go to lava transport and just replace it. Up here, I'm just gonna use pumps. It'll be so much quicker, and this is just gonna take too long, and I don't feel like setting up a ton of infrastructure to do this. I just really, really don't. All right, let's do dolomite all the way across here and start doing screw pumps. I just have to point these in the correct direction. And we'll get rid of this. I need that gone. All right, well, you will place this tracked vehicle, and we'll get one piece of obsidian in there, I guess. I stole it, yes. That's generally the way you get a Necronomicon, is by stealing it. It's generally, I think, the only method of getting them. Did you build a roof over top of the windmill? That is my question. Did you, in fact, build a roof over top of the windmill? Because if you did, it'll never work. I often find people telling me that their windmills aren't working, have roofs on top of them. Made roof, then placed on top of roof. Okay. Have you tried placing them in various locations around the map in other places? Because the previous statement that was said above in chat may be accurate. There may just be no wind where you are. It is very possible that you settled somewhere that has no wind. So try and go to the highest point of your map and build one. That, or is it connected to power already? Because if it's already connected to mechanisms, and the mechanisms require more power than it's producing, they won't spin. And it'll just look like it's not working. But in reality, may just actually, require some assistance. If that makes any sense. What? Really? I can't believe I can't say I've ever seen that, but that's part of the fun of Dwarf Fortress, stuff that, you never expect happens still. All right, so this is going to go down this way. Okay, no, actually, I need this to just be a normal dig. All right. Now we just need to wait for miners to come and do this. Get her done for us. Still need to wait for that to go away. Really need more mining-specific miners, I think. Yeah, I mean, if you want consistent power, don't use windmills, period. Windmills are extraordinarily inconsistent. Do you have an aquifer, Linux? I would just say harvest the aquifer. You cannot get power out of lava, no. There is no lava power solution in Dwarf Fort. Although, I'm kind of curious now. Does this map have working windmills? Let's find out. No crashes or frame drops anymore, even in large forts. I mean, Celestian Chat has a fortress with 600, or that had 620 something dwarves. Yeah, no, it's been super stable as of late. I tend to agree. I will continue to be completely bewildered by the people who are claiming dead game because it's not exactly the same as the versions on Bay 12 anymore. Like, I will be... An ambush! We're being cursed by all friends of nature. I like that they're killing the zombie elves that they left here previously. It was very polite of them to leave them here, actually. So we've been ambushed. So it's time to curse all friends of nature, chat. And request that they pay us a visit. What? Did you just do what I think you just did, elf? I think they did. So this... There was an elf here that just changed pants a couple of times. I think they decided it would be a good idea. To steal the clothing of their own dead. That's a little dark. Anyway, the dwarves are booking it back into the fort. Toulon, what are you doing? I think I'm going to go up here, actually, and I'm just going to cancel all these for nowsers. I can rebuild these later. I'll suspend that. This can also be suspended. All right. Cancel this. Get everybody inside. There's also a human swordsman here for some reason. Let's see. Do I still have the defense kitty? I do still have the cat scanner. Hopefully cat scanner spots the elves as they come running in. A thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. Which is already filthed his way away. Hello again, Fligiplimus. Fligliplimus. Fligliplimus. Chat room, remind me after this fight. But, I'm going to make some tin coins. I'm also going to make some platinum coins. Let's do 20 platinum coins and 10 tin coins. I'm going to put tin coins on a pedestal up here, and we're going to donate to the Kobold cause. See if I can help them become more successful thieves. Telenartho has grown to become a peasant, by the way. I thought that you would like to know this, Telen. You are now a peasant and a dabbling woodcutter, and you're satisfied at work and don't feel anything after joining into an existing conflict. You do dream of crafting a masterwork someday, so frankly, it's best you get to it. So, where are these elves at? They all leave? They all left. Well, that was a very weak attempt at a siege. Huh. Snatcher, protect the children. I mean, good luck there, Dish. Go get him. Oop, never mind. He saved himself by getting stuck in a cage first. You did a Reddit post for the spooky contest? Cool. I will give that an upvote. I gotta say, I know that a while ago there was questions about like, yo, what if there was like a little cute character that was a little helpful tutorial pop-up person? I'm just saying. I know that Tarn didn't want to make the debug character the tutorial character because he had to stare at him as like missing assets all the time. What if like this was your tutorial character? Like what if this was our Clippy for Dwarf Fort? I'm just saying that this chameleon person would be a very good thing. Also, this is a chameleon person. People keep calling it a gecko man. I'm like 99% certain that's a chameleon person. Anyway, so we can go back to doing what we were doing because, like, Bad's already left. That was a pathetic attempt of a siege. Back to this. Yep, we have wind here. That's nice. But yes, we did in fact get a Necronomicon. It's currently forbidden in the middle of a hallway in the middle of the floor. But currently, what I really want to do is just redirect this river so I can get these bodies out of here. I got a couple of them. Like, I don't think any of them are my dwarves. I think this skeleton right here might be. But I want to redirect this creek and just get all this crap out of here. I'm also going to need to do this way. Put a door right there. Otherwise, they are going to get stuck in here. I once had a goblin civ that completely assimilated an elven civ, and the elves were always attacking me with iron. It was terrifying because they would also bring mounts. So they had like the elvish mounts, but they also had metal. Although I'm actually really happy that they left when they did because it gives me a chance to trade with Mountain Home. I was really worried I wouldn't be able to trade with Mountain Home this year. Or Vad. Not one of mine. So no, this is actually a really good thing that we can trade. Also have an exclamation point. What's that about? I'm also kind of surprised they haven't asked me if I want to be a, if I wanted a barony just yet. Oh. Diplomat could not complete a meeting and left unhappy. What? Huh. I've annoyed somebody slightly. Tube. Wink. And cork. Wink. Just thought they could steal children. Yeah, no, that usually happens in World Gen, but yeah, no, they can. How do you fix what? Couple times per year. They need you need an office to be assigned to your noble, and you need your highest ranking noble to be available, which leads me to believe that I should go to Cat Dodger and give them less work. Because Cat Dodger is my mayor. So I will remove their assigned tasks so they have none. Which will, and also, yeah, let's just let you be a full-time woodcutter. Think I have both those bases covered? Then I can't help you. That or maybe the diplomat is going insane. So I'm not sure. If I knew how to fix that, I would have fixed it already. My only knowledge of how to make sure that they consistently are able to get their job done is just make sure that you have nobles available with offices available. And also, ideally, a public space somewhere in your fortress where visitors can visit so that they can enter your fortress. What? Okay, I misread that. I thought they were leaving immediately. You'll keep pondering the diplomat then? Well, there you go. So in regards to the Spooky Fort contest, they want to see your creepiest crypts, menacing meeting halls, and scariest stockpiles. Don't let your dwarves sleep because a vampire could be lurking around the corner. You know what kind of sucks is I was kind of considering doing like a dungeon or so contest video for Halloween. Now I feel like I shouldn't. Kind of had one planned for this week, but oh well. The Flaming Forgotten Beast got into your fort and burnt it down. Well, rip. Hi, Darius. Mr. Mac, the gem cutter, withdraws from society. Most of the dwarves, however, are planting seeds. Also going to give all my squads a break so that they can assist with bringing items, because I'm assuming there's still items that need to show up. I'm going to try and sell all of the arrows. Not bolts. You know, let's jump back up to the surface. Our progress up here is coming pretty slow. Slow and steady wins the race, or bores the dwarf. They do actually have access to up here, don't they? Yeah, they do. Haven't gotten to anything yet. Alrighty, Celesty. We'll see you when we see you. Just skimming comments on the minecart video that I put up this morning. Interesting. Where's the camel swimming pool? Las Vegas. Next question. Also, hi, Celestars. Your dwarf is still alive. I was just checking. I always think it's funny when there's like children with gray hair. Okay, it's me growing up. The child with the gray hair. All right, so I can't sell all of this to these dwarves because it's too heavy. But if I buy these bars, that's less weight. I can buy these cages, which will weigh them up less. I can buy all these picks, which will weigh them up less. Buy these shields, which will also help. Buy this. Buy the anvils. Where is all of this weight coming from? Must have been Lorbam Page Grooves. We'll take that book, as well as this book, and the Hungry Head Parchment. Yes, they have a jug. I always forget that jugs exist in Dwarfort. Yeah, let's buy these barrels. Still too much weight. God damn it. You have like lead in here hiding somewhere? Or a boulder? Brought blocks. That's crystal glass. Mark all. Well. What do I... Okay. I'm assuming the issue is the tubes. Well, that's a shame. I don't need all of this stuff, so I can go through here and remove stuff. I guess I will just go through here and remove stuff until I can trade with them. kind of hoping I could, like, you know, have like a glass trading industry or something. But, you know, is what it is. Don't need that. Don't need that. We certainly don't need all of those bags. There we go. Trade. I will offer these as gifts then. I think it's just the issue was there was just too many of them. And then we'll go back to redirecting that river, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do with that Necronomicon. It's too much weight, finally. Let's push this down to there. Done. Okay, so that is the most that they can carry. Works for me. I don't know about the underground pyramid. We'll see if that ends up happening. Although I could make an underground pyramid Necronomicon location storage thingy. It's the most descriptive thing I've said all day. This dwarf is claimed a jeweler shop. You've just put platinum bars. All right, let's follow Mr. Mac on their artifact. As they just grab platinum bars. This is going to be an expensive artifact. That's the Necronomicon scroll on the ground. I like how you can just put something on the ground and just be like, dwarves, don't touch it. Pyramid Sacred Library. Yeah, could do that. Library for a single book. And now let's grab hematite. Why you must grab heavy thing? Silly dwarf. Also, we found more iron. Why haven't you died yet? Why do you want to die so bad? I mean, I could set up a disaster if you want. I'm still trying to figure out why those elves left so quickly after showing up. It's like they attacked us and then just like immediately left. Maybe they were just so horrified after seeing their own zombified friends that attacked me previously. Because the last time the elves attacked, they attacked at the exact same time that the They attacked at the exact same time as when the necromancers attacked. So a bunch of them turned into zombies. They just kind of lived in the corner for a bit. They didn't even see the trap. They didn't even get in the front door. They like didn't even make it across the creek. They saw some dwarves building stuff outside and just went, bah! And that was about it. Speaking of the Forgotten Beast, Mesli, Lurdioso, Atik has come. A giant scaly armadillo. It has 2 stubby horns and it is ravening. Its amethyst scales are jagged and close set. Beware its spittle that be deadly. It's Seduce Devil the Hateful. It's now fighting with our current champion, who is still Osmat. Osmat has killed several Forgotten Beasts now. Or several, not Forgotten Beasts. Killed a dwarf in 59. Killed an eagle woman in 59, the American. Killed Shortast, the dwarf in 59. And then killed Asmil, the dwarf in 83. And then our previous champion, the Forgotten Beast, in 201. As well as several random duders. This one over here, the Seduced Devil, has 4 notable kills. Killed several dwarves and a human and a llama once. Cyrolac, thanks for the 38th month. So chat room, I have a question. Who do you think gonna win? The scaly armadillo or the one-eyed Dimitrodon? Who's your preferred victor? Wrong address. DHL, hello DHL. Chat room, you have one job. We just got a resub. Why have I had to explain this to you guys like a billion times today? None of you are like on the ball. It's kind of a shame. You have one job. There you go. You're remembering. The one job. This is like the first time all year I've had to remind chat to post beers. And it's like, this is like the 3rd or 4th time today. Like the 3rd or 4th time today, man. Aren't all armadillos scaly? Well, maybe in this world some of them aren't. Brazilian Joe, thanks for the Prime subscription. Brand new. Good to have you. All right. Well, let's run this a few turns at a time. And see which Forgotten Beast reigns supremest of the beastists. This one, Osmet Murky Muck, the Spurting Abyss, does have a dented, bruised foot. But aside from that, it's pretty okay. Meanwhile, Massley, not so much. Rusty as well with the Prime sub for the 6th month. Welcome back. Fighting begins. It appears that Murky Muck's blood's all over the floor. Appears that Seduced Devil got some hits in. Specifically kicked him in the cheese. And the Force twists the right front leg, which tore apart the muscle. The Champion Beast kicked the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his right foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. So we got bruises and bleeding. The bleeding continues. Bits begin flying off. I did see an arm or a limb. Question is, where did it land? Ah. So it appears Osmat has lost a foot. Or no, more specifically, it's his third toe from his left front foot. So our champion has lost a foot. His ability to stand is somewhat impaired, or has lost a toe. His ability to stand is somewhat impaired due to this. Is swapping between bleeding and being healthy. But was able to make Messley start bleeding. All right, so the champion is bleeding heavily. They're both bleeding heavily at this point. Blood going everywhere. We've got deadly spittle and gases spewing about the place. Teeth just went flying everywhere, mostly Osmat's. Osmat lost his teeth. Specifically, his third toe on his left right foot is gone, and his third toe on his right rear foot is gone, and his teeth is gone. His teeth is gone, chat. I repeat, his teeth is gone. Actually, they're not gone. It's just all over the floor now. They continue to batter away at each other and gore and fight in real time. And the Force bends the front foot, tearing apart the muscle. Forgotten Beast gores the Champion Beast in the left front foot, tearing apart the muscle. And it continues. Boiling extract. And it appears we have a new champion who is still bleeding. The final blow. Forgotten Beast gores the Champion Beast in the head, tearing apart the muscle and chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. Still bleeding heavily. And seriously injured. Doesn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. I kind of wish he was running around because he'd be bleeding everywhere all the time. Oh, the bleeding has stopped. Doesn't change the fact that he's pretty injured. Got a lot of dents. We do have a new Champion Beast. We drink for the champion. And the dwarves cheer in the holds after the sounds quell down. Shoutouts to the Armadillo. Armadillo is a very fun word to say, so I have no issue with the Armadillo winning. And let's jump up to the surface up here. See how my diggy tunnel's doing up here. I need this to get down to stone so that I can set it as a drain. Then it's just a matter of hooking this whole sucker up to power. Let's get this one done. And you're going to need, what, 10, 20, 30 power, and this is producing 160. Yeah, that's overkill. It's ran into horn silver, like native horn silver? Oh, that's interesting. Dema Brown Suppers. Wishes to reside here for the purpose of monster hunting. What is you? Visitor. Human swordsman. No, thank you. Begone. Oddball. Yep, they're coming to dig. MB Audio here to dig a tunnel. And chat room, there is a hype train running, so if you happen to have a resub or some bits on your account, now's the time to throw it around. Maybe you'll unlock some emotes you don't already have. And that's about the extent of streamers selling out for the minute. Thanks for the $1, Deep Space. Appreciate you. And Rusty. But it's unfortunately, I think it's futile. I don't think this train's going to level up. It is a shame, but it happens sometimes. I've hit the aquifer. Boy, oh boy. Widen this.
Yeet.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Also, shark jumping walrus. Thank you very much for the $1. I should have said something earlier. My apologies. I don't really make a big deal out of trains. It kind of feels just shitty to just make the whole stream about, hey, guys, money, now. Never fully fallen into that hole. Okay, so this is a claystone wall. Mr. Mac, the gem cutter, has created Debshishid, an adventuring bracelet, and offers it to the Mark of War. That I need to check in on in a minute, but I want to finish this first. We tried. It was a valiant attempt, though, I would say. Cyrolac. An absolute valiant attempt. All right, dwarves, I do need you to unironically get to this. Adventuring, not adventuring. It's a type of gem. This is an expensive as all hell adventuring bracelet. Adventuring, which I'm probably completely, butchering. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with trillion-cut aventurines. Anyway, studded with iron and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of point-cut aventurines. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool and gabbro. On the item is an image of cushion, gems, and dolomite. On the item is an image of construct road, the lacy roof. The large booming metal hood in platinum. On the item is an image of a brilliant cut gem in hematite. All right. I think I know what I want to do with that, but I really need them to get to this. Come on, dwarves. Get to her. There they come. Trying to redirect this creek ever so slightly. Because if I can do that, then I can get bodies out of here. Also, I just realized I fucked. I need to build this down here. Not up here. Well, fuck. I can still use this construction, but I have to move all of this. Because I just realized I'm a very smart boy. Because I just realized what direction the river is flowing. I thought it was flowing in the other direction. Do you ever just, like, have an extraordinarily dumb moment? More like that damn sucks instead of damn that sucks. Anyway, it's not that bad. I can still use the same drain, which is what matters. Practice windmills. Yeah. It just means I've wasted 10 minutes, but that's fine. Not gonna take that long to rebuild. That's probably fine. All right, let's go up to here. Let's see where you are. So I'm gonna go down to here. And I'm going to make 2 tile wide dolomite setup right here. Am I really out of dolomite? Okay, fine, we'll use gabbro then. And then 2 more of this of gabbro. Wall going this way. Out of gabbro. Down to here. Out of gabbro. Wall this way. Out of gabbro. We can just dig down here. dig down to there. Easy peasy. Will work just fine. And then over here, we can build more of those windmills, although this time I don't need to make as many. Let's just make, I don't know, 2. It's about how many I need. And then had a different type of fun. A were-camel dropped by and got infected by dwarves and now lost half your population down to 50. You still have to deal with the infection. The worst thing I ever had with a volcano fort was I had a... It was partially on a terrifying biome, which wasn't so bad. But the issue was pretty quickly after settling on that biome, I realized there was a very consistent problem with that biome. Undead giant ravens kept showing up, which really not that bad. The issue is that they would dive in, like no worse than the magpies on this map, right? But they would dive into the volcano and go for a swim and fly through the volcano and into my fortress, and they wouldn't live very long, maybe like a couple seconds, but they would go through like at a Z, they basically would dive bomb like a Z level of lava and then come up out of my forges. So I just had these random sentient fireballs every so often in my fortress. Which was pretty traumatic for all involved. I don't recommend that. Like, if you could just build a fort where you don't have to deal with that, I would recommend that. Honestly, it's the one time that a murder of crows is actually a very fitting word. What is the majority of my dwarves up to right now? Starting to think I should take all of the cats out of this pen. Because I'm constantly like scrolling down this and seeing like a third of my dwarves are just penning and pasturing this stuff constantly. Oh, no, totally. I mean, like, there's plenty of reasons, like, to do that. But, you know, this was also, like, years and years ago, right? You always make mistakes once. Now I'm too good at preventing nasties from getting in, and most of my, like, spooky forts end up just being boring. Which is why I kind of don't like playing super spooky forts, because I never take any risks, because it's like, well, there's scary things on the surface, so I will hide underground. Usually how that goes. Just play dangerously? Oh, totally. But it's so easy to not. It's so easy to just be super careful. I only need those 3. I just need to wait for those to get over here. I'm going to connect this to this over here. All right, let's try this again. I may need to just make more screw pumps. You didn't fall into the water, did you? Sure. And just don't need the outside to go anyway. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, that is the easy way to go. That is very much the easy way to go, is just simply ignore the baddies. Turns out ignoring the baddies is also really boring. A lot of the time. Okay, what other green things am I making? Green glass blocks and green glass boxes. I think I'm going to just get rid of both of those jobs. those back up later. I like how much tick man Ichor is everywhere, and also the fact that I have several trapped tick people. So I need to find a dwarf that would be a fitting dwarf to make into a necromancer. That's kind of my goal for today, is to find a dwarf that would make a fitting dwarf for being made into a necromancer. Because I do have the Necronomicon, and thus I would like to do something with the Necronomicon. However, I don't want to just make all of my dwarves into necromancers, because then there's nothing special about them. To me, necromancers are fun if you have like one or two in the fort, and they're kind of like the fortress leadership. You know, they're like, it's like the cult leaders of the cult kind of deal. So that's kind of what I would like to do. I would like to work up to having more than just one or two dwarves, but the initial... Okay, actually, what's happening? What is happening to the tube? I see what's happening. You're immediately being claimed for that job to go underground. I need you to stay there, behave yourselves, and become one with the pump. Okay. That should be enough. And I can just put a wall piece here because, well, this down here now they now have an exit. They can get out that way, which is good. Dreams of ruling the world would be a good one. Very low empathy, cruel. That kind of thing. Basically like standard billionaire traits. Speaking of rich people, John Riccatello no longer works at Unity. I really want to know how much he got paid to get booted out of Unity. Like, how much money did you make to no longer work at Unity? That's what I'd love to know. Oh, got ourselves another undead magpie. Hello, Maggie. Well, Herman Berman just got booted into the river. This is why I'm trying to redirect this creek, by the way. Come on, Herman. Climb out. You can do this. Same with you, Ral. Climb out. You can succeed. I have faith. Come on, guys. Get out. Climb to the edge. Up. Up and at him. Up and at him. Now. It's like an empanada, except you climb. There you go. That's one. Herman's out. How about you? Come on. You're the lover of Diamond Destruct. Don't you die here, girl. Need to get back to your girlfriend. Get out of here. Do not. I literally can't. They're not constructed yet. Otherwise, I totally would have started the pumps. Well, pour one out, I suppose. Okay, you're supposed to pull the lever to stop the pumps from pumping. You're supposed to pull the lever to stop the pumps from pumping. You're supposed to pull the lever to stop the pumps from pumping. I realize you were enthusiastic, but the lever needs to get pulled because currently there's a little bit of an overflow issue. Dwarves. Like, can we... You know, I'll be here all day. Deep Space has the right idea. Water, water everywhere and not a dwarf to pull the fucking lever! I mean, what? Oh. Raoul the Stonecarver has been found dead. Yes. Can we pull the... Okay, Okay, Day, May. May Day. May Day. May you pull the friggin' lever. God damn it. Someone has to be coming to pull the lever, right? Someone. Nobody is coming to pull the lever, chat. I would like to repeat, no one is coming to pull the lever. What? Wait, what? Oh, this is not... I thought it was hooked up already. What the hell is happening? Nothing too bad. Just trying to redirect a river and it got a little leaky. Admittedly, I am still trying to redirect a river. I need a dwarf to hook this up and pull the lever. I could deconstruct the windmill, but where's the fun in that? I would like to do this the way I wanted to. It's just one very enthusiastic pump. The problem here isn't the flooding. The problem is it keeps getting canceled due to the fact that we keep getting attacked by undead magpies, which is a really, really funny thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm too busy getting attacked by undead giant magpies to actually do anything of value here. Someone better be coming to link this. We just need to link this. Like it's almost done. It's almost done. See? Moldath here. Bringing up a limestone mechanism. Could get swept into the river. Yeah, that's the risk I'm willing to take. Are you not? Where's your sense of adventure? Come on, Dwarf. You can do this. I have faith. Besides, Moldath is a professional mechanic and an adept pump operator. So, because they are an adept pump operator and a professional mechanic, I think that their desire to see their family will make sure that they will be as careful as possible so that they can, in fact, escape this safely and go back to sleeping in their great bedroom. Speaking of somebody who probably sleeps in a great bedroom, Gold Bludgeon, thank you very much for the 10th month. Also, they're pretty far from the river. Maybe if they were right next to the river, then yeah, but I'm not too worried about that. All right, now I just need some wacko Dwarfus to pull the goddamn lever. It's connected now. Who's coming to turn off the water? This is like me and my landlord the other day. Pull the dwarf, lever. Pull the dwarf. I don't understand the reference. Purplepotamus. Are you related to Uridopotamus? Also, Sparky. It's good to see you. Hope you've been all right. How you been, Gold Bludgeon? Chat question for those of you in Europe. Have you guys had daylight savings yet? What's been pulled? Not yet. When is daylight savings for you guys? Because I'm always too lazy to Google it, so I'd rather just ask chat. All right, this will be fine. Definitely a lot of the pieces have been washed into the river already. Okay. Well, this ain't so bad. Sending them down. These squads stay up here. It's 29th of October. That's spooky. All right, good to know. That's the day before my partner anniversary, actually. I got partnered in 2018 on Twitch on October 30th. Goes an hour back. Yep. Yeah, I will be an hour early, I guess, for 2 weeks. That is a lot of mud. All right, now once these two are done, I can just pull this lever, and we will have a redirected creek, and then I can get all this crap out of here. And I feel kind of bad because poor Diamond Destruct's girlfriend died. Those two were lovers. Damn shame. So yeah, no, you gain an hour, right? Everything jumps ahead, not the other way around. You know, it's funny. My brain always says, yay, an hour of extra sleep, but the result is I either A, wake up an hour early and then I'm unable to sleep, or B, what's the word? I either end up going to bed an hour early and I'm then completely unable to sleep, or I end up what's the word? Just staying up late because I'm like, oh yeah, I can stay up late. I get an extra hour of sleep, and it like doesn't help me at all. It's usually how that ends up going. Let's see if we can do this. I'm sure this will be totally safe. You know, it's funny, you guys are always talking to me about, like, OSHA violations and shit with Dwarf, right? Imagine just telling, like, some worker, all right, walk into the river with a, like, bumbling tumble fuck of corpses everywhere and pull bodies out of it. Oh, yay. I've got a package to go pick up. That's exciting. Ordered some business cards. Sometimes I can make this work, sometimes it just doesn't, so we'll see. You're picking up equipment. Very happy after putting out a well-crafted item. I wonder what item you just grabbed. But doesn't feel anything after seeing this dwarf's dead body. Picks up a great item. Super happy about this. Gripped by crippling shyness. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Got it. This is probably a pretty decent way of training swimming, actually. Maybe I should station my soldiers down here. There. Learn to swim, dwarves. Not loot them? I mean, why not both? You know? Well, it's a little looting between friends. I mean, come on, you know, right? Anyway, that's 2 down. Sure, these are going to get forbidden. How have they not been forbidden yet? I don't think it's actually deep enough to train them in swimming. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's 2 done. That's 3 done. Got 1 more. They just need to happen to finish the job tick when it's sitting on 1. Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can do this. Let's try and get 1 on either side. While we keep on trying to do this one in the middle. Then I should be able to just place a block here. Let's see. Because these ones are pretty consistently empty. It doesn't need to be a perfect looking dam, it just needs to be a functional dam, you know? No idea why they gather there to play? It's because they go there to have baths. Believe it or not, dwarven children clean themselves. So they go there, they take a bath, and then they play. It's actually like one of the most realistic, like, childish activities that the dwarven children do is playing in the bathtub. It's literally the reason, like, rubber ducks exist. All right, we just got to get this done. Then I can shut this sucker down. The problem is I will need to deconstruct this pretty quickly once I get all these bodies out, because I do still need this power. That, or alternatively, could do this. Let's just do it this way. So I will redirect this around here. And then I will block it off, I don't know, around here, probably, and then let it loop back around, basically. Or no, I'll block it off here, and then let it loop around. We'll do that way. This one got suspended because there's too many shoes there, probably. I'm pretty sure children existed before programmers. I don't want to, like, blow your mind or anything, but I'm pretty sure children existed before programmers. And I'm also pretty sure that showers existed before programmers, although I realize that most programmers presume that showers do not exist. Just like many cryptids. But, like, you know, just like gamers, I'm pretty sure that they pretend that showers are a mythical beast from beyond our realms of comprehension. Just saying. I'm pretty sure that's a factually correct statement. Your dwarves can't smell you. Exactly. Just like they can't smell the rotting corpses everywhere. I'm actually kind of amazed that this is taking as long as it is. We are redirecting this creek entirely. Which part, Chips? You know, it's funny. Sometimes people come at me about my definition of racism, and now I'm just very confused. All right. I've managed to get a dwarf stuck in here. Good job. All right. Good times. Scarius, number 7. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Today's been a slow day, so I appreciate you. Not actually oh, I know how this happened. I realize how this happened. Anyway, we can turn this off now. No problem. Happy to help. Got to use my pointless knowledge that I've gained over a very long career to use somehow. Because let's be honest, it's not exactly useful. I'm very good at a very specific video game. It's never like a super talent thing that other people respect you for or particularly care generally. Okay, so you should be able to leave out that. Up here. Think. And right there. Think. Although, I can't do that just yet because I do need to block this off. All right, as much as I'd like to do this, can't actually do that just yet. Which means I might lose all of my power for a little bit. You know, it's hysterical how many things people say that I could write a 2-hour essay about, because I would need to like have like some basic English writing skills and like formatting skills to be able to write an essay. I've had so many people ask me to just be like, oh, why don't you just be like folding ideas and do this shit and stuff and whatnot. It's just like, well, because you went to school for that. Like I've failed English. Sure, I know what you mean. I'm just more rambling about YouTube comments. I think people don't fully understand what you mean when you say, I failed English. But it's true, I did. All right. Well, that's beginning. Oh, also, I just realized something. I'm sure you guys maybe noticed this too. I don't have I don't have saving on right now. I had saving turned off for a project. I didn't want to have save screens. So I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I haven't saved. You'll still mess it up? Yep. Yeah, I don't know. It's real funny, like, I'll be talking in, like, my stream team's Discord, and it'll be, like, myself and other people talking, and then I'll write something down, and then 2D Curie will at me and just be like, that's spelled this way, or, like, the correct grammar for this is that, to which I generally respond with, I speak English, I don't care, or something to that degree. It's like, well, you went to university for English. I didn't pass English in high school. So, you know. Oh, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, like, really, what your writing looks like or how badly it's spelled. As long as everybody gets the gist, then you're good. Just had a mini heart attack. I received a email saying that a change had been made to one of my flights for TwitchCon. And I opened up the thing going, oh God, what did they change this time? My flight leaves 20 minutes later. Why'd you even tell me? I wouldn't have noticed. Thob, there we go. We can get you engraved and dealt with. So I've got a couple dwarves walking around hungry. You're hauling a wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boulders and a platinum nugget in it. Yeah, that seems heavy. Is there I guess I have to get this crap out of here. I do really wonder about... So, I don't know about you guys, chat, but I've been noticing more and more and more recently that items get stuck in wheelbarrows. I don't recall this happening so often previously. Like, at all. And the only way to get them out is by dumping them out like this. And then they're probably going to go haul it to the wrong dumping spot. Don't take it to this one. I mean, it is just siltstone, so what they do, I don't actually care all that much. But, like, it's kind of nuts. Yeah, but it doesn't fix that. At least I don't think so. It, like, fixes the ones that, like, are stuck. But let's see. Does that actually work? Oh, well, it fixed it that time. Good to know. Good to know. Because I tried that the other day and it did nothing. So maybe they've updated it. Regardless, that's a bit of a problem. But we will... You know what? Have we gotten all the... I like how somehow I managed to not get Einod's skeleton out of here, even though the whole point was I needed to get all these skeletons out of here. Well, I'm going to consider this project a failure currently and just, like, start the water flowing again. I give up. Because I do need water flowing into my fort. That's actually more important right now. It's actually more important. This lever can be pulled, though. So we'll just call this a failed damming attempt. It's very much a failed damming attempt. Started eating wheelbarrows? Why in the world would you use it to get rid of unwanted blocks? Or rocks, rather. Just make them into blocks and put them in bins. Then you don't ever need to worry about that actually being an issue. As long as these are still spinning, we're good. Okay, let's go back up to here. So this is where I'm going to put the vault. And by vault, I mean sneaky place for sneaky items. But yeah, I would never get rid of boulders. Boulders are very important. Where am I using so much power? I gotta get the lava from somewhere. Oh, lava pumps. Mostly that. Then just dumb shenanigans. I want to say this is like 3,500 of it, and then the rest of it is this. Which is just, like, running at all times. I mean, I could turn it off, but, like, why? So, and then I've got 2 of these. Down here and over there. I am just, like, literally sitting here and waiting for the goblins to attack me. I did turn the invasion cap up for a reason. Mainly to give yourself a reason to use minecarts. It empties the quantum stockpile and makes your building material choices list shorter. Okay. Fair enough. I know another channel, RNG, what he was using infinite stockpiles for was he just had like 1 for every single type of boulder. And then just made piles of every single one, and then would just forbid them and unforbid them as needed. And he did the same with blocks, which is one way to do it. Just want your fort to look nice? Yeah, that's a challenge. Making forts look not terrible is always a challenge. Speaking of looking not terrible, let's put some housing right here. I think I need to make more rock blocks, though. And use chalk blocks. And then on the floor in here, we can do, I don't know. I have for blocks. Just use Gabbro for the floor. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I ask about the rocks thing because I've seen a number of people ask why I use blocks for things, and me saying because they can go into stockpiles and bins, and then them just going like, what? Stuff like that. Or, you know, just people commenting about how they don't have space for, like, all these boulders. It's like, well, you know, just, like, put them in a container. Yeah. That makes sense, Struthers. I generally just do that from, this menu. You know, you can select specific types of things that you want to use for a specific type of thing. By clicking on the little magnifying glass. So it's like, oh, I want to make silk hood, but I want to specify, or I want to make, you know, a certain type of item, but I want to specify this type of stone or whatever. I do it that way. How many blocks can fit in a single bin? 156? I think. Could be wrong, though. I'm pretty sure it's in the hundreds. But I would need to look again. Because honestly, it's not something I pay super close attention to. You should very much make bar and block stockpiles. Although then again, there's a lot of things that people should do in Dwarf Fortress that they refuse to do due to either A, assuming bugs make it not work, or B, they've just never done it that way. There's plenty of things that I refuse to do because I've just never done it that way. So, I mean, I relate. But at the same time, I do think it is valuable to try new things in the game sometimes. Or do things differently from time to time. Out of cabinets. Well, that's interesting. I say, was I not making boxes? I guess not. That's slightly perplexing. All right. Well, anyway, let's go back to that area that I was working on over here. This is going to get another big hole in the ground. So this is going to be my necromancy room, is what this is going to be. But first, I have to pretty it up, you know, make things aesthetically pleasing, shall we say. It's a bit out of the way. They kind of have to go the long way to get here. But essentially, what this room's going to be is I could either use pedestals, that's one option, or I could use a drowning chamber, which is another option. Both of these, I think, are viable options. Regardless, though, the Forbidden Library is going to be up in the corner here. And then somewhere around here, probably top side, I will build the actual resurrection chamber. Drowning chamber works. I mean, yes, we could just do both. You are correct. Do I want to wall this off? What? 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 How did that? Uh-oh. Mr. Mac? That was slightly sketchy. I'm going to suspend this. If you're building diagonally, which is very dumb. I am not entirely sure how that got confirmed for construction, but it did. The dwarf almost fell through the floor and into the lava, but he didn't. Now he's just socializing. I got caught in dust underground. That's very annoying. Literally was like placing a glass panel on the floor above, falls through the floor into the tavern, lands on a table with a hole straight down to a lava pit underneath him, and goes, well, I guess I'll socialize for a bit here. Guys, you'll never guess what just happened. Oh, that's pretty good. Also, speaking of things I would like to build, I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to make a little room. All right. This is going to be a little room of claystone. And inside of this little room of claystone is going to be a little floor of claystone, because I like the color of it. Maybe we'll give it a little front door space here. Little front porch, which we're going to make out of high wood. Going to put ramps on either side so I can put a little roof on it. And this tiny little cabin is going to have a pedestal on it. Inside of the pedestal is going to be a collection of tin coins. So that the poor kobolds who are desperately trying to get rich quick by stealing my stuff can actually get something of value. Because I'm not going to lose sleep if I lose some coins. And, I don't know. I like donating to the kobold cause, frankly. I like encouraging them. The world is better when the kobolds are happy. It's not like I'm donating children to the goblins or anything. Not intentionally, anyway. That's a lot of gems. All right. Let's keep... That's not the button I wanted. Peeking around for more iron. Means they're probably going to cancel this immediately once they're done. But we'll try this a second time. Yep, we got dwarves running over. Alright, sweet. You're gonna hit more water, though. Let's keep doing this. Being underneath, like, a gushing water reservoir like that's kind of a pain. Kind of a pain. But no pain and no hematite, you know? It's like they say. No pain, no get rich quick off of mining deep in the dungeons. You like putting caged goblins around your wealth to make them feel bad? They'll probably just be frustrated while being confined, but sure. Frustrated equals bad. I would tend to agree. It's very nice of you to not, just like throw them into a volcano or something. Which is usually what I do. Set them to be dumped and chuck them into the dump pit. And just be like, oh no, are you in a cage? Well, shame on you, I suppose. Like, this isn't even aquifer. We're just one layer beneath where there was an aquifer, and I was doing a lot of mining one layer beneath the aquifer. Fortunately, we can start digging through it now. At least on that side. I've got steel manufacturing completely automated, so we're just automatically making steel ingots, so we'll be fine. Yeah, today is like the quietest chat has been in recent memory. Not really a problem necessarily. It's just like, it's kind of an interesting observation. Like, I wonder what's up this weekend. I know that Devilish Potato is working. There's one of our more active chatters. Maybe that's got something to do with it. It's a good thing. Chat not being talkative, that's a terrible thing. It's actually one of the worst things that could happen to a Twitch channel is that the chat dies. Chat death is like the beginning of the heat death of the universe for a Twitch stream. The quieter the chat, the worse it is for the chat. The harder my job is to do. And, There's a reason like first impressions videos from YouTubers are generally like 30 minutes because that's about how long your average idiot who does what I do for a living can talk before they just start to be repeating themselves and saying dumb shit, and it stops being fun and entertaining. And when it stops being fun for the streamer, then or the creator, I guess in this instance, then it stops being entertaining. And when chat's dead, a lot of the interaction and the conversation and all that stuff goes away. So all I can really do is talk about the game, which some people really like, but is absurdly boring for me. Which means my job's not as much fun, which means I don't want to work as long every day. So. You like to lurk for the most part? Sure. That's fine. No issues with that. I'm just simply stating. The quieter the chat, the harder it is for me to do my job. It's like working a retail job and having nobody come in and buy stuff. It's like, well, I mean, I could sit here and keep sweeping the same, like, 6 by 6 meter square and repolishing the same window again and again and again and again and again. Or I slowly die of insanity. And also, I'm probably slowly dying of insanity at the same time. Then you quiet down for 4 hours? Yeah. Word. Been there. But yeah, I don't know. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but... Unless you want me to talk about, like, technicality, and yes, in that case, it is a horrible thing. Dead chat is the worst thing that can happen to streams, because channels with active chats also make a significantly larger sum of money on this site, generally. More active the conversation, the more profitable. Which is kind of funny because like when Twitch's revenue leaked, I remember like looking up the two channels that were above and below mine. The channel that was one above mine for earning in the last 3 years had an average of 18 viewers. And at the time, I think I had an average of, it was close to 100. It was like 70 something. High 70s, low 80s. And I looked at it and I was like, okay, so what's this channel that's one above mine? They averaged 18 viewers. I was like, how in the world? And it was just like some manic child. And I say child, they're probably like, you know, early 20s or something. Just constantly screaming, and the chat was just moving by at all times. I was like, how in the fuck? Yeah, but like I said, doesn't matter if it's suitable for lurking or not. Exactly what Fight It said. Can't jump into conversation if there's no conversation. And I could just talk about the things that bother me all the time, but half of chat would want to kill me within 30 minutes. Neither do I. That's kind of like doing a listener call-in show with no call-ins. I don't know how many of you guys used to listen to the radio back when the radio was a relevant, useful thing that people listened to, but I used to listen to a couple call-in shows, and I used to get sad when nobody called in. It happened from time to time, because it usually would mean that the show was about to get canceled. And generally, that was the case. All right, what am I doing? Working on that space for the Necronomicon. Down here. Not sure why these got canceled. Like I said a second ago, today is the first day in recent memory where I've had to actively try and drum up chat into talking, which means my job is harder today than it's been in recent memory, the past few months. So if you want to talk about something, that's great. If it's something that I have no input on, that's fine too. I just want chat to be moving. I know that you're like, I could talk about Linux. It's like, cool. I could also talk about like shaving my skin off with a cheese grater. Because that's about how pleasant that subject is. But at the same time, as long as chat's moving, I'm not going to complain. Prove it, you won't, coward, Rhina. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, Stone. I mean, Stone, you remember those days where it was like 4 or 5 times a day I'd have to like try and drum up a conversation. It was like long death streams. It's like, what is more annoying? Cheese grater on a chalkboard or chat room that not talking? Now I wonder, would a cheese grater on a chalkboard have like the same effect as a nail on the chalkboard? Because that's kind of what I'm going for. Probably would. Oh, did he? I haven't watched Krog Smash in a while. I was wondering if he was making any modifications to the tile set. Turns out I just watch like no gaming content on YouTube anymore, so more of a me problem. Wish you could manually erupt them without using pumps. I mean, you kind of can. Just have to dig out the sides of them. When I want to make manual eruptions, I just build like a reservoir on the top layer, cave it over into the reservoir, and have bridges or floodgates, and then pull a lever to erupt it. Basically just letting the reservoir loose. Mud skippers? Why mud skippers? Also, is there such a thing as a non-amphibious fish? I'm sure there is, but the fact that you specified your favorite amphibious fish. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks very Krug Smashian. He used to always just like put his tile set on his website, so I'm kind of surprised he hasn't done that with this. To replace the big face. Oh, you mean like for the engravings? Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the engravings, but they're not the worst. I don't know. There's worse things out there. It'd be cool if you could engrave different images. I mean, you can. They're just not represented by the game in any way. Because you can specify different images to be engraved. But, like, it doesn't actually have any aesthetic or mechanical effect, really. Are you able to get your dwarves to gather extra armor and weapons after a battle so that you can sell them rather than them getting stolen? What's stealing them? What do you mean by stolen? I mean, stuff doesn't, like, just show up and steal stuff like that, really. Just make a really big armor and clothing stockpile and then claim them all after the fight. That's really all you need, is just a armor and clothing stockpile. Kias keep stealing? Okay. I guess that's more of the question I was trying to ask, is like, what's stealing them? Yeah, Kias are a unique situation. I mean, you could station some crossbow dwarves next to it while the dwarves claim them all, but I would try and just set it up so that the fights happen in your fortress where the Kias don't have access to them, and then you can just move the stuff to where it needs to be. Yeah, usually it takes longer than the actual fight. It's like fighting a war in Dwarf Fortress. 10 days in game. Cleaning up after the fight. 3.5 years in game. It's like, it's kind of nuts. So instead of attacking the siege, how do you get them to attack you, or just wait for them to deny the parlay? How do you get them to attack you? Are you getting attacked by the humans? Goblins? Dwarves, who's attacking you? And what does it say when they attack you? Does it say, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, or does it say, a vile force of darkness has arrived? Humor me. This is actual information I need to answer this question. Vile force of darkness. All right. Well, when the parlay is done, they will just attack you. If you deny the parlay, they will attack you and try to keep attacking you until every single one of your dwarves is dead. That is their goal. So if you deny the parlay, or if you wait for the parlay to time out, they will just attack you. Now, if it says the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress, they will hang around outside for about a year, supposedly until your food supply goes down, and then they will attack you. Yes, Frog. I mean, mudskippers are goofy as heck little critters, but... All right. Let's just use Dolomite. Yep, you can wait any siege out with the exception of undead sieges. Undead sieges cannot be waited out. Because some of the undead will always wait for all eternity. The way elven ambushes work is they leave or try to leave when they run out of ammunition. Goblins will fight until they lose 50% of their soldiers, at which point then they will try and retreat. Or they will fight until they kill, it's like 85% of your like fortress. Whereas the necromancers will flee, and the intelligent undead will not flee unless they have no access to the dwarves, at which point then they will flee, and then the normal zombies never will flee. And then humans, they like stand outside the fortress, and they're the ones that get the enemy have come and are laying siege, because they actually lay siege. They will just try and wait you out, basically. But any siege can just be waited out. You can just wait and go away eventually. But yeah, denying it starts the combat immediately, which is very useful. Let me tell you. Very useful. So there is a aquifer one layer up, I think. Is there actually an aquifer up here? We'll find out in a second. Hold on a second.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
What's up, Doc? Phineas, good news. The rest of the squad has come back, except for you. So hopefully, that's the precedence that's being set. That means your dwarf will come back, and hopefully sooner rather than not soon. So I would say that's a pretty good thing. And then right here, I'll put a goblin. Which actually, goblin is going to go up to here, then around here, and then down to here. This is going to be the evil murder chamber. Preferably with their steel plate. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if my soldiers would return with their steel plate armor, but unfortunately, we haven't been so lucky. All right, we're just gonna do one of these. I'm going to put a lever right here. And I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to put a bunch of cage traps. And I'm going to go right here. I'm going to put a cage. Let's use the elf. Should walls made from boulders and walls made from blocks look different? Are you asking me if they should, or are you asking me if they do? Because should they? Maybe. Do they? No. But do they have a different mechanical feature? Because that they do. They do, in fact, have different mechanical purposes. More specifically, walls made of boulders are easier to climb than walls not made of boulders. Walls made of blocks are smooth. Walls made of boulders are jagged. So walls made of boulders are far easier to climb because of their jagged nature. So I'm going to just start doing this. Yes, I did in fact get a book from the necromancers. Strange that the newest necromancer tower is called Barnes and Noble. A little odd, but you know, what can you do? And do I want to just do it this way? You know what? Yeah, I want to do it this way. I want to make my life easy. Smooth stone versus block walls. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure that a smooth stone wall is as hard to climb as a rough boulder wall, and a smooth brick wall is easier to climb than a boulder wall. But a wall with an overhang is impossible to climb unless you can fly. Basically. Although it might depend on the skill of the person doing the smoothing. But at that point, I'm not actually that sure. Hello, a devilish potato. Hope this stream day has been okay for everyone. A little quiet. Cavern dwellers, fear the darkness, blah, blah, blah. I've done so little in the caverns recently. I find that the cavern dwellers just make me not do much in the caverns. Kind of sucks, because I really like the caverns. Ah, I see. Forgotten Beastie, this one. Quadruped composed of green glass is fighting with a bunch of ant people. let's go here. Let's do floors. We'll just use the close limestone. B. Lisi, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. That is 5 times the gift subs I've had all day today. So thank you. Appreciate you. So I'm going to put windows across here so they can see through. Today's been a very slow day. Yeah. In many ways. And then I'm going to put a lever over here, and this is going to be the drainage. Nope, I didn't even see that. Vida, thanks for the $10. I was looking at the game and not the Twitch chat of things. All right, let's do this. This and this. See you here. Outside of them just being annoying to deal with sieges. Yeah, which is why I find I largely either A, nerf them out of existence, or B, just ignore them. It's usually my 2 interactions with them these days, which, yeah, kind of sucks. But seriously, thanks for the $10. Appreciate you, man. Do this here. I'm going to need to go to this corner anyway, because I'm going to need to channel into here. MB Audio withdraws from society. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Buffalo cow's been missing for a week. All right. Late winter. Not dying season yet. Milisi, thank you very much for gifting a second. Or another subscription. A 6th subscription, even. Appreciate you. Down here, this is going to be this. I'll bring this down to here. Could go from the bottom, too. Up. Up. Which I think will be fine. There you go. Guess we also have a little bit of water leaking in from that side. Like, I can't just make a piece with 250 sparrow people in the basement instead of just walling off the whole cavern. Do you want more than 6 frames per second? Yeah, I nerfed them down so that they only show up 3 at a time and can only have a maximum of 15 on the map, which makes them not affect frame rate at all, but still kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I am not a huge fan of the mechanic. It's probably my least favorite change to this version of the game, but, like, I don't know, it's still not the biggest deal. It's certainly not like game breaking by any stretch. It's just more of a mild annoyance. Okay, so you've been connected to this lever. This lever can also get connected to this. This will be my drainage. Which I'm probably going to need to make bigger than this, actually. Do it like that. There'll be plenty of space to let it drain. You hope your Doctor Romancer adopts it. They'll only adopt it if they like it as an animal type. Which is pretty unlikely. I was able to get the bodies out. I did a really bad job fiddling with it, Arkshroom. But none of my dwarves died in there. Not outside of the zombies that knocked the dwarves in there. MB Audio has claimed a stoneworker's shop. Is sitting there and staring intently at the wall. Limestone, gypsum, raw green glass. What else do you need? Wood, got that. Skeletons, okay. Probably skeletons if I had to bet. Cut gems as well. All right. Bars of metal, okay. More gems. Cut gems. Okay, well, we got plenty of cut gems. So it's just a matter of slaughtering some stuff. Yeah, there's some gems up here. I will slaughter 2 giant squirrels. We'll do that. That's not how pets work. You don't assign items to dwarves or things to dwarves. You can only do that if they are war tameable or war trainable. Otherwise, things are not just assigned to a dwarf. That's not how that works. So no, you can't just assign it to a dwarf, be their pet. You literally cannot do that. That's not how the game works. Am I making more tutorials? I definitely didn't upload one this morning. That underperformed. It's a very silly question to ask. Are you making more of your most successful content ever? Yes. Duh. Next question. Why? What specific tutorial are you looking for? Someone over there. The problem with tutorials is people only search for them when a game is new. Once a game's been out for a bit, they stop looking for tutorials and it stops being a super viable method unless you're doing like very, very basic stuff. And the more niche and specific you get, the harder the videos get to make and the less people watch them. I mean, like I uploaded a video this morning, which took me like an hour and a half to make. And a video that I uploaded the 2 days before about the machine took me 1/10 of the time to make, and so far is performing about 90% better. So it's kind of demoralizing to make content where it takes you a significantly larger amount of time and prep, and like doing that is just like, and I keep getting these requests. It's like a quick, like, you know, like this person, I will literally read this comment from 4 minutes ago. Could you do a quick tutorial showing an efficient way to connect 100 Z levels of minecart spiral down with rollers, maybe? No. Because I'd have to build it. Nothing about that would be quick. A very small number of people would watch it. And it would take me so much longer. There's no reason to do that. I mean, the tutorial itself would come out as 2 minutes. I would make $1.50 off of the video. And, no. That's my statement to that. Yeah, I mean, like, you're, I like showing people YouTube numbers because I think it, like, really puts this stuff into perspective a little bit. Like, this is a video that I uploaded that people ask me to do more of this stuff all the time, right? This is my Caves of Cud news video. 9 minutes long. Took me, like, 40 minutes to make this video. Got 1,300 views, made $3.40 Canadian. And that's before taxes. So I got less than a Twitch sub from that. The minecart machine video. It took me about less than 30 minutes to make this video. It plus like the construction that I did on stream anyway. So it was streamed content repurposed into video. Made me $15. Great. Let's see the Future of the Fortress video I put up the other day. Took me about 2 hours to make this video. Maybe $12. When people ask for tutorials, they're just like, make a tutorial out of this. unless I know it's going to get a large number of views, which is why I made so many in December, it rapidly becomes not super worth it to do. You know, like I'm trying to find a good example of this. This is what I'm looking for. This is my 16-minute long beginner's guide to minecarts, right? This is a video I did for Kit Fox. This video took me 4 hours to make, okay? And it made me 20 bucks. So that's like, what, $5 an hour? Benefit is because I made it for Kit Fox, they pay me an hourly rate to do those, so it's not so bad. But like, do I make tutorials? Yes, when they're quick, convenient, and people will watch them. But the reality is, people aren't watching tutorials very much right now because there isn't an influx of players. So tutorials will come out when there's influxes of players. Either that being a big sale, big update, that sort of stuff. In between, I will put out tutorials when I either just like have the stuff together to make a tutorial quickly and easily, or just feel like it. I think over-promising stuff is like just ridiculous. When does the one on the Mark's Dwarves come out? When I make it. I haven't made it yet. When I make it. When I have the inspiration and the desire. I was going to do that on Sunday, because I put the minecarts video together on Friday, but Sunday was full of stress because I found a massive leak in my apartment, so I spent the entire day with plumbers and appliance people and my landlord and phone calls and other shit and didn't want to work afterwards. Saturday, I was in a panic attack because my grandmother was in surgery. So yeah, no, it'll come out when it's out. I said it would be out probably sometime next week. We're into next week now, so I'm sorry for promising things, I guess is the answer to that question. It'll be out when it's out, when I have it done, when I've made it, when I feel like I have enough knowledge and like the ability to format that sentence into a functional enough sentence that people can watch it. It's okay. She's not. She's in a terrible state, but life goes on. Why don't you just make a flood chamber? And that's also like the answer to a lot of tutorial questions. It's like what I got super frequently from people back in December was, could you make a tutorial on how to make an arena to make creatures fight? And I'm sitting there going like, no. Because use like 10 seconds of brain creativity and figure out how to build one yourself. Like, maybe I'm an asshole, but like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure I've covered just about every single basic thing in Dwarf Fortress. To the point where like, you can probably figure it out. Like, genuinely. I don't like making tutorials is the actual reality. I kind of hate it. It's my least favorite content to make. And the content I like making, people don't like watching. So tutorials are a very strategic thing that have to be placed and released at the right time. Otherwise, they don't do that well. The Vile Force of Darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parlay. Jimmy, thanks for the Prime subscription. The reality is, sorry if it seems like I'm just making excuses. That's not my point. The reality is, I stream 40 hours a week. It's usually between 35 and 40 hours a week. I put an additional 10 to 15 hours a week into YouTube and other content and doing stuff behind the scenes. I'm also recording footage for NoClip, so I've got more hours and stuff that I need to do. So my priority right now is to put out the content that's the easiest to put out that the people watch. People aren't watching tutorials right now. They're not a huge priority. I'll get that video done, because I said I would, and I will get it done. But just know, tutorials are the lowest priority right now. Easily the lowest priority right now, because they are the least viewed thing I put up currently. All right, with the exception of Caves of Cud content, which underperforms under that. Anyway, so the legendary curses wish to parlay. I wish to nap time. I need to sneeze. Hold on. Never mind, I lied. I don't need to sneeze. All right. Or rather, my sneezing lied. So now let's just hope that this is actually as big of a siege as I hope it will be. Hit it when the sneeze doesn't come out. I mean, I'm still waiting. I can still feel it there, but like, we'll see. Okay. I just don't want to deafen half of chat with a surprise jump scare. Okay. So, why is this siege so small? I thought I increased the number.
Over here, he has a sword.
I mean, this is the Goblin faction that attacked me once before. So, where's your backup, boys? Chat's been fine since I complained. Like, actually, where the hell's your backup? I literally set the invader cap to 500, and I'm getting these tiny-ass sieges. Well, let's increase this number. Let's increase this number. Let's increase this number. And hope that the next one's bigger. Because I'm disappointed. I wanted a big army to attack me. And I figured that this would be a big army, considering they siege me. Unless they literally, like, have no soldiers. Which is certainly a possibility. Very likely that they do, because they're from the legendary curses. Which is a goblin civ. Yeah, which is like this whole lower area down here. Yeah, all these guys. I mean, they're not a huge civ. But, like, they are around. I don't know. Mostly just kind of miffed. Like, I kind of just want to send my squads out to fight them. But could probably just station my crossbow dwarves, actually. Close-ish by. And just let them deal with it. Just kind of miffed. I don't know. Was hoping they'd send a bigger squad. Land of blood and puke. I mean, it adds to the patina of the place. I think I'm just going to give my squad some exercise. No reason to pull out the FAMP for this. I don't think I accidentally sealed this off, did I? Oh, maybe that's it. Never mind, hold on. Let's try doing this. Maybe they just can't get into the fort, so they're just, like, not sending their full power, maybe? Pull the lever, Dwarf. All right, well, now it's open. At the very least, they're heading to the front door now. Most of the blood is. Not the stuff up here. The stuff up here is from us fighting. There was also, like, 2 sieges that attacked at the same time once. Yeah, I guess this is the whole siege. Well, that's a disappointment. I was hoping for a bigger siege. But oh well. Miss Rain washing away blood? It still does, though, doesn't it? It just needs to actually rain. MB Audio has created Thalal Tunur, a limestone floodgate, and offers it to the Mark of War. This is a limestone floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gypsum cabochons and radiant cut aventurines, and decorated with round brilliant cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of rectangular gypsum cabochons and pear wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of giant flying squirrel bone and menaces with spikes of iron. On the item is an image of Darius Cardrin II, the dwarf in limestone. On the item is an image of Chops, the dwarf in gypsum. On the item is an image of square-cut gems in gypsum. Oh, nice of Krug. He's generally pretty quick about such things. I don't know what to use that for. We'll figure something out. I mean, I don't need them, but you could post them in my Discord if you want. Linking them in my chat isn't particularly helpful to anybody. All right. Unless somebody in chat wants them, but I don't. So, where were we? I'm doing this. Let's follow you. It's Goblin. Goblin. Oh, there's a dwarf. I don't know why you're here, but you're here, so good on you. Spearmaster Mumas. Fighting their way up the hills. 29 other kills. 6 notable. Dwarf's so notable. They're fighting an entire siege of goblin-enslaved dwarves by themselves. And won. By stabbing the hammer dwarf in the head with her steel spear. And the part is cloven asunder. And then she runs off, and they're just like, oh my god, what happened here? These dwarves just, like, peek over the edge, and they just see their friends, they're dead, and the dwarf that did the deed is just already gone. That's very funny. Like, the dwarf that murdered them is just like, fuck this. Oh, wait, no, and now they're like, fuck this shit, I'm out. They just saw the bodies, and they're like, nope, this is enough, we're done. See you guys. Oh, that's funny. Oh, no, these are technically goblins. They're from my goblin civ, but... Oh, wow. Shout out to that one dwarf who just, like, ended the whole siege by themselves. They're technically goblins. They're a goblin faction. Because that's what matters. It's not, like, what is the race of the things that are attacking you. It's, like, what is the faction that's attacking you, and it's a goblin-run faction. The legendary curses. All right, let's go down to here. Open this up. We have access to the front door again. Bravely ran away. Define bravely. I don't think there was anything brave about that. Alright, so I need to... Alright, well, this is good to go, actually. This lever should open this up. Yep. And you... be connected to that bridge. Sweet. Which means all I need to do now is channel through this. Stream's all right, Taylor. But yeah, sorry for like the overwhelming negativity when it comes to the tutorials thing. Tutorials are a lot of work. They're a lot of mental capacity. I don't always have that. I make tutorials when I have the inspiration and the desire to do so, or when I know that they will get watched. I don't like making them. If I liked making them, I would make better tutorials. I make them because they're the thing that I make that people watch. And they don't always watch it. And if it's a time of year where people aren't watching tutorials, I'm significantly less likely to make them in large quantity. Any luck with the necromancer? What do you mean, any luck? Define luck. I haven't made any necromancers yet. I'm building an area for the necromancers once I make them. I haven't made any yet. I haven't decided who I want to be a necromancer yet. I don't really know where luck's involved in that instance. All right. There really is no luck with them. It's just a matter of do them or don't do them. Generally, I don't do them. But today we are. Some migrants have arrived. What's the goal for this fort? Exclamation point goal in chat. We'll tell you that. I'll tell you this. This dwarf is named Gristeth. Gristeth. It's a competitive world, and you'd be a fool to think otherwise. Is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. She is an optimist and doesn't seek out excitement, can sometimes act with without deliberation, and occasionally can overindulge. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is quite ambitious. Tends to think that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She can handle stress. She likes to take it easy. Dreams of mastering a skill. Welcome to the military. Do you still live terminal wetness? Yes, you do. You do, in fact, still live. I always love it when they don't put the most recent ones at the bottom, because they usually do. And every now and again, they don't. Why did you not do that for me, game? Why did you put them around the middle? Game, what the fuck? It's not even like you have any relevant skills or any reason to be there, but that's where the game decided to put you. Speaking of where the game decided to put you, this is Goat Swarm. Swarp? Goat Swarp. Goat Swarm does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He presents himself modestly, and he frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and he is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he tends to think before acting. He often is nervous, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally dislikes competition and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not particularly value the truth, and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes cinnabar, fine pewter, and sard, creeping eye leather, and the color blue-gray. Panda fiends for their horrifying features, and the words of the candle of convenience, and when possible prefers to consume strawberry plants and longland beer and fonio flour. He hates purring maggots. This next dwarf is Logum, chat room, who is now strong. Talk. Strong talk. Bodybuilder talk, even. I speak about muscles daily. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards with his talk, and does not have an overbearing personality. He has an overbearing personality. He's driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and he is slow to trust others, and he can handle stress. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He tends to consider what others think of him and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Rarely is happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as he values parties, merrymaking in the abstract, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important and values eloquence. Well, you're going to go talk strongly, strong talk, in my library. You're going to talk strongly with other people who also value knowledge. Go learn thingamajigs and stuff and things. Well, as long as it's not a dark urge, because we need other members of the chat to be still alive. All right. Speaking of chat, this right here is our... Chat, give me one reason why you think you should have this dwarf. If you would like to be this dwarf. Who could clearly do without all of these creatures. Entangled greenery? Name it blind? Nah. Okay, you can ask. He has a low sense of self-esteem and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. He is often cheerful, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He's quick to form negative views about things and tends to feel discouraged. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he tends to reveal personal information. He tries to keep things orderly, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to think before acting and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that have a different appearance or that appear unusual or live differently from himself. There we go. He has little interest in joking around, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste, sees lying as an important means to an end, and thinks friendship is important, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He doesn't see competition as valuable. Your name is a prosperous bloodline. Uh-huh. What's up, Stick Streaming? Hey, look. It's Dr. Phineas. Welcome back, Master Commander. Dr. Phineas. The one who one-on-one'd both a Cyclops and then just a few years earlier, a Bronze Colossus. You've returned, Phineas, the great captain. Although, unfortunately, in the time that you've been gone, your lover died. So that's a shame. But, I mean, your pet guinea hen's still alive. So, Logum's still here. You have to go give your bird a pet. But, rest in peace to your lover, who got caught out, unfortunately. Next up here we have Fob. Mr. Spider-Mancer. That's a funny name. Mr. Spider-Mancer is a... Mr. Spider-Mancer. I'm reading it like necromancer as like one word, but anyway, it's Mr. Spider-Mancer has a strong tendency towards privacy and is confident under pressure. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and is easily falls in love or develops positive feelings. He is quite ambitious and does not easily develop negative feelings. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is getting used to tragedy. Also, hello, Bob. How is things in the world of Bobtron? He personally respects the development of his skill, values family, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes sterling silver and wax opal, and prefers to consume pomegranate wine, purple amaranth flower, and ropeweed seeds, and hates oysters. And you have a pet turkey. And there's your turkey. Dulmat. Some weirdo brought a lamb as well. Lunch, probably. We have a gem cutter. This one is going to be called Bobtron. Welcome to the fortress, Bob. The glorious Bob is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. Is completely unmoved by art and natural beauty, and only rarely feels cravings or urges. can often find himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else, and he refuses to expend any extra effort. He has a greedy streak, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and often feels discouraged. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views loyalty unfavorably and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And I think that's it for naming for today. Unless there's somebody who's dying to have a name. See what this population counter gets up to. So I did put it up above. The cap, I think, currently is 250. I'm kind of half looking for military, though. Very happy all of those dwarves that were in the military returned, though. Very happy about that. You dream of mastering a skill, eh? I think I'm going to make another metal armor squad. It's funny, the recent migrants are easy to spot because they don't have hoods on. All of the dwarves in the fort have hoods on. Whereas, like, all my recent migrants, they don't have hoods. But, so I think that's kind of funny. It's like, well, the ones with hats have been here a bit. The ones without hats haven't. Like, I'm building them in a cult. Why do cults require hoods? I mean, if I was gonna start a cult, it would just like, I don't know, we just look like normal like people, but with maybe definitely not hoods. Maybe like something a little bit less obvious, like maybe, oh, I don't know. What if we all just like wore T-shirts with a smiley face on it? Fedoras. That's not a cult. That's just. I was gonna say daddy issues, but let's just flatten that to issues. Better to hide one's identity? Yeah, so naturally we'll all just wear like, I don't know, band shirts. I'm very happy I don't have a cult emote. Wait, what? This dwarf dreams of obtaining a rank in society. This might be a necromancer possibility. Look at this. Dreams of creating a rank in society. She has a relentless drive, completely consumed by ambition. She's avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. She cracks easily under pressure, and she is quite polite. She has a calm demeanor and tends to hang on to grievances, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She finds herself quite hopeful about the future and tends to form only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. She often feels lustful and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She can sometimes act without deliberation. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is given to flights of fancy. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally does not respect the law and does not care if others take the time to master skills. All right. Chat, let's name this dwarf. And when I say let's name this dwarf, I don't mean let's name this after somebody in chat. What should we name this dwarf? I think we've just found a new main character. This doesn't happen very often. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Somebody that would... I am actually going to do a Halloween fort, but that's going to be a little bit more restrictive in what I can do. That fort will be very bloody. Swimmy Merbenjigger? That's a name. Kathy. No one has said Karen yet, and I'm very disappointed with you guys. No one's just been like, Karen! Or Steve. You guys have thrown the two most common names that my brain comes up with out. Greg, that's my name. Am I supposed to understand this reference, Christoph? Because, like... Doesn't want to see my manager, though? Not yet. Hasn't asked. How about we go with this? Urvad. Ambition. Godly whips. Oh boy. They got a strand extractor, dwarven child, another kid. Okay, who's... Ah. Oh, this is even better. Chat room, she's married. Who's your husband? Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally believes that those that take leisure time are evil and finds the whole idea disgusting. So this dwarf right here personally believes that those that take leisure time are evil and finds the whole idea disgusting. Calm down there, Elon. But no, seriously. What? How's your dwarf? Still alive. Dragon Man. Hey, Darren. How are you? Thrusk. I really don't want to just name a character in my Elon Musk, or even like an anagram of Elon Musk. Like I don't want that anywhere near this fort. I'll make the joke once. We'll leave it there. That's where the joke stays. It can just it can live there in the back of our mind ever. What do you like? How about this? Sparrowtooth? Blizzard men for their icicle teeth. He likes teeth. He likes sparrowtooth and icicle teeth. What's your name? Salon? Cold. Even better. Cold mouth. So we've got cold mouth and ambition. Bobby Kotick. Again, speaking of people I wish would get fired from companies. Okay, so what I'm going to say, this is in my head canon, all right? None of this is actually real. But if this was a Krug Smash video, these dwarves are friends with the captain of the guard, who's sometimes cruel. And the captain of the guard is going to help them achieve her ambition. And maybe her husband as well. Thinking these two are going to become my necromancers. Because she wants to attain a rank in society. And this dude is interesting. Personally, is very comfortable with others that are different from himself, and he's easily moved to mercy. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, is slow to trust others, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. Often cheerful, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he can handle stress. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, chat room, I got just a random thing that popped into my brain just now. Have you ever played a video game called Lego Rock Raiders? Ever hear anybody here ever played Lego Rock Raiders? It was a Lego RTS game that came out in like, I don't know, 2000 something. Anyway, somebody remade it. And it's free. I'm just saying. Somebody remade the whole game. And it's free. You feel dated? I played it when I remember the box copy. A friend of mine had it, so. Okay, what else we getting? A tour of the Bone Doctor. Ooh, hey, you worship the Gremlin God. Look at that. Dream of raising a family and disregard tradition. Word. All right, 213 Dwarfises. Pretty good increase, I say. This place is starting to appear kind of unpleasant. And they have to run past a series of bodies to get down and into the fort. Oh boy, that's got to be lovely. Are they really stolen if they showed up and asked for them to be removed? I mean, come on. A rock slide has appeared. Someone knows what's up. All right, so I need some bookcases. So this is going to be a, air quotes, secret study. This secret study is going to be for those dwarves that just showed up. I'm going to put a pedestal, let's just say right here. This pedestal is going to be for the most learned dwarves. Also, I'm kind of planning on making a devilish potato into one too. Just because the devilish potato has made it through multiple forts. I think it would be fun to have a devilish potato as a necromancer as well, considering that this dwarf is actually like kind of legendary. You know, killed Lanix. That's how you know that this dwarf is legendary. Has been in 2 forts, and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. And finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding, and is very slow to anger. Is careful with resources. Spends unnecessary effort. Very calm. Sticks her tongue out when she's trying to remember something. And dreams of mastering a skill, and this was realized. But I like how you also just have a osprey nail crown. You can just walk around with a crown on. You've crowned yourself. Now the question is how am I going to get dwarves into here without running into issues? All right. I mean, Potato King has to be around more if Potato King wants to uphold the role of Potato King. Although Potato King's kind of just a lurker anyway, so wouldn't want to call up Potato King like that. Let's do that. And that. Could just make this into a super gaudy bedroom, but I don't know if I want to do that. All right, so I'm going to forbid this. Reflections on Dying. And then scroll. Reflections on Dying go in here. Onto this pedestal. You know, I don't know what a usurper is, but it sounds delicious. I do know what a usurper is. Let's do this. This. Okay, that. Place. I don't have statues, really? I thought I told them to make statues. Okay, fine. Death begins? I don't know about that. All right. La Fancy Book has been placed. I'm going to make a new militia captain, no uniform. And it's going to be called the Death of Rebirth. Nah. Let's call it the wait, I can't say rebirth. Okay. The birth? The birth of death. Now, the birth of death is going to be a hobby squad for some of our most recent migrants. Most specifically, they're all going to be dwarves in the library anyway. But the way we're going to do this is I'm going to go to those dwarves that that I just named, I guess. Like cold. Salon was one of them, right? There you are. So you are going to get a bunch of exclamation points. Cold mouth. And your wife is also going to get a bunch of exclamation points. Ambition. So these two dwarves are going to go into this squad. Right there. And right there. And also, we'll throw a devilish potato in here too for good measures. Now the next thing I need to do is I need to go here. And I'm going to add those two dwarves to this. Just got to scroll down until I find them. I don't think I deleted the exclamation points, did I? No, I didn't. That's one. And that's two. All right. So now, I'm going to just go to their equipment screen and say, no uniform. Please, just like you don't need that. Tell them all to stand up here. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for them to show up in here. This poor kid. Carrying a heavy as hell thing. Question is, what's taking them so long? Oh, here they come. 1, 2. What? I'm very confused by everything that's just happened. Typing. Why did the exclamation points appear in your name? Irvad. What? How did... The game knows, chat. Irvad. Ambition. All right. The game definitely knows. Game's like, you're up to something, you sus motherfucker. All right, so... All right, kid, you can play in here. That's fine. It's Vivian Still's kid. The younger brother of DJ Boom Boom Shrimp. Okay, here comes the cold mouth. I like how he's listed as a recruit. That's just kind of funny. Is it possible to have a child become a necromancer? I don't think kids can read books. Watching Pens and Hawks. Pens and Hawks? Are those sports teams? I don't actually know. Oh. The Savannah Titan. Tabarujit Testri Pato has come. A towering, hairy petrosaur. It has long hanging tails and an austere look about it. Its amber hair is very curly. Beware its poisonous bite. Hockey. Ah, okay. Gotcha. I once knew some things about hockey for a bit. All right, so I'm going to actually just tell my squaddies to go fight this thing. Because it's going to be on the surface. Meaning fun. So why not just send the dwarfies in to fight? Seems like a bit of fun for me. What do you think, chat? Let's see. Where is this Titan at? Titans are surface monsters. They're basically forgotten beasts of the surface instead of forgotten beasts from the underground. They're significantly less common, and you don't see them as often. This one can actually fly. Okay, that's kind of terrifying. We're here to Kilimanjaro. We're here to eat it. We want to butcher it. Also, there's a Forgotten Beast, but nobody really cares. All right, so it seems to have found Freeways the sequel. Who apparently is a Marks Dwarf. Who's completely unequipped with anything right now. And is fighting with the thing and rolling backwards down the ramp and is now dead. Meanwhile, Lanix over here says, I'ma be a hero.
Bring out your dead!
Clonk checks out, runs forward and begins fighting with the creature. Stabbing upwards, joining in the fight is Momas, that dwarf that killed the entire last siege by himself, as well as a necromancer. This particular dwarf, Lanix, is missing the Titan a whole bunch. Doesn't seem to be getting any kind of hits in, and they're just kind of dodging each other. They're just like taking turns dodging. This particular dwarf, however, has stabbed... Okay, that's a hammer dwarf from the previous fight. Let's keep following this big creature dino thingy. Momas here gets some very good hits in, stabs it in the head, bruising the fat. Which apparently the Spearmaster punched it, and Spearmaster bit it. So our dwarf here, Moma's bit it. He's doing it for his. She's doing it for her lover, Amost. It seems the clother. So she's biting it, fighting with it. It's bleeding. It's winded. It's not really doing much in the way of moving. Another dwarf runs in. This is Omnipotent Disappointment, who has a very long name. And the blood continues to go everywhere, and the creature is now dead, fortunately. And we can release the dwarves from their confinement now. And I can really quickly go into the farming section and grab the butcher table and place it right here, and we can butcher this critter. Also, Momas, the Spearmaster, has bestowed the name Konosador upon a steel spear.
Over here, he has a sword.
So does that mean that Konosador is now invisible? Doesn't look like it. Did they finally fix that? Items being invisible if they were legendary? Because that would be really nice if they did. Also, rest in peace, Freeways.
Woo!
Shoutouts to Omnipotent Disappointment for cleaning up all the body bits. Need to get this unforbidden. Also, I'm aware I've got a bunch of soon-to-be necromancers in the basement that need to have some necromancing, but you know what? They need to learn patience while I butcher this meat. Meat's back on the menu, dwarfs. Okay. So currently we have 1,621 meat. How much meat do you guys think's in this? Hey man, the dwarf's just tired after a hard day's work. Wouldn't you take a nap after your kill if it was cozy? Over 1,000 meat, good lord. Shh. Okay, more meat varieties on the menu. How's that? This is dinosaur meat. This is petrosaur meat. Don't see that all the time. All right. Then we can make bolts out of its bones, which would be pretty nice, actually. 5 meats. Okay. Uh, 263 Savannah Titan meat. 123 bone. That's pretty good. There's scales. Lame? I'm sorry. All right, let's begin, shall we? So this squad is now going to have no special orders once again. And they're now sitting here going, and then I'm going to be like, all right, well, let's do a very important job. This is a library, which is currently called the Armored House. I'm going to call it the hideous, secretive house. And I will remove this, meaning there's now, officially, or should be, only one book in this library. Now, I wonder if it's because there's scholars at the other library that's an issue. Let's remove them as scholars from this library. Let's tip this over just so that they have easy access to said book. I will make them scholars here. Oh yeah, the funny thing about that freeways is there was actually 2 freeways in the fort. So that freeways died, but the other freeways is still alive. So it's fine. Fragrance. Ooh, maybe we should make Kel into one too. And then obviously the captain of the guard, Denise. Ambition. So someone's trying to haul this somewhere. Any idea how to fix your ding-dongs that are stuck in a loop of storing owned item? Forbid the item and unforbid the item. These are the Ponder the Wedge. It's like pondering Star Wars characters. They are very uninterested in reading this book. I find this mildly disturbing. They can't have, like, read this one before. You know what? Let's connect this library to the other library. Huh. I'm very perplexed as to why this isn't working. How about I do this? Let's make a stockpile. And set this to scrolls. And where do scrolls hide these days? Because they're only allowed to study? But they read books when they study, mate. Have you never like seen a scholar go and read a book? Also, one of them wasn't a scholar for a good chunk of time. And something was trying to haul this. They're also refusing to do this. But let's... This job can topple this. I'm gonna knock that over. Let's see. Well, they're both researching. So the problem is somebody... Okay, hold on. Problem is somebody who is completely unassociated was trying to haul it. There you go. You should be able to go read this now. They're both researching something. God knows what. I mean, I guess I could also just leave them in here. And eventually they'll figure it out. But, like... You know, where's the fun in that, right? This dwarf here is getting a little thirsty. What's funny is, like, I've now deleted the library that this was set as. So you remove current location assignment. Reallow this one. So what I think I'm going to do, until I can get this to work, I'm going to leave this unforbidden. I'm going to throw a lot of exclamation points into their name again. They're easier to spot. I'm going to remove them from the burrow, and then I'm going to turn on the burrow. That's what we're going to do. And just make sure that all the squads are training. Because optimally... Yeah, there you go. You guys shouldn't be in here anyway. You're in the military, so that's fine. You're fine. All right. Let's set them all to training. Okay. So let's just lock this thing right here and open this up. And turn this on. This is true, G-Fin. This was in fact your job. Fortunately, the pay floor, or the pay ceiling rather, on Pondering Lever fell through a while ago, so nowhere near the market that it once was, and jobs have dried up, and you know. Also, Strong Talk has become the student of the Scholar Safekeeps, which is kind of fun. And they're discussing excision. I'll lock this door again. Unforbid this. Means, in theory, you dumb exclamation point twit magnet, you should read that book. But instead, you're too busy researching to read that book. Which, you know, is a great time. You're over here making rock blocks, you busybody. How dare you make job? Go read the stupid book, stupid. Bah. What do you need, a nightlight? You have one job, which is read the bloody book. Apparently somebody's coming to get the book. Well, let's see who it is when they show up. Somebody wants to read the book. So I think what's happening right now is one dwarf somewhere in the fortress is trying to read this book. And because of that, nobody else can read it because it's claimed by that dwarf. And whenever I forbid it, then they try to read it again. Shoutouts to Onul, who's pondering star charts, which is a good name. Nobody has the read job up, though. Tasks. Oh. Yeah, I see nothing about reading. Although apparently we are still smelting native platinum. 53 platinum bars. 1,500 platinum coin, or yeah, 15,000 platinum coins, actually. Interesting. Or 10,000 platinum coins. Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things, Mr. No Souls. There are two 70% down the slider. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're going to go get a drink. You're also going to go get a drink. All right. And I'm going to sit here and stare at this book. About reading. So who has the tasks then? Yeah, I never know how far delayed people are, so it's like... A lot of pen pasture. Could also be these store item in location jobs. Yeah, but sometimes people have like a 3-minute delay and then they'll say something and I'll be like, wait. So I just have to confirm whenever people ask things. It's not the norm, but it does still happen. I'm not seeing this job. See a lot of pen pasture, place track vehicle and stuff. No, I'm not still on Celestia. You're imagining things. All right, I'm going to go downstairs. I feel like everybody used to stream on Twitch at some point. It's like you either used to or you still do. It's like there's two kinds of people. All right, I'm just going to go to this library. I'm going to forbid it. We're just going to do it that way. In fact, actually, I'm just going to get rid of this library zone. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to get rid of this library zone. I can remake these later. Just an FYI. So currently, Burrow's still on. Which means... Why are you making rock blocks? Okay. Hey, back in my day, if you weren't partnered on Twitch, you had a 2 to 5 minute delay to everybody in chat, regardless of who you were and where you lived. In fact, we owe Mixer thanks for making stream delay significantly better. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody really wants to read this book. What do you think, chat? Do we just let whoever wants to read this book? Or, well, hold on, maybe. Now the task is gone. I think they just prioritized the other location. Anybody have a read job? Got a growing demonstration. Conduct meeting. Normal behavior. I don't want anybody to read it except for very specific dwarves. That's how I like to do this. I don't like it when just like literally every dwarf just immediately becomes a necromancer. There's no fun in that. I like having some control over it. Set a scribe to copy it. No. Darius. Thank you for your offer, but absolutely not. I will do this my way and I will make it work. If I wanted to just set a scribe to copy it, I would do that. That's not the point of this. To be honest with you, I've done this a couple times. And it's usually just, all right, make a private library, lock the doors in there, they read the book. Or only selected dwarves can enter. No. Not outside of burrows, which is what I'm doing right now. But at this exact moment, I have a library where only selected dwarves can get in. Because only these dwarves have access to this library. I could move, or actually rather I need to reassign it to a library because I deleted the other one. But they should be able to... Under daylight and seasons. Oh, that's interesting. All right, let's try and do this. I will... This, and set ambition as a scribe. See if they just go read the book if I do it that way. Because the hysterical thing is they may already have read the book, but it didn't give them that. But it does in fact contain the secrets of life and death, so they should be able to find it pretty quick. But you're gonna go sleep. That's a buzzkill. Same with you. Well. Only a very specific book. Specifically a book that says written on the item is entitled The Reflections of Dying, authored by that person. It concerns the secrets of life and death. If it says it concerns the secrets of life and death, then yes. I'll turn them into a necromancer. But only if it says that. Otherwise it won't do anything. A devilish potatoes at a weaponsmithing demonstration. That's extraordinarily useful. Well, I suppose I will just forbid that again. Make a new squad. And I will go back to the lock them in the room strat. But yeah, books are dangerous. Fortunately, it's very difficult to get this book from anywhere except for very specific places. Well, at the very least, you were able to get a bedroom with your whole family. Them all hanging out in here. It's a lovely little family pile. It's actually not a bad thing. It just makes them carry water skins around. It's the people that read them? I don't know. Depending on which dictator you ask, they might disagree, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. Decided to go fill water skin halfway through the walking to the place process. What are you doing up here? Okay, someone's coming to get it. Let's see who shows up. Let's see. Because supposedly somebody really wants to read this book. So you know what? I will let the dwarf who wants to read this book read the book. We'll just do it that way. It's not the way I want to do it, but damn it, I give up. If they don't want to read it, they don't want to read it. It is stored in a bookshelf. It says in bookcase. You see? It specifically says in bookcase. Store item in location. I beg your friggin' pardon? Kid's just like, I'm gonna store this book in location. Takes it out of bookshelf, puts it back in bookshelf. Bah! Is that all for that? Okay, so we're just bringing other books up in here now. I mean, okay, hold on. Let me lock this. Stop. There you go. Now you're reading it. I don't understand. We already stored it in the thing, but anyway. Finally. Progress is being done. Progress is being done. Now we just need to wait for Kiddo Urvad Ambition. Numbomrak. To read a book. That's all we got to do. It's pretty simple. In fact, we just need to wait for both of them to read this book. And then I will forbid this book. And we'll leave it here. And then we'll open up the other library again. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Necro 1. It begins. Satisfied after reading Reflections on Dying. Satisfied after learning Reflections on Dying. Satisfied after learning the secret of life and death. Now just pondering daylight and seasons. Let's hit this button again. Unlock this. And ask them to head up here. Have I been enjoying this fort? Oh yeah, just making purple people. Slowly. Unleash? There's nothing really to unleash. Still just a normal dwarf. Devilish, where are you at? Ah, perfect. All right, the reclusive metals, I will disband this squad. I will remove this from your name. Also remove this from your name. Ah, perfect. Found a new book. Something that interests you. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Hmm? Yep, absolutely. I can use this to I can use these dwarves to resurrect the dead. I can use them to resurrect dead dwarves. I can use them to resurrect dead enemies. I can use them to resurrect dead animals. For better or for worse. Lustful when speaking with spouse. Can I just say, This is hysterical. This dwarf is sitting here speaking with her spouse just after becoming a necromancer, while a devilish potato is sitting here reading about the secrets of life and death, and they're just like, yeah, it feels real lustful right now. Tenderness when speaking with a spouse. Well, hopefully the cold skin thing doesn't turn into a turnoff. Anyway, that's 2 almost. All right, that's 2. Devilish Potato is now a necromancer. And now we just have Coldmouth. Coldmouth, you're the last one that needs to read the book. Unless we just forbid it and just say screw it. What do you think? Do we wait for this slow dweeb to read this book? You're wondering about making traps with them? Oh, I mean, I could totally make them command enemy armies to, like, rise from the dead as they're dying, but then I still have to kill the zombies usually, right? If I throw water and magma both as projectiles and they encounter each other in midair, will it make a pillar of obsidian? So I don't know. I've never tried it. I don't know any. I've never seen anybody try it. But like when water goes into a minecart, it stops being. Oh, there we go. It stops being water in the minecart, like 7 depth. Like it loses its depth and it becomes an item, and the item is water laced with water. Or lava laced with lava. And so it's 1 unit of lava laced with lava 832 times. Is what it becomes. So I don't actually know because it doesn't technically have the same properties as lava or water until it collides with something. So maybe? But also, like, I've seen it bounce off of a wall and stay as that item and not cease being that item until it hits the floor and stops moving. So I don't actually know, to be honest with you. Say goodbye to your soul, Undead Potato. It's this just in, chat. Devilish Potato's a redhead. All right. And once it goes away, I will put it back onto this pedestal. I will delete this library. And that's it. Actually, I think it would be even better to put the book over here. The reason it would be even better to put the book over here is because then these dwarves can just like hide this book away from the rest of the world. Just entirely. Also, another thing I gotta do, just put a bunch of cage traps in here. So once I have access to mechanisms again. Then here, I'm going to put an item on display. Reflections on dying. I'm going to go put an item on display. And that's it. We now have necromancers. Necromancers. Necromancies? Necromancers. And fill this area up with traps. I can open up the store. I can also go here and we can Leave that off, but I can reassign these dwarves to this zone. And there it is. It's that easy. And I will go back down and rebuild the other library, which is right here. And I could make those necromancers scholars still. No real issues with that. If anything, it'll keep them pretty safe. Secretive House is the name. Actually, you know what? Let's just stick with the Secretive House as our library instead of the other library, which was the Chad, should I stick with the Secretive House or the Mechanical Home? What do you think? Because those are the two libraries names I have. Secretive House or the Mechanical Home? What do you think is better? It used to be called the Mechanical Home. Secretive House? I think the Secretive House. Safe keeps, you get back in here. Urvad. They'll be at the bottom, wouldn't they? Nope. Not at the bottom. All right, just scroll until I find Purple Dwarf. I don't have any writing materials, so they can't actually make copies of it anyway. Otherwise, I have to be careful. No, I'm going to make Telenartho into a scholar. Let's also make this bard into a scholar now. That he can learn things. He doesn't have any functional hands, but he can make discussions. Have discussions with people. Although the sad thing is, if a dwarf learns a skill, like if they make a discovery, right, and they don't have the ability to write because they don't have hands, does that mean, because like a skill can't be discovered by two dwarves, right? So only one dwarf can discover things. So let's just say Urist discovers pulleys, but Urist has no hands. Urist can't write it down, and that dwarf dies of old age, or has a rock fall on their head or something equally traumatic. Does that mean that knowledge dies with Urist? Neridan, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And mods, if there are any. Can I get a shout out for the raiders? Otherwise, I'll do that in a moment myself. There you are. So that's the three of them. And then this lower layer down here also becomes part of the library. Secretive House. Oh, also the lower floor of the library has this very important piece of art on display, which is a ocelot leather thong. It's very important. Are they able to transfer knowledge from mouth to mouth? Like if they discuss it? I guess I'll find that out. I don't actually know if discussing knowledge allows them to learn it. It's the only time I'll see a dwarf with like, they learned, insert thing here. The only time I'll ever see that is in the context of them reading a book. But, you know, who knows? Topics can be discussed in guilds. Yeah, but that's not knowledge. Knowledge isn't skills, right? Knowledge is like random shit like this, right? Like, I've read this manual, or I've discovered large sums of mathematics, and I've read about geography. These are skills. They don't do anything mechanically in the game whatsoever aside from give the dwarf happy thought. But if like the first dwarf in the world to discover, I don't know, I always say the pulley, but like large sums right there. If the first dwarf to ever discover that doesn't write it down, Yeah, like the first dwarf to discover like the use of a lever or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting thought. All right, we need to resurrect something. I need to test my new skills. Yes. For anybody just coming in from the raid, hi. We have well, let's just say made some purple people. Yeah. Very friendly purple people, I'll have you know. They are everybody's best friend. They just have weird hobbies. They have this weird fascination with not being dead, and also this even weirder fascination with the dead. No, that's a song that you know, great granddad used to listen to. Which that's not true. Granddad used to listen to. I used to have a tape for him. Where are you going? Origin of Rainfall. In theory, chat, the Origin of Rainfall is a 102-page manual entitled The Origin of Rainfall in Theory, authored by Oda. It concerns the origin of rainfall. Rainfall Origins is my favorite, like, reboot of a video game franchise in a while. I gotta be honest with you. So now I can do two things with this. I can drown dwarves and use that to resurrect them. Or I can put corpses onto this pedestal and resurrect them that way. And if I have them dead in here, then all I need to do is startle them with this. Or startle the necromancer with this, so I need to smooth and fortify this. Otherwise, when I do this, regardless, it's also going to dump all this water down into here. When I pull this lever, it'll release this cage, and it will release this drawbridge, which will flood this room, and then I pull this lever to lower this down. Remains from coffins be animated. Technically, no. No, remains from coffins cannot be animated usually, because once they are completely rotten, they aren't animatable anymore. But initially, yes. Once they become like, once there's like no meat left, there's nothing to like resurrect, basically. So you need like recent death, which is why I don't know what that is in regards to E-Maximum. All right, let's trade with some humans. Hey, you guys want to buy an interesting book? I got an interesting book. So it's about rainfall. Don't have any copies of it though. All right, let's go over here. Up to you. This. I mean, like, arms can be resurrected separately, but those still aren't skeletons. I'm selling crappy clothing. They are resurrectable. Forgotten Beasts very much are resurrectable. Try hanging out in a world with a resurrecting biome, and then let a bunch of Forgotten Beasts spawn. They are absolutely resurrectable. They're just never friendly. They're usually angry and very hungry. You're showing up most of the way through this stream, but you're here. Hi, fam. How are you? How is things, fam? Tuesday is your most of the day off. Ah, you got to sit around and make food. That sounds lovely. I got to sit around and eat food yesterday, because yesterday was Thanksgiving here in Old Canada. And the past few days have been very stressful and annoying as fuck, to put it simply. Some scares with my mom's mom, my Oma, which, you know, frankly, I lost my grandma earlier this year, my dad's mom. And losing both of my living grandparents in 1 year would suck. So it's been kind of a cruddy week. You guys see you usually only see sentients and animals getting resurrected? Yeah, no, I mean, you really need to be on, like, a total resurrection biome to see a lot of, like, undead forgotten beasts. So, yeah, that's a good question, Phineas. What food you make, Fem? Also, how you feeling? Last time we spoke, you said that you felt like you were going through a growth spurt. Hope you're doing okay. Hopefully cramps and pains have subsided a little bit. Yeah, I mean, usually you only see stuff getting resurrected when there happens to be a necromancer around, and usually that's like an army, right? Ramen from scratch? Did you even make the noodles? That's slow. That takes forever. You know, there was one time I looked into, like, recipes for making proper, like a proper pho broth, and I was just like, I have to let this sit for 18 hours? I know undead dragons retain their breath ability, but will an undead dragon head or whatever severed part have it? I have no idea. That I wouldn't even know how to check that. I can tell you this though, undead creatures that have abilities retain the abilities. Oh. Chat, do you see what I see? Cool. You notice the bear. Ah, I see. I see how it is. Future undead elephant? I mean, not yet. But, I mean, I'd rather it doesn't become undead, to be honest with you. But why not just elephant? Also some cheese. I have an elephant in a box. They can share the space with the cats. I'm sure it'll be fine. Meanwhile, Fire and Ice, the clother, has been taken by a mood that is very fey. Problem is I need somewhere to put that elephant. I kind of, like, this area would have been a lot better, but I kind of, like, you know, kind of sort of maybe, let's just say, dumped a lot of lava down here. So it's kind of a little bit burnt. Whereas it used to be, like, you know, almost entirely covered in nice moss that we could eat. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to chop a bunch of stuff down. Then I think I'm just going to pasture the elephant here for right now. And I'm going to give the elephant a bath. And from there... I think I will increase the amount of stuff on the ground down here. We'll also put the grizzly bear down here. Don't I have 2 grizzlies? I think I have 2 grizzlies. Pretty sure I have 2 grizzlies. I think I stuck one in a different spot elsewhere. Got quite the growing collection of giant flying squirrels. Unless I butchered it. I may have butchered it. Did I butcher it? I think I butchered it. Too many cats, chat. I find the number of cats in this fort mildly disturbing. Oh, there it is. Found it. No, the one at the top of the list was the one that was already assigned. I was looking for the second one. Okay, can I just shout out the fact that there is a bunch of giant flying squirrels down here that are no longer tame? There's something really funny to me about just, oh no, it's a wild giant flying squirrel. Whatever will we do? There's 3 of them. I mean, look at them. They're terrifying. We shall kill them with their cute. We shall kill their cuteness. We will not fall under their spell. We will put these giant flying squirrels in their place. It's gonna bite you. They might have rabies. Careful. This one also no longer tame. Let's just do that.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
To get at the squirrel? Yes. Every day, in fact. It's a squirrel execution. All right, so I'm going to dig all the way over to here. Give us a little bit of extra space. Just a little bit of extra space. Bigger to here. Squirrels go nuts for lots of things, including nuts. Okay, so Fire and Ice has claimed a clother's shop and has claimed 1 piece of pigtail cloth. Some migrants have arrived. Oh, also, just a reference for people who may have missed, the entirety of this squad has returned. So, welcome back, Manticore. Cool. Attis. Yeah, they slowly came back as part of migrant waves. Without any of their armor, which I won't fall back into salt, but goddamn. Full sets of steel. God damn it. It's fine though. I found more iron since, so it's less of an issue. Because I found some more iron up here. So that part is a little bit less of an annoyance, but still, you know, an annoyance. Got heavy. Come on, man. Seriously. And now it's like they have, like, worse quality armor, which is just funny. All right, I'm going to actually just, like, update everybody's equipment. I also need to make bucklers. 20 of them, in fact. Full sets of steel in ultra-low mineral world. Yep. Although that being said, I do have 58 steel bars just sitting there right now. And 841 iron. All right, never mind. We no longer have issues. Things have been fine now for some time. I'm actually going to set this so that we can make iron fat. I'm probably out of charcoal. Is probably the issue. Nope. Still have plenty of charcoal. Time to make some armor? I mean, steel shields it is. Let's make 30 steel shields. Steel spear. Make 30. I didn't realize I had that much iron. I'm not gonna lie. Had no idea. All right, so now we need a volunteer. It's the hard job, but somebody has to do it. And you know, sometimes I feel kind of bad for doing things like this, but do you want me to name one of the dwarves after you, Deadlies? I don't... Do you have a dwarf already? Right. You do. Your dwarf's way too happy. I'd rather let your dwarf be happy. Giant rat, a grizzly bear, a dog, and a monkey walk into a bar and fight. That's what's happening. And then they're gonna go up here. All right. What do you think, chat? Test number 1. We have Dastot the recruit. What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for. Okay, well, I will send both of you in here. That's plenty. Meaning that this squad can have... just sit there and train. Or actually, no, we just do nothing. And now you, right here, I need you just to go this way. No, not there. I appreciate the attempts, Dwarf, but you're going the wrong way. The wrong way. The wrongest way. All right, now stand there. Perfect. Perfect. That's what we like to see. All right. Now, since you are in the perfect spot... We're trying to make a necromancer? Nope, trying to make a zombie. So, there's one other thing I have to do here. Does anybody know the one other thing that I've totally forgotten to do that would actually make this entire thing not work? Does anybody know? Forgot to put fortifications in this. All right, let's get these 2 dwarves to fortify. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever, which is going to drown this dwarf right here. It's going to drown this dwarf. It's going to make this elf corpse jump out of this cage right here. Scare the piss out of these necromancers, and then they're going to resurrect this dwarf as undead. Hopefully. Let's see if it works. Uh-oh. They don't feel like they're in combat. Turns out, this zombie isn't scary enough. Where's the water coming from? The ceiling. So, do we abort? I think we abort. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Please just pull the lever. Well. Maybe I can save you. Maybe not. All right. There you go. The recruit managed to get out and is now running around back and forth going, oh God, that was terrifying. It's fine. Just walk out that way. Now I will pull this lever. Necros are friendly to undead. Even undeads that are part of a different faction? That's news to me. I mean, I guess you learn something everywhere. All right, well, in that case, I will simply throw this into the fucking magma sea. And we'll do this again. Let's put, I don't know, what's big and scary? Something big and scary. No, I just need a physical cage, not a cage trap. Let's see. There's a Tickman. Giant magpies, but they're undead. These. Try and catch that grizzly bear. That grizzly bear is tame. I can assure you that that grizzly bear won't do anything. That grizzly bear is a big puppy dog, in fact. I think this goblin isn't undead. Or is undead. Or isn't undead, rather. A ranger guild. Well, that's a shame. I may have to give them a ranger guild. I did say I was going to make one of those earlier today and then just didn't, so I should make one of those. Speaking of make one of those, how many dwarves need bedrooms? Not many. Well, that's good. Get this pulled. Now, forbidden floof. Wait, what? Since when is bear forbidden floof? More just like danger floof. Like you can pet it. It's just not recommended. Like at all. I mean, like you could, but like maybe a bad idea. I think this dwarf is coming to get a cage. Okay. Coming to clean. They're coming with the goblin. And zombies climb. Assuming they have arms, they operate the same as any other creature. So it would depend on their climbing skill. A zombie cat's obviously going to be a legendary climber. All right, so this just has a goblin thief in it. Some pathetic, shitty, childish, annoying, loud, petty goblin thief. That's kind of funny though. I used to always use zombies to spook necromancers, but I guess if they are you know, immune to the undead, then yeah, that's not gonna be very useful now, is it? All right. Link building to trigger. Just use traps to catch them afterwards. Because, like, that's the fun thing that they don't tell you about, like, necromancers is sometimes they're just, or about zombies is sometimes they're friendly and sometimes they're not when necromancers resurrect them. Like, they're either completely friendly and super chill about everything, or they try to stab your necromancers to death, and there's, like, no in between. So, let's try this again. I just need to wait for my victims. I mean, dwarves make their way down here. There's work to be done, says Coldmouth. Gear ring. I wonder what the two kids think about their parents. I mean, Sodel and Alas, the two daughters. Obviously, when they come of age, they would also both be turned into necromancers, but, you know. Got a long ways to go before then. Oh, look at you with Titan intestine. A delicacy in these parts, I would assume. It's like, well, what is this necromancer brought with for a snack? Titan intestines. They're always lustful. A very lustful couple. Although becoming a necromancer makes you sterile, right? I think. Anyway, let's now wait for our victims. I mean, friends. Why do you go that way? You derpy dwarf machines. Fire and Ice, the clother, has created a goth linen, a sleek pigtail right mitten. It's a goth linen, or it's a goth linen. I'm not sure. Right mitten, and offers it to the Mark of War. Why is it so hard to get 3 necromancers in a room? Come on. I don't need all 3 of them in here, obviously. I just would like all 3 of them to be in here. At least the couple. Okay, you know what? We'll do this. And this can, you guys can go do whatever now. You can go off and do whatever. And look at this. There's just a pile of intestines on the floor. This is very dwarfy. All right, look, Dastod is back. He's got an iron warhammer, which is a terrible weapon. Locking the first door. Easy peasy. Let's try this a second time. Okay, so this is now hooked up to the lever still. We can lock this door. All right, chat room. Say a prayer for dwarves, for this dwarf if you care. And let's see if this goblin startles my dwarves. Okay, that's what we need. You need them to be terrified while in conflict. You need them to be terrified while in conflict, and then we need this drawbridge to disappear, which right about now should start filling up with water. So the dwarves are running back and forth, screaming in terror. Then Dastod is up here drowning in terror, which is also fine. And now it becomes very deep, and then as we can see, he will begin to drown, and he's now drowning, and 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 drowning. Wait for it. There you go. We now have a dwarf soapmaker corrupted slayer who says, I felt just fine. And even better, look at this, is friend. And maximum happiness. Because fortunately, they don't understand the meaning of anything else. So we have a ecstatically happy beastie and some terrified necromancers. All right, let's let this idiot out. And who's the next volunteer? Uh-oh. Buddy, I respect the enthusiasm, and I acknowledge that you do not need air. But, like... oh, boy. So, hold on a second. This is the kid of the 2 necromancers. This is the older daughter. She knows what's up. Look at it. This kid is awesome. The kid that the first thing, just, you know, she's just hanging out. She knows where mom and dad are, just chilling. And then suddenly, like, a fucking naked zombie dwarf crawls out of the water. Covered in water. Also, fam, are you still around? I hope you're okay with this name. So that's pretty rad. So now we can do more of this. Now, you kind of want to do these one at a time. And the reason you kind of want to do them one at a time is because if you do them more than one at a time, the issue of what can happen is you'll have like 3 friendly zombies and then 1 not friendly zombie, right? And I feel like this should be obvious, but I'll state it anyway. You want your zombies to be as intact as possible. Because the less intact they are, the weaker they get. So you want your zombies to be very in one piece. Understand what I'm saying? If they're not very in one piece, then let's just say they are significantly less efficient. Let's wash these out down here. Uncle Eurist has his beard out again. All right, let's bring them both back in. How are you two doing? Horrified. They're horrified after seeing Dastot die, and they're both experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, at least you're employed, you know? You dreamed of attaining a rank in society, and you know what? We're gonna realize this dream for you. Yes, you do very much want your zombies to be in one piece. If they're not in one piece, then you'll just get, you know, like a two-parter. Nobody likes a two-parter. Okay, so I'm trying to bring in our next volunteer. I mean, victim. You... Mate, I've... I say we should be able to deconstruct this. Oh, I see. The door is locked. Duh. Go deconstruct that, please. Thank you. First, you load the cage trap. Sweet. Now you go destroy the building. Then I can hook this lever up to that. I mean, they'll get used to it eventually. All right. Lever hooked up and good to go. Okay, here's our next volunteer. All right, chat. Do you think that this dwarf survives? Yes or no? They're very weak. Our armor's heavy. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing. The whole thing could fail, and the dwarf could stay not friendly to us, right? Although we're stuck in an ad now, so I will wait for the ad to end, and then we will do the resurrection. But yeah, this is the most effective method of turning dwarves into zombies, at least that I've found. Now we need to go through and be like, all right, who's pissed? Sentient Potato, Lanix, and Telenartho. Why are you so upset, Telen? The fuck, man? He's reading The Trenches Exposed. And is learning the trenches. Oh, he was haunted by his dead parent. I mean, I would have been upset about that too. Although he is currently reading Concerning the Mountains, and I don't think he's even remotely concerned by the mountains. Okay, so now we wait. Once again. But yeah, no, now that we have that one zombie, that one zombie is going to act like a perfectly normal dwarf for a year. And then after a year, that perfectly normal dwarf will request permanent residency. But until then, they're just going to run around doing tasks for us. Well, fortunately, he found shoes and socks, so that's good. But they just don't feel anything, regardless of what happens. So they're just like no emotion dwarves, which makes them actually... The door is unlocked from the goblin room. I mean... I haven't fully finished setting it up yet, but thank you. All right. Time to pull the lever. You ready, chat? The next one. The water runs into the room. Rigoth is panicking, terrified while in conflict. Sees the goblin rattling around in the small space in the corner and the two strangely colored dwarves just behind a glass wall. It's like an interrogation in some other universe. The dark arts twist into her veins as the oxygen leaves her lungs. You have a spouse? Oh man, now I feel bad. Well, hold up. Know who's next? I mean, what? Anyway, water continues to fill the room. Boom. We now have a Metalcrafter Corrupted Slayer. And I should just do that. Give these guys some peace and quiet.
Woo!
And again, it just goes up and out. All right, so this squad right here gets a new person in charge of it, who is her old spouse. Because I feel bad. And personally, I feel like you should join her. I don't think that's a dark thing to say either. I think that's just fair. You know? Your wife went someplace, you should follow. Anyway, she's climbing out of the poorly designed drowning chamber. And White Dog over here is like, the fuck? Anyway, she's going around picking up equipment. She found a sock, so that's good. Okay, and now that all that's done, I need to pull this lever again. And I need to do this. And I need to do this. And this. And then from here, we can just deconstruct this, that's fine. I will construct a cage right here with a goblin in it. To death, till death do we part. It's not a thing here. I mean, not currently. It could be. I should probably get a Oh no. Wait, what? Bastot's been missing for a week? No? Oh, the dwarf's been missing for a week. They just don't realize that's the dwarf. Okay. I understand a bit better now. No, yeah, no. I think the part that it's certainly unintended gold, because like what's even better is uh-oh. You have to pull this lever, you doofus. Pull this lever. Dum-dum. Pull the gosh darn lever, you doofus. Do it. Okay, this there we go. I didn't want this to fill up all the way. That would have been bad. Now that's done. Got a new addition. I mean, volunteer. We flooding stuff? You could... Flooding, intelligent creatures' lungs? So that the, purple people can have fun. Making zombie... I mean... Getting a hobby, you know. Oh, well, that's convenient. Who are you? Lyagushka. Do I be ambitious? Why I managed to get out real quick. So many volunteers. I don't know, chat. Do I be a big meanie? Maybe not the children. That's a bit dark. But like... Blind has become intoxicated? Not even. I haven't had a beer yet. More dwarves have been missing for a week. We don't eat dwarves here, please. Enormous feathered snail. It has wings and it's long or broad. Beware its gas. I don't care. It's a snail. Okay, we caught Delisle. SDF. There we go. Katie, you may want to leave. That's the best advice I'm going to give you. You may want to leave. The kitty will 100% not be friendly if there's an undead kitty. Watch that Forgotten Beast actually get into my fort somehow. Wouldn't that just be hysterical? Yeah, non-sentient creatures don't have the chance of being friendly. Only works for sentience. Right. But Kitty's not going to die, though. Urvad is not going to die. Also, Urvad here apparently has a lot of siblings. That's quite the family tree. All right, so you are in fact linked to the right thing. You ready for another round, chat? This is a twofer. I mean, getting a little ballsy, shall we say? So they are feeling empathy after discussing their problems. Shouldn't you be scared? Okay, there we go. Now they're terrified while in conflict. All right, so Delisle here is content after being near a waterfall, and, or rather, Daeduk here is content being near a waterfall. And Delisle's just drowning. Creator of Gebarum Tilish Tsuang. Well, one of them is climbing out. That is suboptimal. Delisle is just drowning here. You did this to yourself here, Dwarf. You two are the only ones you have to blame for yourselves. I think I might need to rework this slightly. Drain into the other room. Good point.
Bring out your dead!
Hopefully it sucks the bodies back down. And then they can be resurrected. I just need a dwarf to... There you are. Like, this dwarf's Cole's just like, why have I been told to pull this lever again? It doesn't even do anything. Anyway, hopefully that sucks the bodies back down in so that I can stop scarring these poor necromancers for a little bit. And... there's also some rotten intestines in here. I mean, this is a lovely space in general. All right. Up. Okay, okay, there's one. We've resurrected Dalal, who's still bleeding somehow. And we have a problem. The one who isn't named is now this. So I'm just going to let the dwarves go this way. Okay, so I do have this corpse who's pale. Are you friendly? Is the question. No, you are not friendly. You are the opposite of friendly. So I'm going to whoosh them out this way and open this door. And that zombie has got murder on its mind because it's an evil zombie. Not a friendly zombie, it's an evil zombie. Pull this lever. Stop the water from flowing. Because water... Okay, water has now stopped flowing. You are picking up equipment, as you should be, Dwarf. And then making a break for the exit, I hope. You're still putting on equipment, and then the zombie is trying to kill you. Can you make your way away? Let's see. There is also a cat in here? Right. Oh, shit, the zombie killed the cat. Well, you can't even blame me for that one. Anyway, we have another zombie, so yay. And then Kulet's just like, what the fuck's happening? Let's let the necromancers out. Good day's work, you two. It's gonna go attend a meeting. You know what? So would I. I can't even blame you. Dwarfus, I can't even blame you. I can't believe the zombie ate the cat. That might be the best part of that whole situation. Some complaints? I mean, wouldn't you? like I said, I can't even blame them. It's like, yeah. Where are you going? Oh, are you going to like, oh. So, chat, two things. Number one, Saber, if you're still in the chat, you're in love with the, you were in love with Cat Dodger, my mayor. Yeah, but you're dead now, unfortunately. But anyway, Cat Dodger, my mayor, is sleeping. Necromancer Ambition's just like, buddy, we need to talk. Yep. Now, this is of the utmost importance. I had to smell my moldy lunch for 5 days while watching dwarves drown. It smelled really bad. Anyway, they're going to go conduct a meeting now. Although, all in all, we have 3 undead zombies in the fort now. So you remember how I said that I needed to sneeze? Like 4 hours ago? The feeling never went away. Holy fuck, that feels so much better. All right, so I need a Mark's Dwarves guild. Because they've been demanding it. What do you guys think about in the upper floor of the Metalsmiths Guild? Because I think that'd be pretty cool. Although, to be fair, if I ended up working somewhere where they were just like, go resurrect the dead, I would also probably report them to HR. Although From Software literally did that recently with Armored Core, so, you know, I guess nothing's impossible. You know, actually, we'll leave that there. Really? Thought I clicked this and clicked that, but I guess I didn't. All right, so you are going to be, no, not a temple. You are going to be a guild hall. A ranger guild hall. I have 50 farmers? Holy shit. Engineer. Doctors. How did I fly by Ranger? There it is. Yeah, I don't know how I skimmed past it, but I did. All right, let's do that. A big long table. Never mind. I ran out of tables, so I won't do that many tables. And then I will go over to statues, assuming we've made some. Nope, still no statues. Then I will you know, actually, I've got a question. I will grab this archery target. Except I'm going to inflate the value of this thing a little bit. I'm making archery targets out of platinum. Is there any real value to this? Eh. Is it a waste of platinum? Yeah, probably. But I can also deconstruct them later and get it back, so it doesn't matter that much. Also don't really know... Oh, I actually have an idea. And I'm going to give them a set of windows along here. Got to go raid, as in like MMO raid. We are winding down for the night though. Getting to that time of day. But we'll see you when we see a Draken Soul. It has been a long day. I mean, I've been streaming for 9 hours and 57 minutes. Oh, it's been a pretty long day. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream chat. You know, like the truly badass. Oh, look, now we've got these zombies popping up. Look at this. So we're just going to start having these dwarves running around now. These corrupted slayers. Who are just perfectly normal dwarves, and they act just like perfectly normal dwarves, except the fact that they, you know, are turquoise, blue. Dubba-dee, dubba-die. Except, unlike the song Blue, they can't get depressed. So that song is really sad if you actually listen to it. All right. But dang it, yes. The better thing to say, though, is just remember, chat, Eiffel 65 wrote a song about playing on their PlayStation. Same band. Same album, I think, too. Like Blue and then PlayStation. I thought it was like the album after. We'll accept this. All right, now let's see if I can save this. Because this got a little sketch. Actually, I need to make this drainage a lot bigger. And maybe actually make real drainage instead of just like, you know, just being like, well, it'll drain eventually. No, I need actual drainage. Okay, so militia captain right now is just wondering why his spouse looks weird. Who, by the way, currently is just sitting in the library and reading. I didn't know zombies could read. Also, ambition here is anxious after pondering the wedge. So I guess that's good.
for everyone!
Wedge of cheese, naturally, yes. Although I wouldn't be anxious after pondering a wedge of cheese. I would just simply eat the wedge of cheese and be happy with my life. But, you know, none of us are perfect. Wait, no, that's not where I want you. That's where I want you. Even better right there. Dwarf gonna go station. That learned to read after he died. He also became an axeman. Yeah, they keep earning skills. They do. They used to not. Pretty sure. There you go, Dwarf. You run by. We need a goblin. That'd work. Angry armored dwarf. And there we go. More dwarves running in and out. Good stuff. I'm going to just simply forbid all this shit right now. Worry about it later. All right. What do you think, chat? Time for the next round. I think it's time for the next round. It's terminal wetness running up here. Sorry. Sometimes you just need a twofer. I am actually mildly sorry. Optimally, you'll just become dead. Which isn't the worst thing ever. I mean, it can beat being alive sometimes. Weaker or softer than normal dwarves? So earlier I stated you want your zombies to have as much of their body left as possible. If you have a zombie that's like missing most of its chest, yeah. But no, they're exactly the same as normal dwarves. The difference is they don't get tired. I don't think they can go into martial trances. I could be wrong though. And they also gain special powers, like getting to shoot fireballs and stuff, or icicles, and make things feel pain at a distance. They can also paralyze things. But it depends on if they get given spells or not. Which I need to look at the raws and see what these slayers are capable of. I mean, they're more powerful in the current version. The intelligent undead are more powerful than old zombies were in older versions. Panic. The thing is they don't get tired. So if they're fully geared up and armored up like normal dwarves, then they are very strong. They are very strong. Okay, so we've got a dwarf coming to pull the lever, and then we just need to wait on this. That's been pulled. Swap. So now I just need this. You love them, really, now. Let's see. Construct. Deep Space is bringing a dwarf in a cage who is, Libash. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Libash. We can't use you. You are an intelligent undead. I need a not intelligent undead. Sorry, I made Deep Space carry that halfway and then had to cancel it. Goblin, there we go. Have a good night, Bastet. Snooze good. A web-spitting demon? No, you just need to get around the webs. And it's not really a matter of getting around things. It's just a matter of not getting caught in the webs. I mean, what you should actually send is bolt power. Dwarves that shoot bolts is what you should actually send. Because if you can send crossbow dwarves, they can shoot through the webs. And if they can shoot through the webs, then they're significantly more likely to survive. So chat room, I like to do this towards the end of streams generally. How was today's stream? Did you rate it out of 10? For me, it was a little bit slow. Chat got kind of quiet in a few spots. But aside from that, no real complaints. Personally, you're addicted to cheese cheese with dealing... I mean, I'm just addicted to cheese, but like, okay. Well, I'll read the rest of the sentence.
Cheese for everyone.
Naturally. With dealing with cheese with the Forgotten Beast, it's so much easier to confine them in little hallways since they can't break down forbidden doors. Yeah, I like doing that to a point, but I think I'd rather just let them fight amongst themselves. Oh. Well, so I was planning on ending in like the next 5 minutes. You guys got one more siege left in you? What do you think, chat? All right, kitty. No dying. I like that the cat feels guilty after being confined.
Here, he has a sword.
It's like the cat knows what it did. It's like, you know that you're guilty. You know exactly what you did, kitty. All right. So, we're in the middle of something here. I'm doing mad science. It's very inconvenient. Game's paused currently. So, some of the more savvy, memorable of you might remember that I did slightly turn up the enemy siege size. Slightly. Lightly. Let's see something. I need a spoiler. Okay, it's 103 elves. That's not too bad. Still haven't killed my kitty. It's good. Well, that's closed. Horsies. Okay. You know, our cat scanner is doing a real good job. Although it is getting bolts shot at it. You asshole. Imagine being the guy that climbs up onto the roof and shoots bolts at the tied up cat. You consider yourself a friend of nature. You monsters. Also, amongst junk, I'm assuming you've never been hit in the head with a wooden sword then. As somebody who has actually been hit in the head with a wooden sword. Very painful. I don't recommend it. You know, frankly, Kitty here. Thanks for doing Armag's work here. Although you are still experiencing mortal fear. I mean, I would be too, frankly. They're like PETA. They're like, we're gonna kill this cat because you're abusing it. Like, what? Speaking of, but what? How thing do down here? All right, I'm going to let these victims out. I'm gonna let my necromancers go do their thing. Terminal wetness. You get to live another day. Same with you, Irvad. You. Speaking of living another Dwarf, though, I require some patrol routes. I just realized that my squads apparently are walking up somewhere. Where are you going, and why are you going there? You and you are going to go back to training. What you're going to do, you're going to turn around and get a fuck back downstairs. And here come the elves. Also, Framerate, where have you gone, my old friend? I'm going to miss you. Chat room, can I get a wall of beers and vile force of darkness and, you know, all the things. Also, who here has not seen the machine before? You haven't seen the, why doesn't this elf have pants? Oh, you have a skirt, okay. But your legs are empty, though. Why your sprite have no pants? The fuck? There's a child in the trap. I repeat, there is a child in the trap. Moldath, it ain't worth it. It ain't. It really isn't worth it. It really, really isn't. The question is, can I make it turn around? Chat, do I make this kid turn around? Yes or no? Do I try and make this kid turn around? Or do I just accept that this kid has decided their fate? And their fate is to carry this cage directly towards an elven horde and hopefully run away in time. I love how there's just like 2 of them behind him. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to scroll up. And scroll up. And scroll up. I don't actually know what cage they're moving to, but I'm going to hope it's those ones. Nope. Well, one of them... Isn't one of them a child? Oh, no, you're right. They're mechanics. Actually, hold on. Did I go full dumb? Allow them into an area with this? Did I? Did I? I did not. They don't even have that as an excuse. I mean, all dwarves are children in my mind, so. It works. Is that an option? Does that count for cage traps? No, you're right. I guess that would count for cage traps as well. I always thought that only counted for, like, stonefall traps. But I guess that would count for cage traps. It's too late, apparently. I swear, like, doing this used to fix this. But whatever. If all 3 of you want to go in and die, what really can I do? You know? Oh, well, you now have no job. But you're still going in the wrong direction. Hopefully you run away screaming pretty soon. Oh, okay, you're running back. That's good. Dragon Man's running away. How about you? Hello, Genius McDurf. There you go. You 2, run away. You 3, run away. All right, sweet. Place your bets, everybody. Bunch of engineers versus Penupu. That's the wrong way, dwarves. Very much the wrong way. You even have a lover. You're in love with technophobic freak. Your lady's gonna be mad. You bearded dwarfus. All right, well, you just got hit with a bolt, I think. I mean, we all tried. These elves are very ineffective. If they can actually just get down into here, they'll have covering fire. They should have ammo, too. Some of them do. Some of them have ammo. Nope. 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 Oh, well, at least one of them made it. Survival of the dwarfiest? So none of them? I was gonna say, Houston, we have a problem. No water in my water dispenser. All right, well, they can go there and they can fill that back up, so that's good. All right, dwarves. I mean, elves. What are you gonna do? You've murdered 2 of my engineers. The legendary engineers of Heavensbolt. Time to pay. So if you want something to spam for this, I would recommend lava. But, like, really, you can post whatever you want. I, however, am going to scroll all the way up to here, to this, grab this, and pull this lever. So I'm pretty sure that's all of them. Once this closes, they will be locked inside. Well, these elves have just engineered these dwarves into fighting back with vengeance. And that is a child. Kiddo. I mean, good luck. It's a shame. But, like, probably going for a new hat or something. Just got to run up that way. Be really brave. No? I mean, what's scarier? Elves there or seeing elves from up here? You may want to run now, bud. If the elves don't get you, the minecart cannons will. Let's turn on the cannons, shall we? Kid'll get out if kid gets out. Kid don't get out. Kid don't get out. Fire in the hold. It begins. I feel like I haven't heard any sound effects all day today. That might be why. Well, the child died before the machine turned on, so that's probably for the best. I'm going to follow the lava. And here we go. Well, it missed. Well, that one hit. Get wrecked. And this one right here. Bonk. Look at that. Nice. It begins. Release the cannons. And I'm just perplexed at the fact that literally none of my crossbow dwarves have managed to have any crossbows. I managed to have any bolts, rather. Is this area... Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so let's put this area right here so that dwarves can bring bolts here. And I'm going to go down to pets and livestock, and I'm going to slaughter a bunch of cats. I'm sorry in advance, chat. I know that you guys hate me for this, but, you know, sometimes it's got to be done. It's part of the fort. It's like, if I don't slaughter the animals, then, like, who's going to? Anyway. We do have plenty of ammunition, so it's not like I need to worry about it too much. And also, these lava cannons are pretty effective. I mean, I just saw one flying across here. Oh, there go two more. Let's see this? Oh, right there. It's missed everybody, but, you know, hey. Just making them check themselves before they wreck themselves. Lava flying up through the middle. This one's getting hit by bolts, I think. Yep. Look at that. Death, this is truly horrifying. This is also the one that stabbed the child to death. You are truly horrifying. So, now there's the part where I can be truly insidious. I'm stationing my necromancers over here. And you might be like, streamer, why are you doing that? Well, what if they turned into zombies and fought each other? Wouldn't that be entertaining? I just see a bear slide, crash into a elf, and then off the edge. That's very funny. Mostly, yes. Okay, the carnage continues. The important question is, where actually are my necromancers then? Kind of slow. Gave them a very simple order. Go stand there. And instead they're walking all the way back up here to pick up equipment. I mean, I don't blame them, but... Dwarf, what are you doing? Oh, you're still stationed. Jeez. You can go do whatever, man. Go get food. You're not turning into a zombie right now. Shame you can't cover the floor with butter. I mean, vomit and blood about the same effect, right? Oh, here comes more. Here, let's do this in ASCII for a little bit. For those of you old school fetishists. It's the good stuff. Oh, I see bolts coming down occasionally. They're just not that common. Frame rate's pretty terrible, I will admit. Now we just need to wait for the necromancers to get all the way over here. Uh-oh. 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 What are you doing? Why are you doing the thing that you look like you're doing, Dwarf? What are you going for? I mean... Yeah, what? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I don't know... Oh, geez, I think they're panicking. Yeah, so the siege is over. The elves are trying to retreat, but they physically cannot. So they're all trying to run backwards. I did seal them inside, right? Yes, I did in fact seal them inside. All right, well, I can open this up now. So the dwarves are trying to get stuff that's in here. So hopefully I've forbidden enough of it. The dwarves have arrived to trade. I can tell that the siege is over because of how they're running. They're running all sporadically like that, which means that the siege is over. Don't see any zombies just yet. It's a bit of a shame. I don't think I'll actually be able to make any zombies, unfortunately. Not down here anyway. Oh! I just saw something go flying. That happens a lot, though. It's like, well, I just saw something go flying. I don't know what it was, but... like, something's about to hit right here. Oh! Like this guy. Look at that. Get burned it. Uh-oh. Well... I appear to have a problem. You guys see the problem? So my soldiers got a bit enthusiastic. Which is fine. Problem is, my machine's still running. So, I'm gonna try and pull this lever. Let's try and lock the machine. Also, there's zombies in there now, which is fine, really. But I don't really want these dwarves to fall. This is Snowy Imp, who has 9 kills and 1 notable kill, and Jess, who also is pretty well acquainted with murder. It appears that Snowy Imp has now just fallen down a layer and is continuing to fight their way through the horde of undead. Has no health problems, however. Imp over here. What's wrong with this situation, chat? Wait. Anyway, so now we just have this dwarf over here, Jess, who is currently punching the ever-living shit out of everything in the vicinity. And appears to be doing all right. Mostly just shoving them off. Momas, come on, you got this. I mean, Jess is now dead, but Momas now running through the whole place, dodging arrows and bolts, fighting, dueling, doing all right. Has killed this elf twice now. Make that 3 times, in fact. Killed him once, pushed him off the edge, killed him twice, came back as an intelligent undead, and then shoved him into the lava. Is now trying to get back to a combat drill. It is now fighting with this elf as well, dodging more bullets. There's lava flying past her head. She's running directly towards the next nearest elf and ripping it to shreds with her hands, because that's what you do. There's a bear running around. Don't mind the bear. And I think the whole area is locked now. Yes, it is. I will unlock it. And let's see if you can get out, dwarf. You nutty son of a... Right? Up. Well. There it is. So anyway, decided to bear down. That was an epic fight, regardless. I gotta say, shoutouts. Shoutouts to those 2 dwarves. The other next important question I have to ask is, are these elves friendly? Yes, they are. One of them is. Okay, so we have a friendly zombie elf and a not friendly zombie elf. I'm gonna send the military up here to deal with the friendly zombie elf. Or not friendly zombie elf. There's also a zombie grizzly bear. It's okay, this is practice for my soldiers. Sentient potato coming up. Stabs 1, kills 2. Is fighting with the grizzly bear. One of my dwarves, Bucket Glass, is bleeding heavily. The bear's a bit much, I think. All right, the dwarves have successfully cleared this. Now I gotta ask, how many elves are left? Wait, literally none? Did that really kill all of them? Oh my god. Well, consider that another fight well fought. Let's give my squads a break. Lock that trap. And live to dwarf another day. We did lose some dwarves in there. We'll get them memorialized in due time. But till then, the machine can be shut down. Brought to a close. But we'll let it get some extra glory shots out. Uh-oh. What are you doing down here, Lanix? Lanix? Oh, there still is elf. Okay, hold on. Let's put them all into training. Just kill this elf, please. Please and thank you. Now, don't get hit by lava. On the instructions. No lava. Lava's not friendly. So maybe don't lick it. I know it looks delicious, but it's like my hot sauce, you know? It's dangerous. Maybe be careful. Now, the question is Lanix dead or... All right, well, I've got Nullman JP down here. Fish dissector. This is fine. Oh, yeah, Lanix is totally fine. Going up to pick up equipment. Is this thing done just yet? Has anybody pulled the fucking... lever? I thought I'd pulled the lever. Clearly I didn't pull the lever. I've now told them to pull the lever. So for the love of dwarfs, pull the lever. Multiple dwarves trying to die right now, to be honest. Please. I need the off switch. Ironically, the population hasn't dropped, so that's a good sign. Anyway, it's off now. So thunk, thunk, thunk. 2 more. Thunk, thunk. And same with you here. And 1 more. Yes. And final one. Okay, sweet. It's off now. I actually pulled the wrong lever. What happened there? I pulled machine lock, not machine on off. So, I say that went pretty well. We have necromancers. We are now officially a necromancy fort, meaning tomorrow we will try and resurrect 80% of the population. Hopefully successfully. Anyway, I think it's time to say goodbye, YouTube. Good stream today, folks. 10.5 hours. Easy peasy.
Woo!
This is for the YouTube folks, chat. Do all of the lovelies on YouTube a favor and wish them a good night. Or a good morning. Or time zone. Or cupcakes? I don't know. As you do. Oh, also, I mentioned earlier that I launched that certain fortress, Waterlungs, recently. And it was running at like 50 frames a second. Yes, it does in fact run at like 50 frames a second. However, there's a caveat. While it runs at like 50 frames a second, it still takes 15 minutes to save and load. So, if that's